Wait, you didn't install the hidden cameras in P. Diddy's mansions or anything, did you?
I've put cameras in his houses before. Never in like the bathrooms or anything like that.
He starts carrying around a sword because he's president. Trump, parrot on the shoulder.
Parrot on the shoulder. I would like that. He's like, and you know what? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. But you know what my enemies are? And he's like, traitors. He's like, it's not me. It's not me saying it, folks. It's the parrot. I got this parrot. I can't get him to calm down. Now they're going to listen to this. The lying Democrats, they're coming after me for what someone trained my parrot to say. Like that would be good. You use the parrot to say things that he couldn't.
It's a great idea.
I think it's a good idea. But I don't know. I like the sword idea just as much. Yeah. What was that like?
You guys should call your podcast that Never Heard of That podcast.
The not up to date show. Yeah.
I don't agree, but DKA don't know anything works.
That's fucking funny.
Okay, that's actually pretty good. Delete that. Delete it. No, keep that in. That's good.
Let's just make this an in memorial episode in case.
Just in case. This episode is maybe dedicated to Woody's Gamertag. You know, hopefully everything's fine and it doesn't have to be an in memoriam episode.
Hopefully he didn't hit an Arby's restaurant at 80, 90 kilometers per hour, however fast that silly thing he rides around goes, and just explode into a ball of flames and roast beef.
I hope not. God forbid that happened.
He shushed me millions of times and I've shushed him, and now that he's forever shushed, I would do anything to him once again.
Yeah. Stop interrupting me.
Oh, you want to talk? Oh, no, you want to talk? You talk. You talk. You want to talk? Go. No, go. Oh, you talk.
A long time ago, I was in Target and I wanted to know who sang that song, Hey Delilah. Well, there were like 13-year-olds in Target, and I was like, they're totally going to know. You know, yeah. So I was like, hey guys, who sings Hey Delilah? I wanted to buy like a CD or something. And they're like, that song is fucking gay. And it's like,
I like that song too.
Can I tell you what I heard coming out of a stall?
I can imagine.
Yeah, probably.
I'm washing my hands, and I just hear this dude behind me go, "Oh, why is this happening to me?"
We've all been there, brother.
I wish you replied that.
You know what, boy?
He's sitting over there. He's like, Lord, I haven't spoken to you in a long time.
Leave this up for a bit. To me, this looks awfully realistic.
Really? Trump getting Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia?
Yeah.
Every coin flip?
You're asking loaded questions. Like you say what happened and then say, well, how do you explain what I hallucinated happened? What you're saying is totally insane about cops getting fucking mutilated, dude. Like 3 cops out of natural fucking causes. You can grab your head like you're Jesse Pinkman over and over. It doesn't make it right.
Give me the innocent explanation.
Oh yeah. So the Am I your? Do you see your dad when you answer me like that?
What
you have this smug, like sarcastic attitude with them.
Listen, I would encourage everybody who's listening to this right now. I'm deeply uncomfortable with people celebrating like that kind of barbarism. Like if the dude was corrupt or whatever, then you know,
he was mutilated.
I believe in the process and like going through that. But I just think it doesn't portend well if we're descending into a society that celebrates that stuff. I'm gonna be the Debbie Downer on this one and say I don't like it.
The debate archetype blows me away. Destiny is so good at it. I watch him go on like Piers Morgan and stuff, and he just wrecks everybody.
What do you think that more people should have heard that about January 6th? Do you think that would have helped the election? How do you feel about all that shit in hindsight? Nobody gave a shit. Latinos did not give a fuck about January 6th. I was right.
I didn't hear your words. Latinos didn't give a fuck about what?
Latinos didn't give a fuck about January 6th.
They were mutilated.
Well, that wasn't. That was not Destiny.
Turns
that
out
was,
they were mutilated.
That was old Hutch. Old Hutch.
It was Hutch who said that.
Yeah. And Hutch said Trump was Hitler, and Trump won. Ipso facto, electric chair for Hutch. Me, Bitcoin to 100,000. Hutch, prison, eating maggot food. Me, big parade, homeless, kicked into a hole in the middle of the desert. Hutch has to go to therapy to learn about his hateful speech that he's doing. Me, moisturize, flourishing, Mexican, Hutch, white, devil, dry skin. What is that? Does that not make? Is it making sense to you now? What the fuck are you talking about?
Mexican, moisturized, flourishing.
Yeah.
I watch those police shootings daily, and I'm always shocked at how
he really does, Ed. He watches so many people die.
Shout out Police Activity Channel, best in the business.
Most of our pre-shows start with Kyle telling us about someone he saw die that day.
Yeah.
He sends me so many like South American carnival accidents and like cops killing people.
They're on the swings.
Yeah. I saw like he sent me a video.
Every person's hitting the truck. Bam, bam.
He sent me a video of what was clearly like a Honduran festival with one of those like spinny chair things. I didn't even open it because I'm like, this isn't going to be generative. This isn't going to bring me mirth or joy. It's just going to be sad. I don't want to watch people get hurt.
I've been watching true crime shit, and I saw one today. This lady murdered her 2 children so that she'd have more time to fuck her dog.
The fact that you're watching true crimes makes you a little bit woman.
I was going to call it gay immediately. I'm so glad we're on the same page here, Woody. No straight man I know watches true crime.
That is totally chick.
Yeah. What is true crime? Maybe I don't understand.
I'm sure it's a lot of fun. You put your robe on and you sashay into the kitchen to get your popcorn, and then you come back out and throw your feet under you like that. And then
I don't understand. He killed dozens of them. I shot. They'd shoot me again, and I'd say, "Lord, let me shoot one more." He just kept letting me shoot till I was all out. And then I looked across the way and they wasn't no more Vietnamese. But I heard a boy crying. He was on the other side of the river. My legs was so shut up I couldn't swim no more, but they was a raft. And I got on that rubber raft and I started paddling with my arms because they'd still work. It's like that. Like he got to the other side.
Then I realized that whatever God the Vietnamese pray to is fake as hell. Jesus Christ guided my bullets right into the brains of those people.
He's like shooting around.
Said, Lord, help me to put down this rice farmer who's upset with our invasion. And he ghoulishly put his children behind his back. Stolen valor is free speech. And I shouldn't have to no longer walk around as Green Beret Taylor because this guy's fibbing.
That's true.
I served honorably. If we try and start a Red Pill podcast and they show clips of you skipping, we're done. We're going to be Pearly Things and Andrew Tate. They're going to bully us. They're going to be like, look at these fruits skipping.
Andrew Tate would bully me. He's a good speaker and he's a tough guy. I don't have anything to offer.
Andrew Tate coming to you live from an Albanian prison, right?
It's probably like furries because they make just more art than anybody else. So back in the day, it was probably the weird, sick perverts that like grimace-shaped women making all the art.
That could be true because everyone else is like, okay, I'm gonna go work while you do that.
Yeah. But the furries make talented art. These are clearly like kindergarten class projects.
Yeah, some dude was like absolutely gooning to those, and now we're like, oh, it was an object of worship, and it's like. No, just all the other Neanderthals were like, me no like Ugluk, he weird pervo. Like, do you see what he be making in his cave? Despicable.
You guys want to rap?
Yeah.
All right. What songs you know?
What?
What rap songs do you
I
know?
was thinking about Trial Time by Mr. Biggs.
All right.
I started selling dope back in 1986. Bought a Cadillac and put some things on that bitch. The brains blowed out with the white leather seats. They be scheming for that butter, cause that other shit is weak.
All right, Kyle, you killed it. PKA 728. I'm so glad you did that.
Apparently, it's hard to sell yourself sold directly to Satan himself, but there's like 16 demons or something. And I was reading up, and like each one, you would approach that demon because they provide help with X, Y, or Z. There's like the same way, like, oh, this is Saint Christopher. It's for when you lose something or whatever that nonsense is. There's like a demon for like gaining power over people, or maybe a demon for gaining possessions. There's like 16 or 18 of them.
I imagine the demon that gives cash just has a line out the door, right? That like also health issues, maybe
financial value
comes to mind, but
yeah,
the health issues demon. Yeah, that seems like a risk.
Yeah, but if there's any actual demon worshippers out there who would like a fresh soul, let us know. I'm currently looking around for someone who's interested.
Looking for a good deal.
Why are you buying puppets, dude? Dude, 3 weeks ago you were going to be a sword guy.
How the mighty have fallen.
Puppet. Can you even do ventriloquism?
Of course I can. No, I can't do ventriloquism. Yes, I can do ventriloquism very well, Taylor.
I'm quite good at it.
We're all incredible.
What? He has light up eyes?
Of course he does.
You're winning
He's
me
Lord
over.
Satan. Look, the dogs.
Do you have multiple puppets, or do you just settle on the devil?
Calm down.
First drug for the comet coming is weed. 0% chance I'm smoking weed as the comet is coming down.
Not going to be chill. It's going to be like,
No,
oh, fuck,
like when you smoke weed, you want to already be in a nice space of like relaxation. You don't want to
weed.
be.
You're going to be like, what if there's hell? Like, oh,
I really
say
beat
that.
this.
Don't
whole
say
life
that.
enough.
Oh, why did you say that? Now it's in my head. Oh, what if there is hell? Oh shit, we messed up bad, boys.
Big time. Could go real south. If
Taylor, what can we do? You know God, right? You were baptized. Tell me what to do.
I'm going to try and save you at the last
You've
minute.
been washed in the blood of the Lamb, right? and by clicking that, there's a small. Oh, it has nothing to do with oxygen.
Just turned off again. Okay, well, we've stumbled upon something much.
I think it's the little maybe it's the little electrical impulse from the starter, and that is somehow like surging into your hardware because you're like grounded to it. But it's not gonna. No, he's got magic happening over here because of some weird wiring.
Taylor might be
Don't act like lighters are remote controls all of a sudden, Taylor. Come on. It's like my first thing my mom would do.
I spent more effort cheating in Italian than if I had just learned to speak Italian. And then I'd be able to speak Italian. Do you know how many times that would come up that'd be necessary?
Never.
In this job, you could do it.
Yeah, I could do it in this job.
You can just talk Italian gibberish here. Nobody will know.
Like this.
Oh my God.
You're proving them right.
Mario and Luigi.
Oh, I'm in Naples. Close your eyes, Woody.
I'm there. All those Italians. Mamma mia. You know that classic Italian saying, wahoo.
Like usually when I'm doing it with my buddies, like we're involved in some kind of project concerning like motorcycles. I remember one time I took the front end of my motorcycle 22 times in one day. Yeah.
So you just kept taking it off and putting it back on.
Take it off, and we would think we were making adjustments to it and put it back on and ride it a little bit and then take it off. And
dude, I can make a million theories about something that will never happen within the window of human existence.
Yeah, make one.
Yeah, actually, the black holes are gaining energy, Mr. Hawking, and it's called Taylor radiation.
How old is he? Like 99 or something stupid? Like he went to space last year.
I'll find out.
That's got to be pretty cool. Well, that's because that billionaire sprayed alcohol on him, and all he could ponder was his dead wife who was killed by a drunk driver and the infiniteness of space and how alone we are.
He's 92.
I think it was the infinite abyss of space.
The first thing couldn't
oh
help.
my God, I'm so close to the end. Like going to space at 99, bad
92.
move. 92.
Well, he's 92 now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did he say about space? That it was depressing? That it was just boring?
Something about
there's
emptiness.
boring.
It's empty. There's nothing out here. There's nothing for us. It's just this world. That's it. Like that was kind of his takeaway.
It feels like he's right, doesn't it?
He's right.
Of course he's right.
All the other planets suck. They're really just dog. If our solar system was a neighborhood, we're in the one nice house. The rest of it's trash.
The idea that we should take Mars and like colonize it as a backup planet in case we ruin this one. There's no universe in which Mars is a better starting point than Earth.
Since it is 2024, I came up with a couple of small predictions. I wanted to get them out in front of the public so people heard me say it.
I'm sure Chris has some.
All right, my number one prediction for 2024: China invades Taiwan. This is the year the Great Dragon awakens, or the tiger, or whatever they are, and they invade Taiwan. There's an exchange of fire, and they're repelled, but there's a weird DMZ then. What is this? Says Taylor dies. What does this mean?
What does this mean?
Oh, Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift marries the Kelsey guy. They get married this year. That happens. That's like the December wedding, maybe. And sad but true, Volodymyr Zelensky dies this year. He will be assassinated or in an airstrike or perhaps poisoned, but he will unfortunately leave us. Those are my predictions for 2024. If you can find a way to put money on those, I advise you get after it now. They're going to happen.
I was thinking Cybertrucks. There's going to be some fucking holdup, and those are not going to be shipping out in mass to consumers. It'll just be the little trickle that we've seen so far. Just little bits here and there, little like social media posts, but you're not going to be looking around on the street and seeing tons of them the way you see regular Teslas.
I would go against that. I think they'll be out in like limited production, like 250,000 cars will get out in like a decent amount of time. Because like once they're making them, right? It's all automated.
Or there'll be some fucking regulation or safety thing where they're like, oh, it turns out we can't let solid steel bulletproof trucks with right angles run into normal cars.
Frankly, I blame that on why it looks so bad and why it performs so bad. Like he had a cool idea, but they were like, dude, this isn't safe at all. Do this, make it this wide, put this much here, there, and the other. And he's like, well, then it kind of works like shit. And they're like, yeah. And he just had to do it.
Oh, I wrote another prediction down.
I want to hear it.
All right. Shaq dies in a helicopter crash.
Oh my God.
How original.
Kobe.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He goes out the same way as his
chases
partner.
Kobe again.
Yep. Yeah. It's almost poetic.
Never could let him one up.
This is a close one. It'll happen before the end of January.
God damn.
Oh my goodness. This one. Shaq. Stay out of the air.
Stay out of the air, Jack. We don't want to see this happen for your own safety.
Surface streets only, Shaq.
Yes, exactly.
But then, what if a helicopter hit his limo? With how I'd be coming to you for lottery picks and stuff if Shaq dies in a helicopter crash, because that's
dude. If Shaq did die in a helicopter crash before the end of January, I bet someone would knock at my door, like the FBI. They'd be like, "We're reopening our psychic division. we need you to try out. His head's even bigger than we imagined. Perfect."
The guy at the door goes, "Taylor," and like some hot blonde behind him with a weird jumpsuit goes, "Yes." And you're like, and it turns out like you're all faking it. You're all just fraudsters. You've got one CIA agent just completely fooled funding the project. You're all looking.
You gotta do that.
Well, I'm going to need $40 billion. And it's my understanding there's currently a wonderful island unoccupied in the Little St. James, Little St. Taylor Island. Return.
Very private.
Chiefs lose
2 in a row and I'll come back.
In the Super Bowl. There's a new George Floyd in July.
Okay. I like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. New one of those. Going to kick things off. Going to get seedy. Going to get nasty.
What race will this one be?
Black.
Oh, again.
Yeah. New George Floyd.
More of a reboot.
Like a reboot. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Could be a woman this time. Could go Ghostbusters with it. We don't know. But that sort of thing is going to happen. Amazon is going to cancel the 3rd season or never announce the extension of a 3rd season of the Lord of the Rings show because it was not successful. They wanted 5 at first, and now they still haven't even ordered 3. So we'll see. I think they're going to ditch that. Hope it fails. Kanye is going to have a music video where he either has a Hitler mustache or the backup dancers will have something akin to like a quasi SS uniform.
Stepping like
Yeah,
backup
I
dancers or
genuinely
something.
think that one's a kind of a good guess. I could see him bringing back the Michael Jordan Hitler mustache, or at least trying to, because
Larry Bird.
You have to be like a Larry Bird. I didn't know Larry Bird did it, but he's very famous too. Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, Hitler. You got to think a lot of yourself in order to go back to that little mustache well. And I think Kanye fits that bill. I could see him doing it.
I agree.
Okay, I like that one.
We're gonna get a new pope. Old pope's old hat. We're getting rid of him.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He's gonna
Will
retire.
the new pope be
Nobody's
more
happy.
progressive or less progressive? A return to austerity or more progression down the filthy, filthy road that this pope is taking us down? Just morally bankrupt, disgusting
false prophet. Yes, I don't. Maybe I didn't think that far into it. I just thought new pope. Let's say he's more traditional. Let's say that one.
More conservative pope. I
Okay.
like that.
I think that might be a safer option.
Mhm. They learned their lesson.
Let's see. Pacers win the NBA championship.
What the fuck?
I just went to the standings and was like, who's kind of like fifth place? Them. And then just pick fifth place in the division.
Who's Ja Morant on? Whose team is that?
The Grizzlies, the Memphis Grizzlies.
Grizzlies win this year.
Damn. If I knew Ja Morant, I don't know who that is, but he must be great for you to know.
He's
who
a
he is.
skinny guy, very athletic, and likes to pose with
He's
guns
a gun
on
tuber.
Instagram.
He's
a gun guy. All right, I'll pull for him.
These are pretty new.
Oh, Lindsey Graham comes out of the closet. He's finally loud and proud.
Never.
Yeah, he's gonna try and endear himself to a new set of fans when it becomes clear his old ones don't like him. He's gonna talk and be like, "If you could only see the things I've done in the Capitol building." Sometimes late at night, I sneak up to the top of the Washington Monument and just sit.
just slide on down.
And just slide on down.
Trump picks a female running mate.
I agree.
Israel gets pressured by the U.S. to end the war.
Already are.
And then Palestine hits them again. That's my call. X,
All
formerly
pretty
known as
likely.
Twitter, dramatically declines in usage. Artificial intelligence leaves the news and turns out just to be a neato search engine that writes unreliable things.
I don't think so. And
People are fooled by deep fakes during this election cycle a lot.
People already get got by those pretty good. A lot of them are getting, like, if they don't
Getting
fuck up
better.
on fingers, it can be hard.
getting better at fingers, too.
When they get like the forearm ratio down, like arm length and fingers, it's gonna be real.
I've got three more for us, though. Taylor gets a steady girlfriend. Kyle has shirtless pics that go viral on the internet again. And Woody breaks a bone.
No, well, that's you can control that one. You can.
Oh shit!
December 31st, and you're gonna have your finger in a door jam, ready to
Just
finish it.
busting my jaw open.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be hasty to judge these Jewish underground tunnel networks full of bloody mattresses and baby carriages because I stand with Israel.
Yeah.
Got his own
You guys
invite.
say you guys spoke about the Jew tunnels without me.
We
Bro,
did.
we
yeah.
only
Bro,
got into it briefly. I think it
I
was on
bet you were
PKA.
mad as hell when you saw the specs on those, huh? I'm never fitting in that tunnel.
You would have
That's
been
pulled that-
for the little Jews.
Dude, when they pulled that one Hasidim out and he's got the sideburns and he's
I
got
see
the
them, but
hat.
I don't believe them. Sorry.
Thank you. That's Hesh from Sopranos. That's a good episode. It was like, man, there's got to be like Jewish public relations officer somewhere, the one who's in charge of all y'all, who's like, oh, fuck! We've spent a millennia trying to prove to the Gentiles that we don't live in underground tunnels like rodents and crawl out of them all under.
This guy's like he's in like the head Jewish office on his phone talking to like a head Gentile. He's like, yeah, Stephen, you wouldn't guess, but we love sports too. We love it. Hold on, my secretary Noah's coming in. I need to check on it. What's up, Noah? Is this urgent? Well, you're gonna hate this. They found the tunnels. No, they didn't find the tunnels.
They didn't find the bloody mattresses and the strollers too, did they?
I was getting to that. That it's a bad look.
Look like shitty blood, eh? That stain,
What the
like
hell are
blood
those
shit.
tunnels
Looked like a
for?
blood shit stain.
I don't
Does it
know.
come out?
Well, that's why I'm mad that I wasn't here for the conversation because I don't know fucking anything about those tunnels.
We
Came to
didn't
the
know
wrong-
we could
sure
go
you
the
either.
wrong place.
Here's what we knew. We knew there were bloody mattresses and
Like a
something
high
else.
chair or something.
Looked
It
like a
seemed to
shit
go from a
blood.
newsstand to a synagogue. And as far as I can tell, it just went like under a street. Like it didn't go very far.
I heard some things, but it's hard to get through, like accurately get through what's real and what are the guys. So I'm just gonna tell you guys like what I saw, because I googled it, because people were like on Twitter, they're like, yo,
yeah,
Harley, you're one of the good ones. What's up with the tunnels? RSK, by the way.
And you're like, I don't care how cool I am, I'm not sharing the group chat.
So I'm like looking at these tunnels and reading about, apparently they use the strollers as wheelbarrows to like make it and I'm like, nah, I don't know if that's what the strollers are for, but also like at the same time, like I don't think the strollers were to bring babies down there, you know? Were they like stealing babies, cutting off their foreskin and putting them back in the crib without anyone being the wiser?
We're just asking questions.
Listen, I'm just, you know, I think also like human trafficking, like when you're Andrew Tate and you have like 3 20-year-olds with you and you're like, shut up, and you're walking with them, people don't think anything. This guy pulled up in a Bugatti, he's got 3 girls. They don't know that he is, you know, allegedly making them go on cam and do all that. Like, you know, I don't think there's like an equivalent to that. I don't think there's like rabbis with like bringing hose in to the tunnels and making them film cam stuff and taking a cut of it or anything like that. So what type of tomfoolery could they be getting up to down there?
Well,
like what is it? I think they're fucking each other. I think it was
the innocent version.
Something sinister.
The innocent version is, and it was the one that, because I love your people, I was quick to like, yeah, maybe that. They said during COVID times they wouldn't let us go to synagogue. We weren't having that bullshit. We go to synagogue. If the Lord wants to take us, he will. You know, and I was like, you know what? That's some down south kind of shit. I can understand that. That's what the preacher would have people doing. He'd have people go into the gas station, going underground, sneaking into the Church of God and getting baptized and shit. I can understand that. That overzealous religiousness.
I heard that too, but like that's like
that came out.
They
quickly
think COVID's coming
like,
back. Are they? Is that their way of telling us that like they're dropping a new COVID on us again?
I hope not.
Like they're.
But I read that same thing, Kyle. But then like within the same day, I heard more news people being like, fact check. The construction on these tunnels started 7 months ago, well after the COVID lockdowns or something.
Taylor like caught up with as much time as I've spent with you, Woody, in real life, like really fast. It was like me and you was a couple times. Taylor was like an intensive course.
It was. It was like a summer, like 3-hour course where every morning I was waking up and I was just like, you know, Harley's the fucking man. Harley's the ultimate like hangout guy, because like I'd be on my phone early morning having coffee and I'd be like, I wonder what's going on. I'm gonna text Harley, see what's up, before I can even like text him. He's like, here's the plan.
Yeah, you were very polite. I saw I had to do that because you were very polite. You were like, nah, I'm not gonna try and intrude on that. And I'm like, oh dude, I already lied and told him that you're my cousin. And you're like, nah, I don't want to do that. I'm like, no, but it's cool, it's all good. But we did spend a lot of time.
Shows up like, hi. He's trying way too hard to fit in.
The saddest part was how much we brought up Kyle and Woody.
Oh yeah, I just wanted my other buddies there.
Yeah, especially Kyle on range day. We just really.
Oh, it would have been so fun. I mean, you know how cuckold porn works. Like I'd sit there and watch.
No. We thought quite a bit about it.
No. See, you misunderstand. See, I'd sit there and sort of pretend like I was shooting a gun while you did it every time, so it felt like I was.
No, we had a plan that at the end you'd be the only person in the line who was shooting the big SUV. You would shoot with a bow and arrow, and it would be kind of silly.
We could have got explosive arrows. Yeah. I think explosive arrows.
That'd be like that? When the king has his fool come out and like silly night garb, but he's got a wooden sword, and they have him fight like a big stuffed animal.
What was it like interviewing Kanye? I just saw that clip. I didn't know you talked to him.
You spoke to Kanye?
Yeah, you saw the. You see the clip that Ryan.
They showed a clip. There he is.
He's in a gimmick.
Oh, that's right. I remember this now.
Yeah. What was that like?
You guys should call your podcast that Never Heard of That podcast.
The not up to date show. Yeah.
I don't agree, but DKA don't know anything works.
That's fucking funny.
Okay, that's actually pretty good. Delete that. Delete it. No, keep that in. That's good.
Let's be DKA.
DKA don't know anything.
When I interviewed Ye, it went huge. You guys don't even know that his name is Ye now. But it was weird. He's a very likable guy.
Gavin, I'm fascinated by the story of Vice. I don't know it, but Vice I think of as a left, kind of like a liberal news source. Am I on target with that currently?
Who's watching right now?
The liberal dude. Yeah. So Vice
guy doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
Literally
I'm asking.
In the
I'm
guy
asking.
who hasn't heard of anything.
Jesus fuck, Gavin. Answer the question, you shit fuck.
What was the
on
question?
Vice? When
What
you
question?
started that and then
What-
you left it, can you tell the story of how that evolved? I'm curious. I think it might be a good story.
What are we going to go put on a pot of coffee and spend the next 6 hours? It's. I don't know how to make this story short.
Oh, okay.
Sarush was a junkie. He had a revelation where Allah told him he's going to stop doing heroin and start something new. He got that in rehab about a week after this corrupt group of Haitian hustlers called Image Interculturelle, Intercultural Images, said, hey, we're starting a cultural newspaper like Village Voice that we hand out to people. And it's just going to have like all the multicultural events at the time. So you say there's a Polish parade on Thursday, sort of like a calendar for multiculturalism. And he goes, okay, I'll do that. And you have to sell ads. And it's the money we got for this is a make work program for people on welfare. So you have to go on welfare. So he said, no problem. So he got on welfare. Then they got him that program to get him off welfare. And he hadn't put out an issue yet. And he goes, I need a staff. So I was a cartoonist at the time. And he said to me, do you want to do cartoons for this new newspaper? We knew some of the same people. And I go, sure, yeah, I'll do a comic strip. And he goes, actually, can you just be the editor? Like, wait, I don't know what I'm doing here. And I said, okay. And then he goes, you have to be on welfare. How do I? And I go, okay. So I went to the welfare office cross-eyed, which if you ever want to get on welfare, you have to go in cross-eyed. And you're like, hi, I'm having some trouble figuring my life out, and I would need some welfare to have in my body. Like, okay. The trick to getting on welfare is you fill out the forms with your left hand, so all the writing is fucked up. So I did all that. I got on like that. I think the woman gave me $100 too. She was like, hold on a second.
You look like you could use a hot meal.
You're obviously incompetent. And I'm like, I'm hustling you, bitch. And then, so we got off welfare with the program. And then we decided we're not doing multiculturalism. That's gay and boring. We'll just make it like a skate punk fanzine thing and write about bands we like and, you know, dumb shit and make up stuff. I had no experience in journalism. So I would just write things like my first CD review was, this album's pretty good. Like the first song is like, doo, 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 and I'm writing. I interviewed a potato. I interviewed God.
I sent you guys the video of that police shooting, and if you haven't seen it, let me lay out like the beginning of it because nobody's seen the beginning of it. I mean, people have, but what everybody has seen is the middle of it. So basically, female cop, male cop, arresting some guy for some such and such. Not a big deal. Taking him from his house or his girlfriend's house. None of that really is relevant. But he's in the back of the police SUV, the bad guy, we'll call him, but not a bad guy.
Jail cell.
Yeah, he's going to jail. He stole something. He did something wrong. Whatever. Female cop is still talking to witnesses, friends, family, whatever, over by the house. Male cop walks past the car, and he's milling around back there. An acorn falls from a tree onto a nearby vehicle and go. We've all heard it. Donk.
Yeah, it goes bang, 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 bang.
Die, Whitey! Die, pig! You know what acorns sound like. And so the cop literally starts running and gunning like it's the end of a Call of Duty fucking campaign. He's screaming. By the way, he's dumping his magazine into the car, and he's screaming for his partner to do the same. And he's like, "I'm hit." He's crawling now. He's got fake gunshot wounds himself. He's crawling like he's doing that thing where you've got your pistol, but you're using it to like crawl along the ground, and he's just dumped all of his bullets into it, and he's begun to reload. He's trying to get away. And lady cop, to her credit, didn't do anything wrong, because if my partner screams, "I'm hit," and I say, "Where's it coming from?" as he lights up our car, and he says, "In the car," I'm fucking I'm giving that car all I got because Bob said so. Bob's on the ground, says he's shot. He's crawling in the street, by the way. He's shot. I thought he was paralyzed. I was like, oh, what happened to Bob? No, but meanwhile, this guy who probably didn't pay some child support or like stole some spray paint or some shit is in the back of the car. Bullets coming from both sides. Must have been 40 fucking rounds through that car because asshole back here's reloading, gonna give him some more. I don't know at what point they realized that no one had shot at them. Like new cops come and they're like, what's going on? And the guy's like,
we're all just putting our bullets in this car.
You
want in?
Yeah. We're all
This
trying to
cop-
find the guy who did this. Like
This cop would have been less embarrassing if he'd shit himself on stage shaking the president's hand. He is being
You know what happened to the victim?
Everybody who makes videos is making a video about the humiliating Florida cop who got scared of a squirrel and like blew away a cruiser. It's embarrassing. He's done. Oh, you're not gonna get anything.
Oh, hold it up a little bit.
Up higher.
It's not doing anything.
Yeah,
My screen turned.
Is everything okay?
Every time I click this, my monitor turns black. It's
Really?
happened 3 times.
Do it
All
again.
right, so are you touching the desk in any way?
No.
I just saw it turn off on you. That's
Yeah, you can see it in the lighting.
All right.
Like?
yeah. I
now,
can see it.
now,
in the glasses.
now stand up out of your chair just a bit so your butt's not touching the chair and click.
That prevented it, it seemed.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Did you figure something out? I didn't get it yet.
I think maybe you're connected to the hardware. You're grounding out the fucking computer in some way with your body, maybe.
They don't hold
and
the
by
oxygen.
clicking that, there's a small. Oh, it has nothing to do with oxygen.
Just turned it off again. Okay, well we've stumbled upon something much.
I think it's the little maybe it's a little electrical impulse from the starter, and that is somehow like surging into your hardware because you're like grounded to it. But it's not gonna. No, he's got magic happening over here because of some weird wiring.
Taylor might be
Don't act like lighters are remote controls all of a sudden, Taylor. Come on. It's like my first thing my mom would do.
This is
I'm afraid to keep going. Like I'll cause computer damage or just not be able to finish the show.
All right, that was weird. If anyone in the comments has any idea why Woody clicking an electric starter on a lighter would make his monitor blink, but not when he stands up out of his chair, which is interesting to me because I have this theory that somehow when he clicks it, a bit of electricity is running into his body, into the chair, maybe even through his ass because his shoes are grounded. Are you wearing shoes?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that does dispel
that
my
throws
myth.
a wrench in your theory.
You weren't grounded and you're on hardwood, not carpet. I am very curious about what's happening over there. Some kind of
zero with this and figure it out. How does electricity work?
Stop that. We're not going to go back to electrons again. He killed a dozen of them. I shot. They'd shoot me again. And I'd say, Lord, let me shoot one more. And he just kept letting me shoot till I was all out. And then I looked across the way and there wasn't no more Vietnamese. But I heard a boy crying. He was on the other side of the river. My legs was so shut up I couldn't swim no more, but there was a raft. And I got on that rubber raft and I started paddling with my arms because they'd still work. It's like that. Like he got to the other side.
It was
like,
then I realized that whatever God the Vietnamese pray to is fake as hell. Jesus Christ guided my bullets right into the brains of those humans.
He's like shooting around.
And Lord, help me to put down this rice farmer who's upset with our invasion. And he ghoulishly put his children behind his back.
And
I
won a bet, by the way.
Which one did you win?
I had Alexander something Navalny, the Russian dude in the death pool.
Ah, that's true. We also have a death pool here where we each pick, I think, 3, maybe 5 people who there are some rules. We can't pick people older than 60 years old, I believe, because that's,
it's no fun when people
cheating.
pick like Feinstein 4 days before she died.
It might be younger than that. It might be 40 or 50. Like it's young. So we wanted the death pool thing to definitely not be natural causes. We wanted you to pick like an occurrence. So that way wonderful, my man.
Wow, well done. Thank you.
Can I just say, I love my list. All right. I thought I knocked this out of the park. I picked a lot of unhealthy fat people with DMX.
Taylor, come on. Like what?
I took some high risk, high reward ones. At the time, Ben Affleck was looking sad in a lot of photos. I thought I thought that might pan out for me. It did not. Lil Wayne is a genuinely very good guess. He was in the news at the time we guessed this for like fucking up with lean again, which kills you. Alex Jones was in his reddest phase. Travis Pastrana, he is a risk taker, and he's getting older, and that's when like the Houdini kind of guys tend to go. Jonah Hill at the time, I don't like that Jonah Hill is thin in this photo. He was monstrously fat at the time that I picked him. And then Jorge Garcia might be dead, and it could have slipped under the radar. I have no idea.
He has those bags under his eyes. I always think he's on drugs. I forget why I chose Kanye. Alex Hanal, do I need to say anything more? He's that guy that's free climber on
El Capitan.
Thank you. That's what I'm going for. And he's just freaking hanging from rocks on the edge of death all the time. Chris Brown was going through some sort of like pedo rape trials, and I was like, he might just. But Alexei Navalny, you'll have to. What else do I say?
That's a good pick. Like as we should. I wonder.
I colluded with Putin to win the death pool.
I knew it. You're really falling behind here, Taylor. None of your chosen celebrities have died yet.
Well, I think the rules are when the first person dies, we have to repick.
If that were true, we would have repicked by now because I picked
because we're very stringent with this stuff.
You just said. You're like, the rules are this. Well, that already happened and we didn't do it. Well, those aren't the rules at all.
No, I was saying because we don't follow we set up death pools.
He's trying to get at paying me $5.
I think so too.
That's 100% what's happening.
Oh, do we owe Woody money now?
You both owe me $5.
Oh, okay.
Last time you were on, we were talking about your McLaren, the flooded McLaren that you were about to undertake, and so I popped over to your channel. And the fact there was a part 13 tells me there were issues.
Yeah. So it turns out it's really hard to do a rebuild on a car that was underwater, especially a car that cost like $2 million.
Nobody knew that.
Yeah. Nobody could. This was an unknowable fact. But yeah, it's been going pretty well. I still have most of my sanity, and it's been going all right. Hopefully, it should be running and driving in the next few months or so.
Here's the most important question.
Date and site.
Here's the most important question. Content aside, would this have been a profitable venture? Like
no.
if you were
No, not even close. Not even close. If you're trying to flip this thing for a profit, you are out of your mind. Like there's no perceivable way this would be a profitable venture. But as a content perspective, it's pretty good.
As you move along through the process, do you ever talk to like like the computer guy or the electronic guy? You consult with somebody and they're like, wait, you're doing what now?
Yeah, that's mostly everybody. So everybody that you say, hey, I bought this car that should have no business running again. Everybody's reaction is the same. It's like, good luck, because this seems not doable at all. So I've consulted. It's a McLaren P1. So it's
please, Zach.
Yeah. So it's one of the they call them the hypercar holy trinity. It was coined by Jeremy Clarkson. Back in the 2010s, there were these three cars. So the Ferrari LaFerrari, the Porsche 918, and then the McLaren P1. They were hybrid supercars, and they were super bespoke. They were like $1 million each, and they had a ton of horsepower. So the McLaren had like 900 horsepower. They were all around there.
Show me a dry one.
So that's
Is
my
that
car.
Literally your car?
That's literally my car.
Zach, can we see one where we could see the rest of it?
Yeah, so that's my car.
Actually, this is fun. Now that we can see
better
it
now.
Yeah.
You have a little.
That car's ruined.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Just new
just
windshield.
Needs a windshield,
we're good to go.
Kyle.
Yeah. So this car.
So I have questions, lots of them, because unfortunately I didn't have time to catch up on your content, but I do plan to now because you've gone so deep into this. I'll have a lot to binge. So you're trying to make it just as it should have been. You're trying to replace everything and make everything work, or are you just trying to get this thing to go?
Oh no, we're trying to make it the fastest McLaren in the world.
You can
All right,
outrun
well,
the
there you go.
mildew
That's the
smell.
reaction. That's the reaction that everybody gives you.
This is the
Like,
plot of the
on
$6
land or
million
water?
man.
Yeah, yes,
We
should've
have the
leaned into
technology.
the-
We could
the
rebuild it.
fastest seafaring vessel. Yes.
My new favorite show in the world, the greatest, is Shogun. Shogun is so fucking good because they cannot put a drop of wokeness or modern day nonsense into a 1600s Japanese setting. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing.
But would
they
like
can
a
do.
pink-haired character take you out of it?
yes. Like
The
when
entire
the
cast
first,
is black. Yeah.
dude,
Yeah,
the first episode, some
Like,
white
there's
people
something
show
off
up.
here.
It's excellent. So this is my new favorite show in the fucking world. There's 2 episodes of it out already. It's on Hulu. And it's 1600s Japan, and it's a bit Game of Thrones like in that, like, basically the head ruler of Japan has died, and now there's 4 warlords kind of contending for power, and one of them's clearly like our guy, and everybody else is kind of evil. It's historical. It's I don't know the history well enough to know how close they're keeping it, how historically accurate they're keeping it. But it is a historical person and it's historical things. But part of the fun is that I guess the Portuguese had discovered Japan and the Catholic Church knew about Japan, and they kept it like a fucking top secret, not just from all of Europe, from the world, basically. And they were the only ones doing business with the Japanese. And so right away in episode 1, an Englishman and his ship just barely makes it to Japan, and they immediately imprison them. And I don't want to spoil too much of the plot, but it was so fucking gruesome. They boiled a man alive at one point. They boiled a man alive in a giant cauldron, and it was fucking horrific. So there's titties, there's gore, there's like feudal power struggles with like black powder weaponry and fucking samurai swords. I saw at least 2 people get decapitated, like ninja style. It was sick. And everybody's got those cool accents, and there's it's great acting. Love it. Shogun. Can't recommend it enough.
He starts carrying around a sword because he's president. Trump, parrot on the shoulder.
Parrot on the shoulder. I would like that. He's like, and you know what? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. But you know what my enemies are? And he's like, traitors. He's like, it's not me. It's not me saying it, folks. It's the parrot. I got this parrot. I can't get him to calm down. Now they're going to listen to this. The lying Democrats, they're coming after me for what someone trained my parrot to say. Like that would be good. You use the parrot to say things that he couldn't.
It's a great
idea. I think it's a good idea. But I don't know. I like the sword idea just as much.
But what I am into, although I don't have any, is swords. I like swords. Now I don't want to be that fucking
stupid
weeboo
question. Can you
fucking.
Yeah. Dude, I pray you get into swords in your late 30s.
Dude, get into swords.
Dude,
Swords
you need to be the sword
cool.
guy. Fuck the Zippo guy.
I got some plastic swords back there.
I want to be the blade. I'm going back to toothpick guy. I'm sorry. I took a step too far.
No, sword guy, commit.
Don't knock me.
Do it.
You can have toothpick guy. I remember when we picked these, when we drafted these, I'm still leaning on the wall, flipping a coin guy. And and I think that's a cool guy.
I really want to see you incompetently try to slice through one.
You also do that thing where you like walking across.
That'd be great.
I want to tune in to a new episode of PKA, and we go, Kyle, what new sword did you get this week? And you go, well, this
Every episode, Kyle has little bandages on his fingers.
He's like, dumbass, this is a katana, not a sword.
This is a.
I don't want to select.
Who got you katana?
Whenever I look at forged them, what I would want is something that took a lot of time to make and was like well crafted. From what I understand, the reason
find us a sword example that we could link up, like something
fear
that
not
you
the man with a
would love.
$1,000 sword. Fear the man with $1,001
your dream
sword.
blade.
Yeah, I don't
and
want to
I'm
be that
not doing it to make fun of you.
I would want. Fuck you.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh. I love it. How did you get that footage of me?
That guy had a gladius. That was a cool sword. So
that neat. I don't think that was a gladius.
Oh, I thought it was.
I don't think I've ever blacked out. I've fallen asleep, passed out.
Yeah, that's what you do. You fall.
But I've never. Yeah. But there's some people who just don't remember all the things they did for hours the night before, and I've never had that.
Oh, I've
or
definitely.
Did you?
Okay, well then, Lefty, fuck you.
Yeah. Oh.
I really don't think so. I'm much more. I don't know, the way I'm wired, I would fall asleep rather than have a wonderful night that I can't recall.
Yeah.
You have to. So what that is, that's drinking enough that your brain stops writing shit down.
Yeah.
I did that last hour of that drinking episode on here. I have poured this much out so far. I've got 3 shots in my mixed drink, which I'll be sipping on throughout the show, which is a Bloody Mary. But of course, it is time for a shot because we are beginning the show.
I got Wild Turkey 101. I've been drinking this since I was a wee lad.
I'm sorry, but we have a shot glass reveal from Mr. Gamertag.
What do we got?
That's retarded.
wait, there's more. There's more. So the shot glass is in here, and when you lift it,
All right, cheers, everyone.
Yeah, bottoms up. Ooh, it burns.
Did Woody go throw up?
I hope so. I hope he's tapping out already. That'd be great.
It's 6 minutes in. BRB.
Is he going to get more? Does he have a whole train set with liquor and shots or something?
No, this is great. This is fine.
Woody is not exaggerating when he says the last 3 times he drank have been our last 3 drinking episodes, and that spans back to like late 2016.
Yeah.
Like he does not drink at all. He asked Kyle, he's like, hey, this alcohol, if I just leave it in a bottle, will it stay okay? And we're like, yeah. It'll be fine. It's got alcohol in it.
It's not going to turn to like bread or something, is it?
I think we all did. Yeah, we all did it.
I had never experienced anything like that. I had no memory of what had happened, and people were telling me some of the mean things I had said, and I was watching it back, and you watch yourself back, and you're like, oh, you can almost remember being in that moment. You can like the words will trigger how you were even feeling in that moment. You can go back. I had no memory of those times or or that silliness of the last hour of that
That's
show.
how I don't remember those episodes too. Man, I'm glad to let's never do a drinking episode again. That sucks.
Kyle, I want to come back to reality for a second. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty bad, man. I'm feeling pretty bad. I feel pretty low.
Where in the liquor are you? Where in the liquor abyss?
You're feeling pretty drunk, right?
You're feeling like you're all alone.
I'm feeling really, really fucked up. I feel like I'm going to vomit tonight.
Kyle, can you hold up that bottle?
Keep in mind, there's 3 shots in the Bloody Mary, but we're pretty much through the bottle.
Look at Kyle's face right now. he's so fucking wasted.
No, it's good.
Kyle is doing his damnedest to keep it together for the show, but he is fucking wasted. We're due for another shot.
I can't be due for another shot.
I just had a shot.
I just had a shot, and I just feel so ill.
Taylor, like what happened to you?
So basically, like it got to around mid-teens, I was like, if I'm gonna believe this shit, I should know what they're saying. Like I should know. Like I was terrified. When I was 12, I got put on fucking SSRIs because I was so horrified.
Is that a meal that the army eats? Oh, okay.
No, SSRIs are like Prozac or Wellbutrin or one of those drugs where
prevents you from being gay.
It didn't work.
Basically.
Okay, that's number 1.
That's number 1. Is number 2 is Woody, I fucking see you, man.
What did I do?
Now you're giggling. You're giggling, you asshole. It's
sorry.
It's a problem.
It's time for a shot.
Yeah. Yes.
Woody is far too coherent.
And I'm also tweeting about it. As with all our drinking episodes, I give updates. I say Kyle, fucking hammered, suggesting a shot now. Woody,
I do think it's very fucked
drunk, but courteous.
Right. This whole thing.
Man, I wish Tito's was a fucking sponsor. This would be prime time.
Why do I spill every shot?
Unanimous gold medal winner of the World Spirit Competition. Gluten-free, distilled 6 times. Tito's vodka. Smooth.
You know what I'm loving is how clearly exhausted and drunk Dick and Kyle are. Kyle is so drunk, he's got fucking sunglasses inverted on his head to try and make it look like he still has his eyes open.
You guys want to fight about this or what?
If we did a PKA fight, Kyle versus Dick,
no,
I gotta say, like, how tall are you, Dick?
6 foot. Yeah.
7 foot, 7 or 8 feet tall.
He said 6.
All right,
earlier.
Dick is at least 7 feet tall, which means that Kyle, you got to be.
Hey, hold up your bottles. Hold up your bottles.
It doesn't do
Woody,
it.
Woody, hold up your bottles. Hold up your fucking spirits of elderberry, you fucking nerd. Tito's.
Dick, turn yours to the side so we can see.
What do you mean?
We
Over
can't
here.
see through the
Over
fucking
here.
label that you're
Up
holding
here.
up. There we go.
Kyle is killing that. But Kyle, he started with a full fifth. Did all of it really go into Kyle?
Yeah.
There's
Kyle, you finished that fifth?
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
there's a little
Kyle.
more in the mixed drink.
Oh.
It's weird. We're talking, and then like out of the blue, Kyle's audio got really good, and he said, "There's but it was perfect. There's I'm chatty.
Look at this fucking guy.
He's gonna kill it. He's gonna end the fifth, and then I'll have a half hour of a non-drinking show.
I have another fifth.
You don't need another fifth, Kyle. I'm a friend. Just
No,
you
Kyle's
won.
doing great.
Congratulations.
All right, let's have another big drink. I honestly thought, Kyle, when you were like, "Oh, I bought a fresh bottle," I was like, "Oh, I'll keep up with him. I'll keep up." I can't fucking believe that you have demolished a whole fifth of vodka in this time. That's insane. That's fucking insane. Dick is agreeing with me through his facial movements.
Look at Kyle. Look at his fucking eyes. Look at this fucking guy.
This is my
Dude,
look of it.
Kyle looks like a goddamn maniac right now.
Yeah.
This is my look of intensity.
But Dick, where's up your bottle? Because I feel
Which
like
one?
I'm asshole. The one you're drinking out of.
Well, I mean, there's this one, and it's ow.
Oh, you
Kicked.
asshole. So you drank the whole bottle.
You're just
Yeah,
catching up to that now?
Yeah, I drank the whole
He
bottle.
got a second
didn't
bottle.
know.
Do you remember that conversation?
No, yeah,
This
I
is-
do, but
this is
I didn't
bottle
know that
number
he
2.
actually cashed that whole first bottle. I
Yeah,
had
and
no
then
idea.
and then I made sure that nobody was going to give me shit, so I finished off the mixed drink too.
Most.
Oh shit! Oh, that'll clean up.
Jesus. Okay, I feel like a bitch. I gotta.
Yeah. I drank a fifth of fucking vodka and then cracked open another goddamn bottle. I drank an incomprehensible amount of liquor.
Yeah, you probably had like a 2-day hangover where you just felt bad for a
That was
long
good.
while.
I don't get hangovers.
Do we have any election predictions here? What do you guys think?
Oh, we've got
Texas is going blue.
I think they both have a bet.
Texas is going blue.
Yeah, listen to me. Hear it out.
Hold on, let me look at the polls.
Pornhub has
Yeah.
been banned in Texas now. The
What hap-
Republicans have banned Hub out of Texas and my own state of North Carolina, and I don't know how many more. I think this is the true third rail of politics. That when Republicans start fucking with the sperm bank, they're going to start losing votes.
I don't think.
I got- you know what that's going to do?
See, Taylor's falling right
Texas
into it.
loves
People
that.
in public will say, "Nah, it's
At
okay
first
to
they
ban
will.
porn. It might be good for America." But in private, they pull that lever for the Democrats.
I've got
Texas,
some bad
Texas
news.
birth rate skyrocketing. No abortion, no porn.
The polls right now. Trump
Texas
is looking.
babies.
Trump is looking good in Texas. I'm just saying.
Oh well,
How
how's
much-
it got banned today?
Plus
How does it look
29,
in-
plus 8.
How does it look in a real purple state like Georgia?
Georgia,
Actually,
all the
you're
swing
right.
states, all the swing states right now are like slightly in favor of Trump. I think
So
in the aggregate.
I don't remember the date when I made my Trump bets.
Yeah, too early to tell now.
But it's like a year at least ago, like before, like long before anything got started. I just, it's a few things. It has nothing to do with what happens in the day in and day out. I just think Biden is too old and he's not beloved. He doesn't have that Clinton magic or that George W. magic. He's not beloved, and you
definitely not the Obama magic.
Doesn't have that either. He's not running a scam. But Trump, on the other hand, there are people who there's going to be the anti-Trump vote that goes to Biden, but I just don't think hate gets you out if you're on the left. I don't think you can bank on hating Trump or being afraid of Trump to get your guy elected, and that's why I bet on Trump.
Get him out there more. Get people like show the public like, yes, he stammers, yes, he stutters, but if you put him in a long form interview, he can get into like deep detail about like complicated geopolitical stuff. And he might stammer, but he's not dumb and he's not demented. But
I think he definitely is not entirely with it.
What makes you say that out of curiosity?
Seeing the way that he kind of hoovers around the stage, needs constant assistance and people walking up to guide him, makes gaffes, not understanding who he's discussing, where he's discussing about. He's just not with it. Like if it were anyone else but Trump, I feel like they would replace this guy and go with someone who's way more capable and that they were comfortable putting in front of the country more. Because like how many times have you seen him like about to answer a question and his like wife scurries over real quick and ushers him off?
I don't know if I've ever seen that, but
I haven't seen
I understand what you're saying. Optically, there's no question that he has never been a skilled orator, but 10 years ago, he was way better on a microphone than he is now. There's no question that he's lost
an old man. He's like 82.
Would you rather die peacefully in your bed, or would you rather die like seeing a fucking enormous comet coming to hit the earth?
The comet. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. 1,000 times the other one.
I'm with you.
1,000 times the other one. Let me tell you why. All right, so I'm going to make up a scenario. You can co-sign it if you want, but the scenario is like, the asteroid's coming and it's going to like knock humanity out. If 3 months to go, I would love that. That's so much better than dying peacefully in my sleep. I get 3 months of like craziness, doing whatever the fuck I want. I get to see the coolest fireworks show of all time. I'm not going to try to be one of the privileged few to starve in the bunkers and
the Greenland tunnels.
I'm gonna get on a high mountain somewhere and I'm gonna fucking watch that shit go down. I'm gonna be drunk and high and get my dick sucked. It's gonna be great.
Witnessing something like that would be incredible. So like, I don't know. I think
might work out because I'd like to be on a mountain sucking dick when it happens.
Would you fucking just full send and just do some heroin or what?
Oh yeah,
I want Molly.
I do. I would
if
do
there's
all
no
the drugs.
tomorrow. I just take too much Molly.
I think I would take I think I would get on all the drugs. I think meth sometimes if you're having fun, like if I was doing like, I don't know, if I decided I wanted to go like do some skydiving or something, I'm going to skydive on meth. All right. Like if I'm going to do an adventure shit, if I've got a month and I'm going to die in a month, maybe I knock out a little bucket list and on there's some sort of adventure sport nonsense I want to do. Or maybe I just go on some quick vacation to Hawaii. And while I'm there, they're like, oh, you can do this thing. And I'm like, there's no way I'm not jumping the ramp over that active volcano. Sure, strap me in. So because we're gonna die in a week anyway. So I would want to do shit like that on meth. I'd want to be like really fucking into it.
Worst drug for the comet coming is weed. 0% chance I'm smoking weed as the comet is coming down.
It's not gonna be chill. It's gonna be like,
like when you smoke weed, you want to already be in a nice space of like relaxation.
You don't want to be. You're gonna be like, what if there's hell? Like, I
really say that. Don't say that. Oh, why did you say that? Now it's in my head. Oh, what if there is hell? Oh shit, we messed up bad, boys.
Big time. Could go real south.
Taylor, what can we do? You know God, right? You were baptized. Tell me what to do.
I'm going to try and save you at the last
You've
minute.
been washed in the blood of the Lamb, right?
Come with me. I'll get you.
Were you a carpenter?
I need an ark, Woody, fast.
Yeah, life would get bananas with a
fireproof ark.
A long time ago, I was in Target and I wanted to know who sang that song, Hey Delilah. Well, there were like 13-year-olds in Target, and I was like, they're totally gonna know,
Yeah.
So I was like, hey guys, who sings Hey Delilah? I wanted to buy like a CD or something, and they're like, that song is fucking gay. And it's like,
I like that song too.
So, but I didn't beat them up for it. It's like, all right. But that's the exact same scenario as Mike Perry and a 72-year-old man. There aren't many 13-year-olds who can hang with me, but I chose not to beat them up, even though they were rude. Mike Perry could take a page out of that.
To catch you up, Kyle, Woody asked some 13-year-olds at the store who sang "Hey There, Delilah," and they called him gay.
So we've heard this guy before. You will remember him.
Was he the money guy?
Insane life help question. Hey, I'm the guy you answered months ago that blew a ton of money from stocks. I have continued to blow my stocks, but to be honest, Kyle never messages me back, so I've just been blowing more money. Okay, you're right. This is all Kyle's fault.
100%.
I've been in Europe for 3 months now. I'm getting my Italian citizenship. My question is, what do I do now? I have 110,000 left. I've spent hundreds of thousands on good times. But Woody or Kyle, how do I turn what I have left into something meaningful? I feel so lost. No family, no friends, only escorts, which I know will never love me. I put $15,000 on the Reds money line last week and came up big enough to last another year, sustaining the lifestyle I know won't last forever.
Holy shit.
I have always looked up to you guys as older brothers or parental figures, and I know the fans have done the same. At this point, after blowing hundreds of thousands of dollars that my grandmother gave me, what do I do? I have just over 110K left in my stocks, and I feel like I'm at a loss. Dude. I'm not sure any of you have heard the term passport, bro, but it means to travel for sex. I feel as if I'm relegated to that. I know eventually my funds will run out, but there's nothing in my life that comes close to the satisfaction of when I do hookers and blow. It is incredibly sad to say, but Woody is the closest thing I have to a father, and Kyle is the closest thing I have to a brother. Taylor, you're not in this.
Wow, the fuck. Hey, keep doing fucking coke and hookers, loser.
I need help.
Don't listen to him. He's not one of us.
It's the last sentence. I need help, and it's incredibly sad to realize the closest thing that I have to that is a podcast.
Oh, that's okay. We're a real little family over here. See, what you need to do is you're paying $10, I think, to ask us that question. If you chip in 40 more of Granny's money, you can slide over into the PKA Discord like a big boy, and we could chat this out for 2 hours at a time. Have y'all been following the P. Diddy thing?
Not enough.
Oh my God, P. Diddy's a monster. It turns out he's been buggering the boys of R&B and rap for like 15 years. He's been in trafficking ladies for his whole life, and he was smart enough to hire a guy to record it all for him. But who he also molested.
Yeah, like you don't want to. He molested the Hush Man.
he molested his cook. She was like, he would have me come and serve him and his other male sexual partners while they were engaged in activities, and serve them foods and make me look at their bodies and ask me if I wanted to join them. And so she settled. And then he hired this other guy who was for some other job. Like it was one of those things that you see it a lot in the entertainment industry. Someone gets hired as an editor, but ends up being your videographer forever. Mm-hmm. That's what happened. And by videographer, I mean, yo, record the cool shit I do all the time. And he's like, you sure you want me to record all this cool shit? Because it's like 99% illegal. Record the cool and it's the recording. It's just like cocaine everywhere. Like it's like fancy. It's that pink cocaine. It's pills and marijuana and shrooms and girls. Yeah.
For a second, thus far, I've heard some illegal things, but I haven't seen anything that goes against the PKA code of morality.
Oh, there's like lots of
sex, lots of drugs. This is
the part.
He has this. This guy was also his procurer. He'd be like
molesting.
Yeah.
Who does he molest?
The underage girls in the videos.
Oh wait.
That's really the crux of it.
We didn't mention this part. You're like sex with men, and I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Cool shit.
And then sex with lots of people at the same time. Oh, we've established he's cool. All right, now what?
Designer cocaine.
Yeah, he's getting cool.
Yeah,
this guy should be Hunter Biden's friend.
Yeah, there's pictures of him like smooching on underage girls. His son smooching on underage girls.
Well, how old was his son? Maybe his son was underage.
Nah, he was not.
Damn it.
P. Diddy is like 50 or something, maybe 60. And then the other guy, the guy's he's like, and he tried to molest me. But then the best part is he throws all these other guys under the
Now he's
bus for getting
flexing.
molested by P. Diddy. So guys like Meek Mill and guys like Usher, who were clearly P. Diddy's butt boys for like a decade to get their careers going. Guys like Justin Bieber, who are in all these videos getting touched on and felt up by P. Diddy. He's like, yeah, little man's under my wing now.
I did see that video where like that all the Diddy stuff came out and people were like, this really makes that private 48-hour little mini vacation he took alone with Justin Bieber when he was 15 look different, doesn't it? And it's like, wait, this was public knowledge already that he took a little private vacation with a 15-year-old boy? Like, no normal guy wants to do that. Like yeah, that's insane. Like you should have.
So
writing
cute.
was on
You
the
can
wall
understand.
there.
Yeah, I mean with Bieber, maybe
bangs.
With Bieber's bangs,
He had those bangs back in the day. Kyle had that haircut, I think. X-Jaws did.
That's a good helmet. That's a good haircut. Yeah, look at that.
He looks terrified.
Nothing
dude.
nefarious going on there. He's just learning.
That's
He's just
cute.
He's just earning $1. That's all.
Sometimes a 41-year-old man just takes his 15-year-old protege on a private vacation in the woods with no cell service. Like this is
Usher's.
And poor Justin Bieber.
Usher's first music video. PD's driving the car and Usher's sitting on the hood. And I was like, why is Usher sitting on the hood like a lady? And he's up on the hood. He's rapping and shit. And PD's driving the car like riding around. It never looked good. Oh my God! Last week we were talking about the Russian terrorists, and I felt bad seeing they'd been tortured, and we talked about how there's no death penalty in Russia. I saw what a Russian prison looks like today. I watched some YouTube video. It was awful. That they're not allowed to sit or stand during or lay down during the day. They have to be up moving around. When they move them from cell to cell, they handcuff them and lurch them all the way over blindfolded, so they never see anything in the prison beside their 5x5 cell. They're always blindfolded when they leave their cell to be moved anywhere. That everyone is essentially on side watch because so many of them are trying to kill themselves.
Other countries have so many fewer inmates. How do they manage that? Are they not prosecuting? Do they have that much less crime? Are they not catching?
I would think they have less crime overall, right? I don't know.
Interesting to see exactly what percentage less crime.
Yeah, like you gonna tell me that nobody's shoplifting in Russia? These are poor people. There must be a lot of shoplifting in Russia.
Maybe it's difference between like drug convictions or violent crime. Like what sends you to jail or what sends you to prison versus what just gives you a fine or something, or like home law.
That makes sense too. Yeah, just the sentence is much shorter. Or they give more warnings. I don't know.
Isn't there something in a
I don't. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this scenario. Fuck. Once again, everyone knows the joke but me.
Wow.
Oh man, you got another topic? I got a weird one for you.
So how's showing your penis online?
I guess there's a solar eclipse running through America. And I thought I might get on my bike and ride over to Ohio and check it out. I don't think I've ever seen a full solar eclipse before.
Yeah, you may as well. How far away is that from you?
500 miles, maybe, something like that. It's a good drive for a non-Midwestern.
Yeah, I was gonna say just you got a whole day at the end of that. Like you just
it says it's about an 8.5 hour drive. My experience is that is a full day on a motorcycle, which is probably how I'll do it.
Okay,
and it's a little more tiring, so you stop for longer. Like in a truck, 8 hours I'll eat while I'm driving and just get there. On a bike, it'll be like, oh, finally it's fucking lunchtime. I need a break.
Oh, but have you considered this? This is the first one I've actually found about the eclipse. I've scrolled back so far. It's absolutely impossible to have a shadow. Love that. Love the confidence. Love the confidence on this part. It is absolutely impossible to have a shadow of the moon, umbra, of 170 miles wide during an eclipse if the moon's diameter is 2,159 miles.
all right, that guy's a fucking retard because that's like
this guy
high school geometry math. That's like some easy math when you figure out exactly why the moon perfectly covers the sun because you know the distances to both of them and the size of both of them. It's ridiculous. Like it's a really interesting coincidence. If I were a creationist, I'd be like, look, it fucking fits. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Kyle doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's an ignorant globy.
Yeah, this is a fucking globy.
Listen, the moon is small, the sun is big. You can't block it out. Stop it. Stop it with your nonsense.
It's coming.
This guy thinks so. The moon is 2,200.
I'll believe
miles,
it when I see it.
and he's not even disputing the like cover up part. He's just saying that the shadow isn't big enough.
The shadow that would be cast.
Shadow is only 170 miles in diameter, but the moon is bigger than that. And us globies are fucking fools.
It's because of the distance between us and the moon. It's like 250,000 miles. Oh,
I've
been watching true crime shit, and I saw one today. This lady murdered her 2 children so that she'd have more time to fuck her dog.
The fact that you're watching true crimes makes you a little bit woman.
I was going to call it gay immediately. I'm so glad we're on the same page here, Woody. No straight man I know watches true crime.
That is totally chick.
Yeah.
What is true crime? Maybe I don't understand.
No, I'm sure it's a lot of fun. You put your robe on and you sashay into the kitchen to get your popcorn, and then you come back out and throw your feet under you like that.
I don't understand. I don't understand what true crime. What makes true. So what I'm watching is, a documentary about a lady who murdered her children. Is that's the gay part?
Yeah.
Yeah. Being into you didn't know this? True crime is like an almost entirely female genre.
You don't like watching like interrogation videos and police investigations? Like this is more like the first.
Okay, you'll get me on this. The actual interrogation, I went through a phase a couple of years ago where I found a YouTube channel that it was literally just like unedited 2-3 hour videos or minimally edited.
The last couple have gone pretty for France. If I was France, I'd be like, hey, we got to do something.
They did okay in 1.
Really.
They're eager to make up for their record in 2 because like World War II was like that was a 4-0 sweep in a 7-game.
They got posterized. They got
posterized.
They're that guy with Jordan's junk in their ear.
Yeah, they are.
But it's Hitler's junk.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would be worried
if we were Larry Bird coming in.
If I was Poland or France, I'd be like, this is coming. Like, you don't want that again.
I went to Wikipedia to like look at France's military history. And I tried to scroll to the bottom like a UFC fighter and look for the grid, like the win loss. It's not there. It's all in paragraph form.
Wait, you're telling me war's more complex?
I just wanted W's and L's, maybe judge scores. I don't know.
I'm sure that exists somewhere. Oh yeah, I would imagine they got a very high win.
France would have a very high win rate. They were fucking warmongers back in the day.
They have a wildly impressive military history. It's just like when you lose in the finals most recently.
Hang on a minute.
There's a wicked
That's
story.
That's like saying the Bulls have like a great championship like pedigree, but we're just talking about the Jordan era. It's almost not fair to say that France is great because they had Napoleon, like the greatest military leader of all time, like just ran
he still lost
Europe.
Like for hundreds.
He eventually he lost twice.
Before Napoleon, they had leaders in winning wars.
But see, he's like the GSP of fucking war of emperors, right?
But he also
lost once or twice. But
his losses were massive though. Like he trying to invade Russia and like losing half of the fucking army in the winter. That's a big fucking loss, man.
You know how big that army was? That was like an 800,000 man army. They got whittled down to 50,000.
That's a lot of fucking loss.
Dude, Russia's not a place you want to go in winter. Seems like war goes badly when you're like, hey, let's go into this tundra wasteland that's freezing, and fight in like fucking January.
Have you ever heard the story of Napoleon apparently had a cavalry assault on ships? So like there was like a frozen like lake or something, and a navy was stuck inside the frozen lake, and it's the only recorded time in history where they cavalry charge ships. It's like,
can you imagine being the sailor who was like waking up to empty his piss bucket and a fucking mounted Frenchman comes charging by and hits you with a fucking lance?
It was the Dutch, and the Dutch have used their influence to bury that. because you can't come back from losing a naval battle to guys on horseback.
No,
That's
you can't.
embarrassing.
What would they ride? The seahorses? Like you got conquered by fucking Aquaman. You fucking stupid Dutch cunts.
Well, let's see what happened here. The capture of the Dutch fleet at Dan Helden on the night of January 23rd, 1795, presents a rare occurrence of an interaction between warships and cavalry in which a French Revolutionary Hussar regiment came close to a Dutch fleet frozen at anchor at Nieuwedeep or some shit, just east of the town of Dan Helder. After some of the Hussars had approached across the frozen Nieuwedeep, the French cavalry negotiated that all 14 Dutch warships would remain at anchor. The capture of ship by horsemen is an extremely rare feat in military history. No shit.
It feels like a one-off, we call it extremely rare, but I feel like that's got to be a one-off.
And you can't even go down like master and commander style gloriously.
Yeah.
Just, you're looking down at the people you're surrendering to as they neigh. That would be so embarrassing.
Yeah.
Well, good for the French. Holy shit. That tire fire thing Kyle said is correct. There's a Nigerian forum called Nairaland, and I just looked up tire fires, and here's on a message board. Looks like a clip from an article.
Is there a link or a picture?
Yes, it was a little sketchy. I had to click I was human to get on it. Here, I'll read what it says. General Manager of Abia State Environmental Protection Agency, Dr. Cosmos Ndukwe, has raised the alarm over health implications of consuming goats roasted with tires. According to him, the act could cause cancer, kidney problems, and even madness, among others. Speaking with
Also
members
homosexuality.
what could cause homosexuality? Speaking with members of the executives of Correspondence Chapel of Abia State Council of Nigeria Union of Journalists, paid him a visit in his office in Umuahi, Ndukwe said efforts were on to relocate slaughterers from Aba River and to stop them from using tires to roast goats killed in the area because of grave health hazards, including but not limited to becoming gay. He also complained that wasn't in there. He also complained that despite repeated warnings, the slaughterers still roast killed animals with imported tires, thereby contaminating the meats with heavy metals such as lead, which he said could hardly be removed through boiling.
That one dude with the blue shirt had dope arms and shoulders.
They all are very cut.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, I didn't see the picture.
I have a question, by the way.
Of the African cutness, Woody?
Yeah, I think I'm starting a goat and tire diet.
Yeah.
See how it works for me.
Yeah, we can sell that like a pre-made meal called Mad Fitness. You'll lose your mind with fitness.
Can you show that guy with the arms again, Zach?
It was the shoulder really that was popping, eh?
Yeah, the shoulder.
That shoulder cup like that. Yeah.
Dude, I was doing lat raises.
I have that like on my most fit day ever, like being at a certain angle. At a certain angle.
5'7".
Yeah, I need to see a full picture. I need to see what I would look like standing.
Got a nice ass.
You
too.
tower over this dude.
Because
they ain't got
I
no
feel
protein here, bro. Yeah. If they do, it's smoked in tires.
Yeah,
that
and
guy would steal my girlfriend. I'm fucked.
that guy's got AIDS.
You know what?
You think he's dancing? That's how he walks. He's all crippled up.
He's got so much fucking tire smoke in him.
Yeah, you know what? I'd steal his girlfriend. You know why? Chicks like money.
There he is. Look at him go.
Yeah, everybody's got to have hobbies.
Jesus Christ.
Once again, our national pastime has been rejected from the Olympic Committee.
No one voted for the tire jump. Huh?
Nobody
Jesus.
Asmongold. Yeah, he's a huge streamer, and he
blood on his wall.
He posted pictures of it, and it's disgusting. I saw a clip of him. There was a roach crawling on him.
And you saw the blood on his wall?
Is that him?
It was it was crawling on.
How many of us are willing to move their webcam around?
Well, let's not throw stones in glass houses here, boys. Nothing wrong with a hard-working streamer. That's what I always say.
I mean, it was tax season, so there's personal documents. So I won't do that, nor will I do it next week.
Move a few things. Hang on.
I can relate.
Yeah.
He's got what's it called? He has blood all over his wall because he wakes up in the middle of the night and his
Well, he's
teeth
got
were
a-
bleeding.
Is that a
So
sex
he would
doll or
wipe
is that
it
a
on
big
the-
titty friend?
His-
I don't
He's
know.
a big titty friend.
Wait, his teeth are bleeding in the middle of the night?
Yeah, he wake up in the middle of the night, his teeth would be bleeding, so he'd wipe the blood on his wall.
Oh, that's
so
looking
there
at
all these
roach on him.
teeth blood stains next to the wall that
All
he
right,
sleeps next
so-
to.
Yeah, and there's
so
a
let's
bug.
let's break this down. So because honestly, I'm okay with it. I this is okay. So
What-
my room
what?
isn't my room isn't anything like this, but as I look at this, it's not that bad. So up on the shelf on the top left, I see a bunch of electronic cases, graphics
Mhm.
cards, and it looks like he built a PC.
Find
or
us
two,
the
right?
full photos, Zach, because there's a bunch of rotten food in the photo I see.
Okay, yeah, because that's what I'm only seeing one thing of food that's clearly probably gross. There's like
You have to look at the
burrito
reflection
bowl.
on the screen. There's a
That
cup there.
aluminum
That cup
thing.
has Dr. Pepper in it. Probably
I see
from,
too, Kyle.
like,
On the
a
left
long
near
time
the
ago.
computer, there's some
Yeah,
sort of pie dish
like a
type thing.
burrito bowl or something like
But
that.
if you look straight ahead by the monitor, there's more. Are those eggs?
There.
Okay,
One I saw.
okay, we hit the mother load. So now what I'm seeing is that he shops at Costco and he buys enormous crates of Lay's variety packs.
He's very frugal.
Holy shit!
And he's also extremely loaded, I would imagine. He
Oh,
puts
yeah,
out
of course.
content like crazy.
I was just watching the video. Of
This
his
is the
today,
house
yeah.
he grew up in, I think. But all the cups freak me out. They're all like Dr. Pepper big gulps.
You know they're gross in there, so there's like mold and stuff.
Yeah, but he also doesn't. He used to not brush his teeth. He had like a black thing growing on his tooth for a while.
That's wild because like
Mm-hmm.
the collection of cups that cleans up, and I bet I could clean that in under a minute if you challenge me.
Yeah, if you're holding a trash bag in one hand and you're
Right.
getting shit done.
Dude, if I was in that room and there was some circumstance that I was there, I would be like, hey, you got trash bags, right? And I would do that real quick because I'd be like, I can't be in here.
What do you do when you start finding gross stuff that you want to deal with?
Get some
You know what I mean?
gloves. I'm gonna be like, hey, let's if you want, make it a stream. Like let's get a little done here.
Wifey used to do that. Wifey used to be like cleaning my room streams, or like he'd do like, oh, you remember Road to Commander? He'd do like Road to a Clean Bedroom, but he'd
I don't know
never
who's-
like make it to
who-
Commander. White Boy
who
7th
is-
Street.
Oh no, not white, but who is this
Where's
we're
the
looking
cum?
at?
do
Is
you
this
think?
Asmund again, right?
Where's the cum? Yeah, it's the same. It's the same room. You're gonna think it's a different angle. Where's the Where's the cum?
So I don't
Where's
mind
cum
the
go?
clutter.
Where's the cum
Like,
go though? Where's the cum?
look at he's got a boom box in there.
But where is the cum?
The
Well,
cum,
what's
the
that?
jism.
What is this?
Okay, look
That's
at
his
this.
room.
Look at this. Look at
Well,
that.
it looks like at some point someone cleaned it up for him. Clearly,
Yeah, but I mean, anyway,
Where's
it gets
the
clean.
cum?
you can tell he just cleaned it because the impressions
on the wall
of,
next to the tooth.
there were impressions of
Did
items
he
that
go
had been on
back?
the carpet.
Oh, it says
The
today
impre-
I finished.
See where this PC is?
Yeah,
See
you
where
wrote
that
today I
PC is?
finished. Where's the cum then?
Yeah, look right there. See, you can see where the PC used to sit right there, and then above that another one. So he just cleaned this shit.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
this
just
is
saying.
who cares?
That's
if
gotta
he
feel
hired
so
someone?
much better.
Yeah,
It's so
no,
much less stressful to be in
It was
than
4 years ago.
It's
terrible
got to be
room.
healthier too, right? Like that.
Yeah,
mold
but
in
this
those
is 4
cups
years
gross.
ago, so it's probably
Oh
fucked
well,
up
shit.
now.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So one time he cleaned his room. Cool. I watch those police shootings daily, and I'm always shocked at how
he really
bad
does.
they-
Ed, he watches so many people die.
Shout out Police Activity Channel, best in the business.
Most of
guy,
our
man.
pre-shows start with Kyle telling us about someone he saw die that day.
Yeah, yeah.
He sends
crazy
me
shit.
so many like South American carnival accidents and like cops
They're on the
killing
swings.
people.
They're on the swings.
Yeah.
Somebody parked
I
the
saw
truck
like
too
he sent
close.
me
and
a
every
video.
person's hitting the truck. Bam, bam.
He sent me a video of what was clearly like a Honduran festival with one of those like spinny chair things. I didn't even open it because I'm like, this isn't going to be
Damn.
generative. This isn't
Damn.
going to bring me mirth or joy. It's just going to be sad. I don't want to watch people get hurt.
I've been watching Kia Boys content, and most recently Andrew Callahan from Channel 5 News on YouTube. Shout out to him, just doing the Lord's work. His channel's exploding, just doing so well. Did like a 40-minute
Is he
thing
the all
about the
brakes,
Kia
no
Boys.
gas guy?
Used to be, now he's
Okay.
obviously doing his own thing, killing it. He did a thing on the Kia Boys, and so I can't remember what shithole city he went to, but one of them. And he's wearing a fucking ski mask in a car, stealing cars with the Kia Boys. He makes the best YouTube videos. He's like, I kind of feel bad, but they're
Only kinda like stealing
He's
cars.
like we're like 20 minutes into a 40-minute video or something. He's like, it's at this point when I realize these guys are all underage. Like he's riding around stealing cars with children, and by that point, by the end, they take him to their hangout which is an old building they sit on the top of like little kids would. And they sit up there and talk about like, what do you think about your dad? If he came back around, would you want to talk to him? And they're like, hell no. He wouldn't have from me. And it's like, these are like 14-year-old kids stealing Kias. And what they do to her, you may not know. All right, so here's what the Kia boys do and why there are Kia boys and why it's a whole like Instagram fucking TikTok sensation. Kias and Hyundais are so fucking shitty that you can go in there like in the movies and with your bare hands if you're a strong man, but usually with a screwdriver or something, you can pop that plastic away from the column on the steering wheel, and then you just take like a USB, like the part that goes into not your device but the other end. You stick that in the ignition and you fucking go. You fucking go.
Like
that's it.
Huge oversight.
Like in the movies, they at least get the wires out and start sparking. Come on, twist them together. Like none of that's necessary. They just fucking pop that USB in where the key should go, because now they got the plastic shit off, I guess, and they start that shit up. And so the business model is you're going to sell them to someone who's going to do a bigger crime. So it's mostly kids doing it. So they get maybe $100 a car, if that, risking jail time, but they're underage, so it's juvie and shit, but risking their lives too. They don't steal the car like they're a fucking driver with fucking leather gloves pulling off a heist carefully, like Mr. Wolf from fucking Pulp Fiction. Don't think that. They take the wheel and jerk it left, right as hard as they can, and they massacre their way down like streets having fun, full of people all hanging out the windows like Saudis, like trashing the cars, running over shit. And then they rob the car too and sell anything that's in it. Then they sell it to a real like actual criminal, like going to do a drive-by.
Right, because the Grand Theft Auto people are make-believe criminals.
Yeah,
they are
not real criminals.
Well,
they're causing huge problems
people they're
for
selling
normal people. They're just causing problems for those millionaires who own all their Kias. Not everyday workaday folk.
Well, what I'm saying is that it's murderers and like armed robbers that they're providing cars for, like getaway cars, because they want to do their thing in an anonymous-ish car, then like drive away to their real car and get, you know what I mean? You can imagine how this is going down. But it was wild to see how brazen and just not give a fuck they are about
what country
are cops.
The United States of America.
I think this was huge in Chicago.
Everywhere.
Like,
it started. I think it started in maybe Milwaukee or something. I can't remember where.
Have you seen those clips online of people who are spending like 10 grand plus to do like pretend boot
6
camps?
a day, 3 days, $18,000 alpha man camp. That's what it is.
I'm strong. Move forward. Move forward. Move forward. I'm a man. Forward. I am. Move I am a man. I am a man. I am a man.
Is it called Alpha Man Camp?
No, but it's the best way for me to like condense it down to two or three words.
$6 a day.
$6,000 a day for 3 days. $18,000. You basically go through like pseudo SEAL training, and there's lots of like learning to be assertive, learning to like be physical, learning resilience, stuff like that. And there's a lot. I saw one guy who I guess had some sort of like, he had a hard time being assertive, and the coach or the drill sergeant, more apt probably, is like, I'm not getting out of your way. You're gonna move me. And he's just like sort of moving him out of the way. He's like, move me out of your way if you want to get there. You want this? You want to be a man? You gotta go through me, Sergeant Slaughter. I got you for 3 minutes.
I am a man. I am a man. I am a man.
I wonder if it works at all. Because, like, here's where I'm coming from on that. I sometimes read self-help books, and it makes me a better me for weeks or even a month.
That's Sergeant Slaughter right there.
Yeah.
At one point, he pulled out a knife, and he's like, if you're going to horse around and you're not going to take Sergeant Slaughter seriously, you see this tattoo? I might as well carve it out of my flesh.
By the way, Alan, your check did not clear.
But I bet you it's like a self-help book, that it has sort of a temporary impact in making you a little better, maybe.
Can I tell you what I heard coming out of a stall?
I can imagine.
Yeah, probably.
I'm watching. I went washing my hands, and I just hear this dude behind me go, "Oh, why is this happening to me?"
We've all been there, brother.
I wish you replied that.
You know why, boy?
He's sitting over there. He's like, Lord, I haven't spoken to you in a long time.
You see the internet question going wild. Like, if your daughter's lost in the woods, would you rather her found
If you
by
are.
a man or a bear?
Yeah, a person.
I heard it as your daughter, but maybe I heard it differently than normal.
Yeah, it started out as like you because they're asking whores. They're asking they're asking whores on podcasts like, "Hey, whore on a podcast, would you rather bump into a man or a bear walking, jogging through a path in the woods?" And all of them say a bear.
I choose the bear. Beautiful.
The man.
The man. I would choose the bear.
I would choose the bear.
Wait, say it one more time. I think we missed it.
I would choose the bear.
Okay. Why?
Because like a man that I don't know sounds really scary.
Yeah, in the forest too.
In the forest.
He's doing something. I don't like that.
Hey, whore, are you going to give the answer that's reasonable or the one that drives engagement to your OnlyFans? I'm going to give the engagement driving answer. No one actually wants to see a bear more than a dude with like a flashlight.
No,
Go read the Reddit comments.
I have friends that do. So in my, I have these like flying Facebook Messenger chats. Everybody from Florida would rather see a bear. What does that say about Florida?
What does it say about people?
And what kind of bear are we talking? I'm not just up on this.
You don't have any details on the bear or the man. That's part of the question.
Okay. Am I lost in the woods or I'm just in the woods?
In my question, it was a daughter. But if it's you, I don't know if that makes a difference. It does. Men are less scared of men, I think.
Okay. If my daughter's lost in the woods.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole crux of the question is that it's a woman.
Okay. And is she the woman lost? Or is she just out and about?
She's jogging through the woods and she's going to come upon a man or a bear. Which would you prefer, ladies? They all say bear.
Okay, well then they're retards. You want a grizzly bear?
So you went straight to grizzly or polar, right? Like, there are other kinds of bears. What if it was koala?
The implication is that it is a grizzly bear. It's the whole point, the whole crux of the question again is that would you rather run into an apex predator or a man? That's the real question. We say bear because bears are big, scary predators. Okay. Nobody who formed the question or whom is answering the question is imagining a koala bear or a cuddly bear.
Well,
we're picturing a scary monster.
I didn't watch the horror podcast. By the time the question got to me,
we didn't watch the horror podcast, Kyle. We're sorry.
I didn't either. I'm just filling in the gap for those who can't.
When it got to me, it was your daughter's lost in the woods.
It's so funny because I agree exactly with what you're saying.
Of course.
Yeah, that like you have to be a stone cold retard to be like, oh, my daughter's out in the woods. I'd rather her come across a hungry bear who's a apex predator than a dude who could I'll say 100% be more adept at getting someone out of the woods.
Hang on, is it a white guy?
Oh, now.
No details on the man or the bear. That was
exactly. You see the point? It's a man. It's a man. That's what matters because it's not about race because that would make people uncomfortable. It's about men and how toxic masculinity is and how women have to live in fear of men every day because they've been trained to.
Wah. Go play with your bear in the woods, ladies.
I think I'd rather bump into the bear just because I think bears are fucking cool, right? Like I want to see a bear.
Dude, a bear's gonna fuck you up so
Depends
quickly.
on the bear. I've chased off.
I can outrun a bear.
You cannot outrun a bear. You cannot outrun a bear.
I can run like the wind, Taylor. You don't even know. First of all, the bear doesn't know it's in a race. So when I take off, he's gonna be a little confused at first.
Dude, when the bear sees you running, that grizzly instinct is gonna be like prey. And then it's not a big cat.
Praying's not gonna help, big boy. You can't catch me.
It's not a big cat that's going to go clump.
I'm telling you, I'm 100% on this.
Taylor, in your scenario, the bear still doesn't win the race because he stops when he catches Kyle, huh? Now nobody wins.
He wins when he's shitting Kyle out into a cave.
That's not how you win races.
Top speed's only 30 miles per hour, Taylor. You don't think you can run 30 miles per hour?
You're right.
Shit, only 30? My bad.
Damn, that's okay. I was prepared to lie, and that's faster than I thought they could go. 30 miles an hour, those are big.
What if you were dying? Would you throw one up? Like, just in case you're up there. I did try to be a good man. I did do my best. And I hope you looked down and it made you proud.
If it made
You're
someone
real.
else feel good, I'd do that for sure.
Oh, see what I'm talking about, Taylor? He's the zero belief. I've got a little. Like you shake the tank and you can hear some in there.
Yeah.
Woody's canteen, just sand comes out.
Yeah, I've definitely got the
Here you go.
most of us.
Here you go, Mr. Frodo. You can have some from mine. And there's just a little left in there for me. But Woody's canteen dry on the face. My goodness.
Yeah, I don't.
I would not sell my soul.
No, I would never sell my soul. That's a bad move. It's because you talked about selling your soul to the devil a couple weeks ago.
That's what it is. Things have been going wrong.
Apparently, it's hard to sell yourself soul directly to Satan himself, but there's like 16 demons or something. And I was reading up, and like each one, you would approach that demon because they provide help with X, Y, or Z. There's like the same way, like, oh, this is Saint Christopher. It's for when you lose something or whatever that nonsense is. There's like a demon for like gaining power over people, or maybe a demon for gaining possessions. There's like 16 or 18 of them.
I imagine the demon that gives cash just has a line out the door, right? That like also health issues, maybe
financial value
comes to mind, but
yeah,
the health issues demon. Yeah, that seems like a risk.
Yeah, but if there's any actual demon worshippers out there who would like a fresh soul, let us know. I'm currently looking around for someone who's interested.
Looking for a good deal.
Yeah, Josh, would you sell your soul to the devil for something? Because Kyle and I are big time team. Don't sell your soul to the devil.
Let me lay out the
Woody
scenario.
doesn't care. Woody treats it like it's some blasé thing. Why are you buying puppets, dude? Dude, 3 weeks ago you were going to be a sword guy.
How the mighty have fallen.
Puppet. Can you even do ventriloquism?
Of course I can. No, I can't do ventriloquism. Yes, I can do ventriloquism very well, Taylor.
I'm quite good at it.
We're all incredible.
What? He has light up eyes?
Of course he does.
You're winning
He's
me
Lord
over.
Satan. Look, the dogs.
Do you have multiple puppets, or do you just settle on the devil?
Calm down. No, I've just got the devil. I felt like I wanted the devil because the devil could maybe say horrific things.
I
thought
what's
that
he
would be
gonna
neat.
say?
Just devil shit. Just that sort of thing.
Yeah.
The dogs
Make him say it.
The dogs are terrified of him. The dogs are terrified of him. I get it out and just chase him around. It's great.
That's a good normal thing for your dogs to be afraid of. Is
The devil.
a devil puppet?
Yeah.
Most well-adjusted adults don't care for puppets.
I put it up on the bookshelf and it watches over me when I sleep.
You can't just have a devil puppet. Like this is like if you got into World War II memorabilia and it was all Nazi shit. Like
I just need the devil. I appreciate it. Maybe would you like it about an angel and they could have like a conversation?
Yes, I would.
Well, then you
prefer
should
that.
get the angel puppet then.
I'm not buying puppets.
Come on, we'll do a little puppetry together.
No, that's gay. All right, I'll get a puppet.
They're on Amazon.
Taylor's puppet curious. That didn't take a lot of convincing.
I think that's like a $50-$60 puppet.
Wow, that's a big first step into the world, isn't it?
Well,
he dove in head first.
I wanted the hat. I didn't know that. I
get it.
I got my
You
hand
wanted to
in
have a
there. I
puppet,
felt
but you
the
didn't want
button
to appear foolish.
when I found that.
Yeah,
we want that.
No, we wouldn't want that. If we try and start a Red Pill podcast and they show clips of you skipping, we're done. We're gonna be Pearly Things and Andrew Tate. They're gonna bully us. They're gonna be like, look at these fruits skipping.
Andrew Tate would bully me. He's a good speaker and he's a tough guy. I don't have anything to offer.
Andrew Tate coming to you live from an Albanian prison, right? Yeah.
I wonder if he has abs under that outfit.
No, they
don't.
all do.
No, they don't.
Bears
Their
have
skin.
abs.
No, they do absolutely.
They don't have
do not.
abdominal muscles. They don't
No,
possess them?
well, okay, they don't.
Visible
Don't do
abs
this.
is
Don't
the
do this to me.
implication.
Oh, I'm sorry. Words have a meaning over at my house.
They got big loose skin, so they don't have visible abs. Have you ever seen a shaved bear? The sad bears? Yeah.
I have. Yeah.
If it stands on hind legs, it has big saggy bear skin as
That's
like
because
a
they don't
defense
train.
mechanism.
You get a bear in some inversion boots and have him do those upside down sit ups like a psychopath for a while. He'd have visible abs.
Okay, well they don't know how to fucking do that.
Some do. I've seen bears do also ride bicycles and obey commands.
No,
That's kind of winning me over. I've seen some bears do cool shit.
If you put a bicycle in the woods, a bear is never going to organically do that. You need a Soviet with a hammer and nails to nail his feet to the pedals.
No, they like the bicycles.
You're falling for the Soviet propaganda. They hated those bikes.
I mean,
you think a bear wanted that? A bear wanted to be.
Oh, please! That bear must have been the bee's knees riding his bike around while the other bears are still trying to figure it out.
Dude, like 50 million people are starving to death in the Soviet Union. There's no way the bear's getting good food. Right? Actually, with a lot of people starving to death, that kind of solves itself, I guess. With the bear. Yeah, I don't think bears actually.
It's been a big week for a bear talk. I notice like the whole internet's taken over by the bear versus man conversation, and all of the comebacks that a man with self-esteem might.
Is that still going? That's been a whole week. That's like 10 months in internet.
I told you it really took over the internet. I saw it all over TikTok, all over Reddit, all over YouTube. Lots of those discussion panel podcasts asking ladies, straight to their face, "What would you take, the bear to the bear?" It's been fun. It's been a good week.
Do you guys want to pivot to Red Pill podcast and we just bring like whores on and we're like, "Why are you such a slut?"
I want that so much because I'll be the one who's like, "Don't listen to him. Don't listen to them."
No, I was going to do that too.
No,
you're
married
every week.
This is perfect. So I get to be the fun part.
What do you get from it? Oh, I like that Woody guy. If only he weren't married, la-di-da, and they'll leave. Or they could suck my dick. What are you doing to me, Woody?
Touche. Yeah. I didn't think ahead, Kyle.
Those girls need management.
Where do I go other than Andrew Tate to train on Red Pill to become full?
Like the Fresh and you can go to Fresh and Fit. If you've got a little melanin, that would be the place to go. Or you could go over to like whatever. If you're kind of middle of the road fellow like yourself, I think you would find it pretty interesting. They have a lot of
who's the dead black guy? Kevin Samuels. I'm close, but not right.
Kevin Samuels. If you want to go back in time or to the afterlife, you could watch him.
No, his content's still up there, and it's good stuff.
All right, I remember you guys when you were going through that mini phase. You guys liked him. Never really
Pearly things. Woody, I know Woody caught on to Pearly things a little bit. She's that redheaded girl who's like, women are trash.
Really?
Yeah, she wants because one of the.
I remember you mentioned her.
She's like, we shouldn't have the right to vote.
All right. It seems
that
like
one I'm not sure I heard, but yeah, she was always.
Oh, you don't know that one? That's my favorite
one. The voting one got past me.
They don't deserve to vote.
But there was all kinds of things like, you girls are getting ran through, your values getting lower, no guy wants to be with you, et cetera, et cetera. Like she's totally lined up with that.
So it's probably like furries because they make just more art than anybody else. So back in the day, it was probably the weird, sick perverts that like grimace-shaped women making all the art.
That could be true because everyone else is like, okay, I'm gonna go work while you do that.
Yeah. But the furries make talented art. These are clearly like kindergarten class projects.
Yeah, some dude was like absolutely gooning to those, and now we're like, oh, it was an object of worship, and it's like. No, just all the other Neanderthals were like, me no like Uglak, he weird pervo. Do you see what he be making in his cave? Despicable.
We were talking about meth earlier, and I was saying some people do meth casually and they're fine. I have a meth head here.
Oh, come on over, sir or madam.
I hope it's him in a costume.
Residential meth head.
Oh, no, it's an actual. Oh. So
how's it going?
Yeah, it's me. I love it. I love that shit.
I thought you'd be thinner.
Listen, I've probably been doing meth since 2000.
Okay. Do you do it every day or just a treat?
I did for 11 years straight. I did every day.
What's the best thing to do on meth? Like what's the sex? Tell me what's better about meth sex to not.
Oh my God. They call it chemsex. It's just intense, but it gets crazy though. Cause you'll get people will get their weird perversions that'll come out and like fucking.
It lowers your inhibitions.
Stab a chick? Or some chick stab you? Yeah. She stabbed me when I was fucking her.
Oh, wow.
Does meth last too long? I don't know if it's related.
Oh yeah, it's not like coke where you get coke dick and you can't get it up. Like you'll get it up and it'll be up for like a week.
Yeah.
Like
it sounds way better than coke.
I remember one time I was banging this chick. And we didn't leave the bedroom, honest to God, for 24 hours straight.
Oh, that must have smelled terrible.
Dude, I think we sweat through the mattress, the box spring, the rug, and the floor. Yeah, it was pretty intense.
Oh my
You just
god!
rotted the
Pretty
floorboards out.
How often do you dabble with the meth now?
Very
Holidays?
Not as infrequently now. Yeah, like special occasions, special events.
Yeah,
Christmas,
yeah,
Mother's Day.
My regular was 6 days up, 1 day sleep.
So what's the trick to doing meth and not dying? You know, living a life.
You don't smoke it and you don't shoot it.
You snort it?
Sniff it or ingest it. Like you could just throw it in your mouth and eat it, or put it in your. I was in a motorcycle club. I used to put it in my water or Gatorade and shake it up.
Jesus.
And just drink it as I go out around my day.
A little meth at a time. He made a gator meth.
Yeah.
How do you find a meth dealer?
Being in possession, because they're not going to taste your water or your
It'd be so unless the cop like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm so thirsty, sir. Could I just
Yeah.
What's the longest you ever kept a jack off session going on meth? Just
Oh, I've done a couple days straight. Yeah, at least 3 days.
what eventually stops you? Is it the coming or just pain of like, oh, I need to let my dick go?
Does
down
your
for a
dick
while?
skin wear off?
You made your dick through a fucking cheese grater.
it's like oh my god, it's like saddle
Does your
sores after
porn
a while.
of choice just get kinkier and kinkier? And
That's what I said. It's weird.
Oh, that was such a weird time. Dick on YouTube at the time. It was like we were all making these Call of Duty videos, and you know, if you get 25 kills in a row, you get a nuke. You can call in, kind of end the game.
Oh, yeah, I
just waste
remember that.
everybody. And so it
Yeah.
became this thing to get one really fast on YouTube. It was like who can get the fastest one, and like somebody got like one in like 4 or 5 minutes, and it was like, oh my god. And then this piece of shit faked a video where he had only all his friends on the other team, and they stood in the right spot at the beginning of the game, and he blows them all up. But he pretended like it was real, like it was just because it was domination. People do capture flags, but he had the world's fastest nuke, and it got 1 million views when 1 million views was like bonkers. And when the YouTube Sherlock Holmeses all came around and realized what he had done, he was shamed so hard that I think he basically quit after that, right? I know he kept faking videos. After
Shaggy,
that.
aka
Shaggy.
G Unit. Remember him? Yeah.
After that, his shtick kind of became fake videos that like are fake. Like the whole team's just rushing him, and he's mowing them down in a field, getting nukes and stuff. That guy was a piece of shit.
Oh man, I want to see. He's still uploading.
No,
I
Good for
googled him
him.
just. I was curious. He's playing Call of Duty 2, 3. I mean, well, Modern Warfare 2. I meant to say, and 3.
Yeah,
like yesterday.
Dude, there is
He
on his
hasn't changed one
YouTube
bit.
channel, G Unit 123. He has a video from his most recent one, GTA 6 trailer reaction and breakdown 5 months ago. Top comment 5 months ago. You faked a nuke, bro.
Wow.
Dude, look at that. These are comment. This happened in
Is he messing up, like, the
2010,
sanctity of these
2011.
videos?
No,
it's 2010. Yeah,
Shaggy faked a nuke. Yeah, this doesn't excuse that 6-in-1 Semtex, buddy.
Wow, it's a deep cut.
That's a deep cut.
That's that's not surprising. I remember it was a big deal at the time.
Fake. Everyone's saying
like I cared for some reason very much.
You cared.
Yeah,
I remember Hutch worked at Machinima at the time, and he had like almost a somber video coming out where he's like,
"Yeah,
I don't want to make accusations here as a person of power in this community, but this is very clearly fake." It was just really gay back then.
It was a big deal. I'm telling you,
This video's from 13 years ago.
I'm telling you, everybody was looking at it. We were all the content creators were talking about it in private. Like what is this? They were like tracking down the people who were in the video dying. Like, we got to get witnesses. We got to corroborate all this. Is there any video from and then somebody got video from one of the cheaters who was helping. And then you had their point of view where they're all like, get on it, get on it, get on it. They're like talking together, organizing the cheat. And it's like, aha. And they kind of ruined him.
This is so funny. To the 7 or 8 year, this is on his original video. It has like a couple million views. Or this is on the Machinima upload. To the 7 to 8 year olds watching this now, who are now 17, 18, to us, this was like the moon landing.
Bad. This is like JFK.
And when we found out it was fake, it was like that announcement on Judgment Day. Fantastic nostalgia. Yeah, that was looking back. It's so funny the care commentators were taking to be like, I don't want to, cast any aspersions here against Shaggy,
Not on this
aka
show.
G
We would rip
Unit's
the
character.
fuck out of him. We play his more recent videos where he gave fake tips, like I don't know, he'd get shot or something, so he'd change weapons and change back and be like, "Look, it healed me." And we're all like, "The fuck? That doesn't do that."
He made it seem like you could run at people while switching your weapon, and you would like matrix around the bullets. That's what it was. He's like, "See, I'm dodging bullets and I stab him. I'm dodging bullets and I stab him."
And he's a
like,
British guy.
And they're just friends.
He's
not
a black
aiming at
British
him.
guy. Yeah, who's 16, I think. By the way, it was a 16-year-old we were all piling on.
I think what would be more interesting is if you had the opposite of whatever this is. I want to see an episode where you bring back on the Larry guy who robbed a bank but couldn't describe it.
Can I be honest? Hey, let me stop you for a minute. It's always going to depend, but what I'm looking for from you, Larry, is like an example. Well, this
I'm
one
giving you a
time,
fucking example.
no, you
I'm
haven't.
giving you
We have
example.
been, Larry, I'm going to start treating you as a hostile guest very soon. I'm sure you've seen. I bet that you've been treated as a hostile witness before. We're talking.
I think I'm going to get
I want
my
you to
iron
tell me a
fist out.
story. I want to hear a story about a specific robbery. Just pick any one. One robbery.
I was
One
tell-
robbery.
I was just telling you about the Sarasota with the old lady.
I can't tell.
Or the jewel thief.
yes.
And then you bring on the Netflix producer who could not explain what it was.
And like he comes home and seeks revenge, and somehow he's the bad guy.
Are you a gamer?
Yeah.
You guys are all gamers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, Woody, you are. You got a Call of Duty back Black Ops.
I get
Poster behind you.
passionate about games and then I completely withdraw. I am a sawtooth pattern of gaming. Why did you ask?
This is going real well.
Just is it?
What
no,
does a
you
producer
don't.
do?
No, you
I
don't seem to
literally-
want to talk about your project. Like we're trying to engage you about like what you do, right? And sort of lead that into us picking your brain a bit about the process and future projects. And you're just like, you got an interesting background. And hey, do you play video games?
You do.
You just have like the worst hits. Like,
And then we have
the mushroom guy who left his children with them.
Yes,
part of the lady.
The one who tried to explain that, like, no, if you kill your wife, just forget about it. It'll be okay.
It'll blow over.
There are real people who do things that, as you sit there in your chair smugly judging them, they're real people who don't know what to do about situations.
Well,
this
that guy's
woman,
an idiot, man.
This
Look,
woman,
you describe
who-
craziness.
This woman who was
No one
married
in the
to him,
world is going to
who's
agree
an
with this
Asian
scenario.
woman.
So he hooked up with Michael, and they went to Costa Rica and left the kids with her, and it all worked out. And Michael says that I'm sitting here
framing of
smugly
the story.
judging her. Shut up, Michael. Michael, shut. Won't you? You're being a little smug there for someone who's on the side of a house somewhere with birds calling and dogs barking. I heard a stranger walk by a minute ago. Don't be rude to me and cut me off. I let you trail on for 3 fucking. I don't know how many stories of nonsense.
You know,
Yeah, no, what you need to do is you need to be like, yeah, we're going to have you guys on at different times, but you actually get all of them in a room at once and then leave.
Can we have the girl? I want the girl bouncing her boobies the whole time too. The one who just sat there and like shuffled her feet.
Yeah,
the one that did the RC racing track.
No, the one we just talked about tonight, the mint fucking
yeah,
girl who we had,
autistic boobs,
who
is
was
that
shaking
how
her
I know
titties.
her?
I'm trying to remember the highlights. There was that one guy who got onto Taylor for vaping. I can't even remember what he did.
Oh, that was the CEO of Dollar Shave Club.
That's it. Yeah.
He's like, oh, you're vaping here on the show. I was like, what do you think we're doing, dude? Like,
I saw a great opportunity. I went after it. Are you vaping on the air right now, bro?
I am.
He's not getting high, if that's what you're thinking.
No. I'm just very excited to see you vaping. It's very relaxing.
I don't approve, but
to watch you vape. You know, that stuff's just as bad as the cigarettes, man.
Yeah, but not until like evidence comes out.
Right.
I need the evidence.
I can't believe we have the CEO of Dollar Shave Club on the show.
What do you think this is?
Walked into NPR,
like Bill Maher smokes weed on his show. Do you think that this is like a Fox News panel or something you're on? What the fuck?
We're here to talk about business. How's their shaving?
Was I
biz?
there for that, or was I in jail?
You're in between an
there.
OnlyFans chick and
This was
a streamer and a meth head.
prison.
Yeah, I had no memory
it
of
was
this.
Red Couch Kyle, I think.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. Dude, I love this idea, Isaiah. I want maybe episode 800. We can get the worst of the worst. I think he died.
He
was in a coma last I heard.
Even then, like
pull through Zach.
Guest.
If you don't have them on at the same time, you've got to purposefully mix up the questions. So you go to Larry and you're like, "What's a producer do?" And he'd be like, "Well, you know, in the jewel robbing business, my daughter fixes my phones. Actually,
no, my daughter, she wouldn't believe this. She programs phones.
She's a whiz.
Where's this kid? She's going somewhere."
He's clearly describing like setting up an iPhone. Like,
yeah, like hitting next and entering your email.
God bless that man. He's just
she can connect to Bluetooth headphones. And
he's giving her credit for like just things that are on an iPhone. He's like, "You don't understand. It shows me how to get to work. It shows me how to get to the club. She programmed it for me." Like she was like typing the addresses.
That had to be, I think, the most frustrating podcast I ever listened to. Because the whole time I'm like, how do you rob a jewelry store?
Do you have a homeless problem there in St. Louis?
An unbelievable homeless problem.
I was gonna guess
yes. And you know what's like crazy is like the homeless here, the strong cull the weak. And so there's the homeless here are
Darwinian
hardcore.
homeless society.
The first time I went to Seattle and I saw their kind of homeless, I'm like, this is like a different species of homeless. They're like almost blasé about it. Where I'm like, that guy has a decent watch. His shoes aren't even that dirty.
He's an
like,
outdoor camper.
Yeah, this guy's like
An urban
pretending
camper.
for it. Whereas like you go to like downtown St. Louis after a Blues game and there's just a guy like his voice his gibbers echoing off the underside of an overpass. Just and I'm like, this guy's standing so close to the guy that's playing guitar, and then this other guy who's handing out gum, and I'm like, I'm not going to take gum from you. You're a homeless person.
I've been nominated for Golden Globes and SAG Awards. Those things weren't the things that moved me as a child. I studied chemical engineering at Pratt Institute. I was there for 2 years until I saw that there was an inconsistency with the math there. And so I went out to explore a new way of understanding how the universe worked, and I was able to define the grand unified field equation they've been looking for, and I put it into geometry. And then with that geometry, I was able to put props on that. And what I'm saying is, now we have invented a new form of flight that I would like to bring here to Uganda to replace the drones, to replace the helicopters, to replace the
gyros.
planes.
Are you sure this isn't like a Biden speech?
We have funding necessary. What we need is just a fertile ground in which to build this now. This is the geometry of hydrogen, of hydrogen. This is the proton itself. All right, he goes on.
I've given Terrence Howard too much attention this week. Probably
Same.
That guy's so funny.
He's
Like,
awesome.
the unshakable confidence to be that bad at math.
His first memory.
What did he do?
His first.
I know that Terrence Howard went on the Joe Rogan Experience. I also know a little bit about Terrence Howard. He's the guy who fucked up and lost the Iron Man role. Yes. He's the guy who from Hustle and Flow back in the day, very good movie. And I think I've seen him like dressed as a preacher. Maybe he's got those green evangelical black preacher robes. Maybe I saw him one time. But so I knew he was a little out there, but he made an ass of himself.
You've got it all wrong.
Oh
he didn't fuck up. He didn't fuck up Iron Man. That wasn't his fault at all. He had nothing to do with that whatsoever. That part. I'm doing a big video on that whole podcast episode. It is such a fucking crazy rabbit hole, dude.
Okay.
He talks about his first memories. Like most people, it's just like him trying so desperately to seem like a genius that it's like watching a train wreck happen on live. If you think watching Kanye West perform in front of cameras is funny, this guy is like a different type of that. It's fucking awesome. He's figured out the periodic table. The periodic table, it's not just simply elements and physics. It's octaves and the key of E, and it's like
he tries to explain that you can change the elements from one to the other because they are the same frequency. And but not the same frequency. They're like, just take that other frequency, double it, and helium becomes fucking oxygen or something like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then he's like, because helium and oxygen are both at the same frequency, which means they're blue. I'm just like, what? Like all the sounds have colors in his world. I can't explain why 1 × 1 = 2, but I do know that part is probably incorrect.
I'm so sure that's wrong. I've never been more sure.
Dude, he's like, Taylor, the square root of 2 is 1. Therefore, 1 times 1 is 2. Duh. And I'm like, wait a minute. I think that isn't the square root of 2 like 1.41 something?
You're like, all right, if we take 1 one time, how many?
This is hurting my head already.
Oh, dude, I can't believe you evaded this.
The problem is there's going to be a little bit of
I've only seen short
bit of
clips.
truth.
I saw the periodic table thing. That was very funny.
There's gonna be a little bit of truth to his madness, which is gonna make me even more upset. Like
Oh,
I'll have to check it. What was
dude.
Joe doing? Was Rogan just enjoying this?
Oh yeah, he thinks he's a genius. It's the Nikola Tesla. It's the appeal to Tesla. It's the appeal to the shamed masters, the shamed geniuses, the underdogs. Like that's his whole thing. Like, oh, we've known this for so long. I was born with this knowledge.
He claims his memory starts when his mom was about 4 months pregnant. That's when he first remembers zooming in.
Get this guy out of here. Look, that's called mental illness.
You guys did. It is. It seriously is.
Yeah, I think it's weak sauce because I remember being a sperm. It was the first swimming race I ever won.
First swimming race.
That was when I got my competitive swimming started, and I beat all the other sperm.
Wouldn't you need to remember being the egg as well?
Yeah, you sound kind of gay.
Well, that's where the principle of bifurcation of memory comes into play.
I mean, how many chromosomes do you have, Woody? I think you're
more than you, huh?
More than you, fucking retard. Probably 60.
You got me there.
Yeah.
Ooh, I always thought you needed like a child predator hunting license or something. You had to go to
permit,
like the local police department, or maybe the feds even. But apparently, all you need is a microphone and a telephone because Vitaly is doing it now. You remember Vitaly? He's a Russian YouTuber, did pranks for a long time.
Oh,
I did that
wait,
stupid
that's
thing.
Not who I'm thinking of. Not the
He's an
weightlifter
actual
guy.
Russian. Yeah, he got real buff on. He started doing testosterone and other steroids for a while and got like real fucking.
That's
buff.
a good prerequisite to pedophile hunting.
Well, he doesn't look as big as he used to, and he also had like I like Vitaly. I've met Vitaly a couple times. He had some kind of a issue a year or two ago where he went a bit deranged and maybe
a slight issue.
You know,
allegedly. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Some of us are a little more spicy.
There were mug shots, but I've been there too. So who knows the full story?
Yeah.
But now I guess maybe as part time, he's on. He was either Rumble or one of those.
Kick.
What's it? Is that
Kick.
What is it?
He's on Kick. Yeah. Oh,
that's where he live streams.
That's where he does his predator hunting. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, they lured a 70-something-year-old pedophile to like have lunch with a child, and then they start, making. I caught up at the point where he'd been found out, and a lot of people are watching this guy. He'd been found out, and Vitaly and his like squad is on the sidewalk now, and the 70-year-old is approaching them. Maybe after he's already went through the embarrassing part of being called out, and I think he's trying to like apologize or make some amends or see if Vitaly is a cop or something. And just some dude walks up. He's like, yo, I got kids. And decks the 70-year-old, knocks him completely unconscious, and he hits his skull on the concrete and everybody Vitaly has the best comedic timing. Bill Murray, fucking Chevy Chase, eat your heart out. He goes, oh no, someone stop him. As he runs away, as he sprints away. And I mean, when somebody can actually run, how quick they get gone.
Yeah.
It was like that. He's like gone.
Why did that guy run away? Why he could have been a key to the city hero?
He just attempted murdered an old man.
And there's like a puddle of blood on the ground. It looks dark.
Yeah, but he didn't have a little kid in his arms or anything. He was there apologizing for his.
Do you think that like the pedophile hunting community, like there's almost a purism to it where like they're like, I'm hunting the dangerous, like 25, 30-year-old pedophiles, and you're basically doing what that dentist did to that old lion. Like you have no honor in your pedophile hunting. You're taking the safe targets.
Yeah, that was a good pedophile. He was over the hill. He was keeping the young ones at bay. He was keeping them squashed down.
He was even more dangerous, if anything, because he's given the young pedophiles hope that they could survive in their way of life until like 80.
He's like the master vampire.
Yeah,
You've got
he's
to slay
Master
him.
Splinter.
He's training
pedophiles. Yeah,
he also Vitaly also caught allegedly this guy Herschel Vainrod, the screenwriter for Space Jam, the movie Space Jam, caught him.
The old one.
Oh no,
he's the one from 95 or 96.
Oh, that sucks. That one's okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Damn. I don't like that one bit.
Anybody who works around kids, you got to wonder, like, why did you pick this job? This doesn't pay
it's weird.
what you're putting up with. It should pay more to have to be around kids. You
Be
must
suspicious of anyone kind of children.
Yeah. Like I hate them. When I hear them playing outside my house, I get like angry. And so like the idea of going so far the other way, I'm glad that that's how God made me, someone who hates children.
You're just a hater.
It's better to hate children than to love them too much. I'll tell you that right now.
100%. For sure, especially if they're not your own.
I spent more effort cheating in Italian than if I had just learned to speak Italian. And then I'd be able to speak Italian. Do you know how many times that would come up that'd be necessary?
Never. In this job, you could do it.
Yeah, I could do it in this job.
You can just talk Italian gibberish here. Nobody will know.
Like this.
Oh my God.
You're proving them right.
Mario and Luigi.
Oh, I'm in Naples. Close your eyes, Woody.
I'm there. All those Italians. Mamma mia. You know that classic Italian saying, wahoo. Oh, look at this. This guy invented cocoa, which is
milk as well.
Which is a product that you can purchase raw.
He did not invent Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah. He did not invent. This guy didn't. What the fuck website is this? This is nonsense.
This is he invented vinegar. Wait,
look at the bottom. It says he invented plain pickles. No, he did not. He did not invent cheese sandwiches, plain pickles, cocoa, bar candy. Yeah, no one figured out bar candy.
What is this? This is just lies about Eli Whitney.
This is the least reputable site I've ever been linked, Woody. Tuskegee.edu. What are they doing over at Tuskegee?
Okay, that explains a lot. Okay, he invented everything. Okay,
he invented vinegar,
energy, fucking the car, the television.
He invented vinegar.
The light
Some
bulb.
people will tell you that they've been using vinegar for thousands of years. No,
this dude invented fucking punch.
He invented gasoline.
No, this is all lies.
It says it on here.
Pineapple punch, hand lotion.
Man, he was just mixing shit up all day, huh?
How did he invent gasoline and gas?
He didn't invent any of that shit.
Yeah, the concept.
There it is. It's there.
Scroll up, Zach. This guy's getting credit for paint,
printers,
diesel.
All right. Now I don't believe he invented a goddamn thing.
So this is so. Were we fibbed to the same way we were fibbed to about Helen Keller?
So to Kyle's point, primarily Egypt, Syria, and Jordan.
Okay.
3 powerhouses.
I mean, again,
I've heard of Egypt. No, I've heard
of Egypt. You know what? I've heard Egypt is in their heyday right now. Like, it certainly wasn't. Dude, that would suck to be born in a country and be like, I mean, we can look back and be like, America's like, we were at our peak, like right after World War II. Nobody could fucking touch us in anything. Like, imagine being Egyptian right now. And it'd be like, oh, don't come at me 7,000 years ago.
You don't even know.
Before the Romans with their newfangled technologies bullied us and all that, we were a big deal.
Library of Alexandria.
This is, yeah.
I heard the whole idea of so much knowledge being lost at the Library of Alexandria is nonsense.
It'd be really sad for it to be true. So it's easier. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're always finding that various pieces of geometry and stuff were discovered way before. It was always find interesting that they'll find some cuneiform tablet or something that indicates they had some knowledge of geometry or astronomy too. When you look at those really old civilizations and they've got all that stuff built for astronomical or astronomy purposes to like predict the eclipses and stuff. I still don't know how they're doing that. I don't know how you look at the stars and predict when the next eclipse is going to be.
Oh, I have no idea.
I'm completely reliant on smarter people for this task.
But those like proto-Mexicans with their flat pyramids figured it out.
Proto-Mexican. I mean, do you think like the Aztecs would have been embarrassed if they saw the Egyptian pyramid at the same time concurrently?
Oh yeah,
they were high on their own supply for how.
They'd be like, when the sun sets, you can see a snake, and like, you cannot see the sun behind my pyramid.
Yes,
my pyramid blocks out the sun. It is made to the sun god Ra.
Were there many
like
Aztec
these.
pyramids? I know there was some, probably multiple.
I don't remember if it was Aztec or Inca or Maya or what, but it was like those step pyramids.
Ziggurats?
Yeah, kind of like a ziggurat. Yep, except not nearly as big as like the Giza pyramids.
I always say it. What I said is a thing that like one of the unique things about them. When the wind blows, they make a certain noise. Like when the wind blows past the thing, it makes a noise. There's the other one where you clap and it like reverts the clap back.
The sound will go to the top. In this case, a pyramid. You know? And if it's there a cavity or a temple, like in this case, the echo will come back to you. If you clap in front of an Egyptian pyramid, nothing happens because the sound goes away. But here, the sound comes back. Why it sounds like a bird? Don't ask me that, because we don't know. But this is really impressive.
And then when the sun sets on one of the equinoxes, you see like an animal's shadow like walk up the building or something on one of them. So they did a lot of stuff like that. But I think that pales in comparison when you look at the Giza pyramid, that gigantic
In
pyramid.
fairness, they're both
I don't
really
think
cool.
You know, like they always say those are burial tombs or whatever. I don't even know what the fuck they are. I don't think they found people in the Great Pyramid. I don't think there was a mummy in there or anything.
Didn't they find Tut in a pyramid?
I don't know where
He was in a tomb, Taylor.
He was in a tomb underground, I thought. But I don't think that there was a mummy or like a king buried in the Great Pyramid at Giza. I don't think they know what.
Isn't that theorized though that like they were, but I mean thousands of years of bandits and thievery, like everything's been looted out of it.
I don't think there's a tomb chamber though. Like they don't. I don't think so.
Is that just like hokum nonsense where they were like, oh, and the Egyptians, when the pharaoh died, his servants would be thrown in with him, locked in the tomb, so they could serve him in the afterlife.
So that happening, they would do that. They would do that they would like put your dog in there, your pets, like your favorite fucking knife, like your favorite foods. They would set the place up like there was going to be a finger snap and everything in this room was going to be transported to the afterlife.
Like
with
that
you.
dead black guy with the Xbox.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. But
Would I be a total asshole if I was like, my favorite thing is my wife. Bury her with me.
Yeah, they do that. Honestly, she might
she's
be
still
like,
alive at this point.
She might be volunteering. She might be like, yes, yeah, let's go.
Dude, I'd be like, and bury me with the entire Chicago Blackhawks organization. And then I'd do a little bit for St. Louis and Beyond the Grave.
Hey Taylor, some of these people are retired. I haven't forgotten.
Patrick Kane being dragged screaming into my catacomb.
When Genghis Khan died, they did that thing where they killed all the guys who buried him, and then they killed all the guys that killed them.
But how did we get this story?
Because I think someone was like, "Yeah, I killed the guys that killed the guys that buried him." I don't know shit. And then after he said that, they killed that guy. But the guys who heard it in the other side of the room, they told us. They told me.
Yeah, seems. I don't know about this one.
You always ask those questions, and it's like because historians say so. Because historians.
But
I feel like
he's a bit of a flat earther. He doesn't believe it unless he saw it.
It's on. I feel like
I'm a hollow earther.
You immediately become Mac, being like, "Have you looked at the files? Have you combed through the documents?"
I think it sounds like I think it's a real common sense question to ask to tell a story that's like, do you know that Genghis Khan's burial party was murdered by a secondary group, and then this secondary group was killed by a tertiary group, and then this group themselves were executed to ensure the secrecy was upheld? And it's like, okay, so who talked about it? And who wrote it down? Would they not immediately be like, oh, Mr. Historian, we noticed you wrote some stuff down. Can we take a peek? And he's like, no, not for at least 3,000 years. They were burying it like medical studies. No, you can't look at this until, the year 2000.
Well, they never found it, nonetheless.
Well, is anyone looking?
I mean, probably not. He's somewhere over there in Mongolia, I would imagine, right?
I like the police chases in cars. Those are great.
Only if they end with like some violence. If when they give up, I'm bored. Like
I like the ones where they go blackout mode in like a fast car, like they turn their lights off. Those are excellent. And then when they finally catch them, like I like when the cops like ram them and then they get out and there's some kind of altercation.
Cool. You guys are on a different team than me. I like it when they get away. So I watch them. They're usually motorcycles, and
pedophile Woody.
They're just speeders. They're just motorcycles out there having a good time. The only person at risk is themselves. It's not like automobile speeding. What am I gonna do? Property damage on your SUV, your minivan? You're fine.
Woody, are you a Squeeze Benz fan? You know who this is?
I don't know.
You don't? You haven't seen? There's videos on YouTube where they specifically make YouTube channels with the intention of outrunning cops, and they'll have like a camera in the back and a camera in the front. And the description of the channel is like simulated AI or whatever. But they go swimming and they run in New York City from cops like successfully. This guy Squeeze Benz did it for like 2 or 3 years on YouTube, and he just got caught finally.
Yeah, Jigsaw Broad just got caught. I talked about him on the show a couple of times.
Is that a bike guy?
Yeah, so Gixxer is a type of motorcycle. It's very fast, and it's known for having riders called squids who are irresponsible.
Squids.
And yeah, and I'm on the Calamari race team subreddit. I can't hang with them. They're very talented, but I can enjoy their antics. And anyway, yeah, Gixxer Brawl, he got busted. He went from like, I'm gonna mess it up, Dallas to Colorado Springs in like half an hour or something outrageous like that. Average speed was like 140. It was wild, and they chased him down and caught him. But dude, I love watching him. This Jigsaw Broad guy, again, repeat story, but you see a cop chasing another motorcyclist, and he's like, baby squid's in trouble. I got you, bro. He gets in front of the cop and the motorcyclist, lets the other guy run away, and then loses the cop. And now everybody gets away.
This guy's running a lot of red lights. I'm just watching it. He hasn't stopped at a single one of them.
Are you watching Squeeze Benz?
I'm watching Slow Benz.
Okay, yeah. So his channel actually
Mueller.
got deleted, but there is another guy named Where's 981 whose channel is still up. And he posts videos like every time I ran from the cops compilation, and he'll constantly get away. I think the main car he drives is a Porsche 911 GT3 RS, I think. But I think he has an M5 too, but he'll like let the cops get real close to him, and then he'll instantly.
He just nearly crushed the man.
We have a friend of the show. He's like at all the hangouts and stuff, and his favorite way to enjoy motorcycles is wheelies and running from the police. That's it. This bike is not even fast. I'm like, how do you outrun cops?
You can just weave in between cars, right?
We have the same bike. Top speed's like 78. I have a lot of bikes, but this is one of mine. And like, how do you outrun the police? And he's like, for example, he recalled a recent event. Cop flashes on the lights, so he does a quick U-turn. Then the cop starts a U-turn. He does another U-turn and just tears off. And I'm like, I guess that's an advantage.
Well, it's just so much more maneuverable. Like the cop, when a cop's coming behind you on the highway, you have to physically move your car out of the way. It takes a few seconds. When a bike is there, you just go in between all the traffic, top speed. You're going to be fine, So,
well, hopefully.
I'm watching the beginning of this. It seems like this is bad copsmanship if he loses this guy. Like
they always lose him. This guy wears 981. He's not been caught. He's a fucking beast.
Where's 981?
Mm-hmm.
So this is just a passion project for him.
Yeah.
Or is he like he's like, all right, today's chase is brought to you by Game of Fuel.
Is this guy in a car also? This wears okay. Yeah.
Help.
If you look at his YouTube channel description, it says amateur CGI artist. So for legal purposes, it's all actually fake. But I mean, he's good. Oh, he's great. He's excellent. He's got 400,000 subscribers from doing this. He'll be.
It's just like I don't know. I never watched cop chases really, but I didn't expect so much of it to be like sub 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's pretty slow until they get to the end, and then they zoom between a few cars and they get off an exit. And
it's harder to escape in GTA than this by orders of magnitude because in GTA, like calling ahead forward and being like, we got a 3-star criminal about to cross Oak in 7th, and then they all start converging. This guy wanted to be a hero on his own, and now he's getting bullied at the fucking precinct, probably.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, I imagine a lot of it is like the cops usually, I think their strat would be like get ahead of you and put down like a spike strip if you're like OJ and you're like escaping on a path, right? Mm-hmm. But with these guys, I mean, they don't have anywhere specific they need to go, right? They can just run.
They're all sitting around like, where are you going to retire to? I was thinking New Jersey. The Garden State.
I love it.
The Garden State.
Yeah. They're all figuring out what kind of sweet package they're going to get from the Americans for turning over a nuclear submarine.
I mean, I'm sure we would give a pretty sweet package.
Oh, of course, for sure.
They could settle in whatever state they want. And we'd probably put them like up in Alaska somewhere where it's like, let's put them somewhere that if they do start talking a little too much, we, you know,
they
can
could go to
escape
Montana.
right back home.
I feel like they could pull that off. Montana, Wyoming.
Yeah, put them
You
up
can
there.
have it.
Yeah, they have a little farm.
Oh, yeah. A guy with that accent's not going to stick out at all in Wyoming, being the only Russian in Wyoming. Hello, friends.
Comrades.
American friends. Yes.
Howdy. Yeah.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw, my fellow American friends.
Shifting gears a little, but also just hilarious to me. I saw a clip earlier of some Israelis with a trebuchet throwing flaming balls over the wall.
I saw that. They were like, some people right on the other side of that wall in Lebanon must have upset them because
they were trying to grow some food.
Yeah, what the fuck?
They were
Right,
growing
like,
food.
you know, they didn't have a trebuchet handy, and so like they pulled up YouTube and like figured out how to build a trebuchet.
No, it must be bigger.
It must be bigger than this. We will be the laughing stock of whole Middle East. Like it was pretty cool.
Trebuchet.
Taylor said Lebanon, but it's probably Palestine? Question mark? I don't know.
The thing I saw about it was that it was into Lebanon.
Oh, okay.
They've got lots of borders. The Israelis everywhere. It could have been Brooklyn. You
They
never
got their
know.
hands in a lot of pies. Yeah. If we
Yeah.
find some underground trebuchets, we know who did it.
Underground trebuchets are a terrible idea.
The Jews and their underground trebuchets.
Unlike Kyle, I've never gone hunting. So this whole like experience of killing your own food and cooking it and eating it was new to me, a thing that I wanted to have lived through. And so Kyle held the chicken down, but when he did it, he put like a limb, you know, a big stick over its neck to protect his own hands from my inaccurate machete swings.
Right.
Because of that, really, well, there was maybe a half inch that was still it was really a lot of shoulder that I hit. I didn't have the clean shot at the neck that I would have without the log there. And anyway, it took, I don't want to exaggerate, but to remove the head, would you call it 4 blows?
At one point, the chicken went,
Wait, but you were telling me before this, Kyle, that everything turned around and he's back in the good graces of the online.
No, not that. It's the other thing.
Did more stuff happen?
More stuff happened.
I was right.
So yeah, of course, just to catch anyone who's not an internet loser like us up, Dr. Disrespect, it turned out, had been sexting some minors back in 2017, or a minor back in 2017, allegedly, and that's why he was kicked off of Twitch, and they had the big contract dispute and everything, and now it's all coming out because a Twitch employee, I think, kind of came forward publicly, and that started this avalanche of other stuff coming out. And then Doc has to make this big apology, and he does an apology stream and a big apology tweet. And I don't think any of that went over super well.
The editing of the tweet I thought was a fun little twist. Like he's like, I may have been texting a minor and it trended towards the inappropriate. And then he removed minor and made it like individual or something. If that's not right, it's close.
Yeah.
But he didn't realize that on X now you can see the tweet edits. So you just click on like the original version and see that it said minor. So he added minor back in there.
Back
it was
in.
a bad look to cut, I guess putting it out there and covering it up was even worse than just putting it out there.
Well, it was quite screed of a tweet, so I can see how you miss a minor detail like that.
Yeah.
The guy writes more than J.R.R. Martin.
Oh yeah, dude! I was reading through, and I'm like, "Why is he spending so much time on the food and the feasts on this, on this confession? The pork pie was delicious." No,
yeah, dude. So I've disliked this guy for 15 years. He came out of the gate hating on X-Jaws, who I was real familiar with at the time. He railed on me and my family, which for no reason. I've still never spoken to Dr. Disrespect, but he had it out for me. So I'm just enjoying fucking Dr. Kidden Speck's demise, aspiring pedophile. The short of it is he's messaging child anyway, and trying to meet up with them at TwitchCon. And this is the TwitchCon where he cheated on his wife. So he was just hound dogging it, like trying to set up I guess a sex station without his wife.
2017 was the year of the doc. Okay. He was out there slamming brewskis, sexting minors, ripping off transsexual cam girls, like anything he could do. I mean, he's probably gripping it right now.
Filming in bathrooms.
He was getting free cam shows. And dude, I wasn't even familiar with the masturbatory slang he's in there. You know, she's like, you want pictures? And he's like, I'm gripping it right now.
Well, hang on. We need to back up just a second and explain what we're talking about with that.
I need you to fill me in. What about?
I mean, you could show her Twitter, Zach. Like, this girl isn't shy about like what went down. You could show what this person looks like. There's a selfie of her and Doc together. I'll send that to you, Zach.
Can we on YouTube? Twitter's a lot faster and looser with the nudity rules than YouTube.
There's no nudity. I don't want to show nudity. First of all, thumbtack in that. Remind me to come full circle on YouTube and its nudity policy, because that's my new favorite porn site.
I know where you're headed on that. Wait, is that the girl? That's not how I remember her. Is that her?
Well, yeah, that's her.
Okay.
I mean, there's another picture that I just put in the WhatsApp that maybe he can like drag over here somehow with the wonders of technology, and it's them together. Like posing at a con or something, probably the 2017 TwitchCon. But I guess he was. There you go. That's the one.
She looks a little more drag queeny. This is like the one I saw.
Yeah.
So what's the story behind this? Fill me in.
Well, I guess that he was telling her he could get her in the partner program, and I assumed the Twitch partner program, but who knows? That's where you think he'd have the most pull. If she like gave him some free cam shows, and I guess she did that, and then you can block somebody on Twitter, but that doesn't delete your DMs. You know, those are still just. So she went ahead and was like, "Oh, are we filing on Doc this week?" Well, let me tell you, you don't even know.
My history.
And I would just walk around day to day and be like, "Taylor, did you do your reading homework?" And I'm like, "You're gonna die, and you're gonna go to hell." Maybe. What if I
learning about life? Yeah,
my mom took me to a kid therapist when I was like 11 or 12 for that, and it was so unhelpful because he was like even looking back, like it was a Christian therapist, but like frankly, even like a normal Christian would have been like, you just cut it out, like stop worrying about like going all the time, like that's ridiculous, like it's what a normal person would do. But I remember specifically sitting in that office and he's like, what's the issue? My mom's in there too, and I'm like, I can't stop obsessing over how everyone is going to die around me and either go to hell and burn for all eternity or not. And there's no way for me to know after they die what's going to happen. He was like looking at his paper and he's like, that's a very real fear. And
I follow this shit like the biggest sports fan you've ever met.
You think he hates Dr. Disrespect? You don't even know how much he hates Donald Trump.
He hates Trump more. Yeah.
I mean, I try to follow with an unbiased heart. I doubt I succeed, but it is my goal. And, tonight is like, I don't know, finals game 1. Like this is where the chip is earned. And we haven't seen
the moderator? Like who?
It's CNN and it's Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. And I have thoughts on that too. Like a lot of people on the Trump side, they're like playing the refs already. They're like, those guys are so biased. They're terrible. They're going to be against us. We hate them.
Yeah.
And I think their goal is to get them to swing in the other direction and like, you know, make sure that they can't possibly be accused of Trump bias, perhaps by being biased against Biden. I don't know. So I'll evaluate them after they're done. I mean, I recognize that Jake Tapper probably in his heart doesn't like Trump, but we'll see what he says.
Said horrific. They played montages of Jake Tapper.
Did they?
Like,
yeah.
I just saw a tweet from like a while ago, but I don't.
He was one of those like, to save democracy, don't vote for this guy.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Like he was like.
Well, we'll see how he does in the thing. But like I said, I never thought Jake Tapper in his heart wasn't down the middle, but we'll see how he does in the debate.
I think he's very evidently partisan.
He's so far left.
I'm not denying. Okay, let's all agree.
You can play
on
his
that.
own words on YouTube and watch montages of him treating the Trump presidency like it was like Hitler was in office and we needed to be. Are you afraid as you walk down the street like millions of other Americans? Like just a piece of shit. Those guys are so biased.
That's how I feel how the right does it right now.
They do.
Tell you,
but they admit it. They're not hiding, and no one on the right is like,
admitting it's the difference.
I don't know. John Hannity, he's right down the middle, fella. I tell you, he tells it like it is.
In his heart.
They say no. John Hannity's right wing. in the ministry, like he was almost a Catholic priest.
And
I mean that's a big right wing talking point that
is.
Biden is on something when he speaks because there are 2 or 3 different versions of Biden that we get. There's Sleepy Joe, and he still exists. I've seen Sleepy Joe in the last month. He's all fucking stroked out looking,
and then people behind him are like,
"There's Mr. Burns Joe fucking creeping around with his vampire hand."
I'm gonna make a prediction here, and we'll see what comes. But I think,
and then there's Alert State of the Union Joe.
I think Joe's a game day player, and that the version of him you see that's dragging and confused and walking around stage like a Roomba is when like this is the 5th thing he did that day. He's exhausted and he's not the best version of himself. But he's going to come into this thing where this is the only thing he's really got going for the day. As a matter of fact, all week long, this has been his primary focus. And we should see Game Day Joe. We'll see.
My lord, the drugs are precious. We must save them for the debate.
Yeah, I've seen that. Like, they debunk the fuck out of that. They're like, Adderall does not.
How would they debunk it?
Adderall apparently does nothing for cognitive decline. There's another drug, of Ritalin, I think, that does nothing for cognitive decline. There's one like Provavil. I'm terrible with drug names.
They have a magic
that lasts for 12
pill?
hours. So the Republican talking point is that the reason you see him trail off after 60 minutes and not do as well in the final 30 in his State of the Union is that the drug only lasts.
See, this is an interesting, real quick, Kyle. This is an interesting example of how fact checking actually works. Is people go, this is a doddering old man who's being led around on stage regularly, like mumbling in a way that even the people, his handlers, can't understand. And then some conspiracy theorists will be like, he's taking ultra super secret, like Alex Jones level. He's taking secret pills that make him a genius for brief windows. And then the fact checkers, instead of like what the true accusation there is, like this guy's goosed up because he's an old man, and they go instead, fact check. There is no magic limitless style pill that makes you a genius. Debunked. And then people who are convinced that Joe Biden is just selectively cogent will latch onto that, and people who are convinced that he's on pills won't pay attention to it, and they'll be like, nah, he is. He's clearly.
I think the accusation isn't that he has a limitless pill.
I think I buy into the idea that he does worse at the end of a long day.
I'm glad you said that. I don't want to do a bunch of debate talk, but like
at least it's relevant right now. I'm getting
my
blown up.
phone is blowing up. Like everyone I know is messaging me, and like my Democrat lesbian friend is like, this is Biden is being humiliated. This is awful.
Yeah, I have friends who are like we never talk about politics. A couple of them from California, like a couple New York, like not Trump guys, and they're like, this is fucking elder abuse. He's like forgetting what he's talking about. Like,
I had to tell them all, no spoilers, stop, because I really don't want it. One little tidbit, I listened to like earlier. There was I found a moment, and I listened to it like a minute, and it happened to be Biden saying something. Biden froze. Like he had a senior fucking moment for what I'm gonna look. If I was his wife, I would have said 3 seconds. He was frozen, but it felt more like 5. And then he said, "We beat Medicaid." And then his time, and that was the moment his time ended. And Trump goes, "You sure did. You beat it to death." And it was that fast. It was that fast. And that he didn't. There's no applause. It was no crowd. Everybody was afraid, and he was on a roll from there, like laying out his, Trump jargon about how great his economy was and how bad this guy's is, and how he lets in killers and rapists and murderers, and how he puts them up, and how it just on a roll.
There's no audience for applause, but Chiz agrees with you. He's like, debate time. Biden's coming off nervous as hell, and then Chiz, who roots for the Democrats now anyway, I don't know if always, he's like, this is bad. For who? Biden. Even with him talking like an old man out to pasture, which is bad enough, Trump is arguing his points better by a lot. Painted Biden is in favor of late-term abortions killing babies. Oh, that's what Trump said. Okay. Yeah, so I haven't seen it, but I don't see anybody saying Biden's doing
excited.
Good.
I'm very excited to watch it tonight. Now I'm pumped. Now I'm pumped. Can't wait to watch it. And before we, it started, it's exactly what I said. Biden has to drop the ball and Trump has to run with it, or it's lights out for Trump. And this could be
when you see the polls switch back 3 or 4 points in the Trump direction tomorrow and in the week to come, when the memes start fucking dropping, because there's going to be a lot of wide-eyed Biden gifs, I promise.
Man, going just off social media right now, this is going beyond horribly for Biden.
Oh,
yeah, I haven't heard anyone.
I saw a 20-second. There was a 20-second clip I just saw of Biden doing, where he just like trails off and like stops talking for like seconds, and he was doing like the end of his sentence was like something like that. And Trump, they're like, Mr. President Trump, and Trump's like, I didn't understand what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he did either.
Well, are you joking or did he say that?
That's what it says. That's what
see, again.
But my friends who are like excited about Trump doing his bombastic thing are texting and being like, Trump is super calm. Like he's not doing his Trump thing, which isn't as fun. But
I heard it was the key to winning. A lot of people were like, I said it in the start of the night, like if he stays hinged, that's one of the, I don't know if that's a term, but Trump not getting unhinged is one of his keys to victory. It sounds like he's doing it.
I genuinely believed he was a gamer. He was a game day player. I said it stupidly 2 hours ago.
He's 81. He
looked good at 80.
His playing days. No, he did not.
They all look good at 80, Woody, but 81.
Do we have Dragomir von Geldstraven?
I am Dragomir Zigeuner Gormidios von Geldstraven III at your service.
I appreciate you coming on in the midst of your quest.
Are you making fun of my voice?
Never. Never would I only do that online. And never to your face.
I grow tired of fake vampire accents. The accuracy is never there.
Oh, I've been watching some of the Fish Tank season 2.5 is going right now, the RPG, and it is funny hearing the German fade in and out depending on how frustrated you are with John in the moment.
Yes, he is retarded.
So it's, for people who don't know, Sam and Jet doing another Fish Tank, this time very creative RPG in the middle of the woods. Everyone has quests, characters, classes.
Creature, come here and hold my mirror, my magic mirror.
And everyone seems to really understand what role play is,
face me.
Other than John. Now, do you think is John playing too cool for school with it, or does he really not understand what he's supposed to be doing?
John, he is suffering from main character syndrome. Creature, follow me.
I can't believe you're not wearing your hat.
Yeah,
classic hat. There he is.
You have preempted my wardrobe decision.
Yes, Dragomir, you go ahead.
Okay. Of course, it is happening right now. It is real. It is 100% real. There is no games. There is no role playing. We are in my ancestral home, the woods. These woods which I have called home for over 400 years, though I appear to be 28 years old.
Me too.
Oh, that fucking killed me when I saw that clip on Twitter. That I may appear to be a 28-year-old man.
Yes.
Clearly not to me.
I look not a day over 28 years old.
Oh, earlier today, it was right before the show, actually. I was watching a bit of it. Fishtank.live. Everybody go check it out there. I saw the amount of worry on Dragomir's face when Lord Fatimir, the King Fatimir, Airsoft Fatty, was given a noble steed ride, which is a dirt bike, Woody. And this noble steed had never bore 480 pounds before.
Yes,
so he just
it is a child's dirt bike, a Kawasaki KX 110. Is meant for a small boy, but he is 400 pounds. He rode it like a champ.
You did. He drove away, and you just heard the rumble fade. And for like 5 real-time minutes, Dragomir's like, I pray that the king is safe on his venture. And he came back covered in dirt from having fallen off multiple times.
The king is very durable. He is a bit ramshackle in his riding. He rides like a younger man with much bravado, but he is durable, I must say. My only wish is that they maintain peace and do not bother the fair citizens of Shitty.
Yes, Shitty, the town, of course, in which you reside.
Yes. I have promised them that while they are under my protection, no harm shall come to them. It is a promise I hope to keep, though I do not know if it is within my power.
Are you feeling any troubles or worries over giving a couple of these people gas-powered airsoft guns?
Yes, Taylor pointed it in my face. I had to wrench it from her hand and throw it. It was hissing gas out, and she went and picked it up. And I said, no, do not do that. It may explode. Venge. They need a basic airsoft safety course.
And is that coming? The basic.
No. There is also no motorcycle safety course either.
I guess you're in shit almost as shitty a city as I'm from, being Shitty, the name of it.
I don't understand.
Your city is named right?
It's Shitty.
Yeah. The Shitty.
Shitty is the envy of all towns around. It's a mercantile center with many expert craftsmen and stores for you to browse. The women are healthy looking, the men are strong in Shitty. All towns within 200-mile radius are envious of Shitty.
Fair enough. Do you think the eye black is giving away your true intentions to the questers?
No.
Let's just make this an in memorial episode in case.
Just in case. This episode is maybe dedicated to Woody's Gamertag. Hopefully everything's fine and it doesn't have to be an in memoriam episode.
Hopefully he didn't hit an Arby's restaurant at 80, 90 kilometers per hour, however fast that silly thing he rides around goes, and just explode into a ball of flames and roast beef.
I hope not. God forbid that happened.
He shushed me millions of times, and I've shushed him, and now that he's forever shushed, I would do anything to him once again. Yeah. Stop interrupting me. Oh, you want to talk? Oh, no, you want to talk? You talk. You talk. You want to talk? Go. Go. No, go. Oh, you talk.
We haven't even mentioned.
Yes, no mercy for Boogie.
It is
Boogie the liar.
It's strongly thought that he's been a big old fibber about his cancer situation.
Yes, no, he's always. I mean, little fibber, big. He's always a big fibber.
One of the biggest fibbers I've ever seen.
I mean, in terms of volume or mass or
yeah.
So I remember when we found out that Boogie had cancer, and Dick Masterson had like a celebration show. It was like
I do remember that.
It was like a Halloween episode of The Simpsons. He like brought out all the stops. He laughed hysterically, like he'd heard the funniest thing in his life. He was celebrating. He was cheering. I think they were playing sound effects. I saw a clip of you the other day. And you were being informed that Boogie might have butthole cancer, and your immediate reaction was, the clip's 2 minutes long. You learn it like 5 seconds in. You learn the rest of the clip is you laughing and then playing some sort of Islamic prayer while you laugh.
No, I made a special lower trombone just for Boogie. Here's the shit. I don't know where it is. Yeah, there it is. That's what I made when I heard he had blood cancer.
Why do we hate Boogie so much?
I don't hate him. I just think it's like he got this
death upon him. I mean, that...
I don't recall that. Yeah.
So he must be down in the dumps now to find out that Boogie's in fact not dying.
So
That'd be
Boogie
funny.
went on TRT, and TRT increases your red blood cell count.
Nope.
Cancer can also increase your red blood cell count. So Boogie, knowing it was one of these two things, told everybody that it was cancer and started using it to like fundraise and get money and pay for his doctor's bills.
Did he do that?
Did he?
Well, yeah, he used it to promote his crypto coin or something. I watched a CoffeeZilla video about it. And then he rug pulled the crypto coin, which I barely understand. But so he needed to give like $5,000 back, and they knew that he had $5,000 in the bank. And he's like, no, you don't understand. The $5,000 from crypto I've spent on medical bills. It's at Mercy Hospital. The $5,000 in the bank, I scrimped and saved for that. It has nothing to do with the $5,000 I got from crypto. Those are wildly different things, as if cash is not fun.
This is like that Iranian oil fund that we keep cutting off and turning on.
So he said that he needed this money to pay his bills and such. And then they pulled like Keemstar in, and Keemstar's like, he makes enough money to pay his mortgage. I don't know what he's talking about. But he was crying poverty and medical bills and such to raise cash. I swear, like at some point, does crypto not become a scam because everybody knows it's a scam? If I made a lose your money coin, could investors really be like, I had no idea what I was getting into?
I have no idea. I feel like there's not a lot of forgiveness for people who put their whole life savings in.
You know what I've seen?
2988.
It was the fatty coin, right? Like the Boogie 2988 fatty coin. Did you really think this was you were getting in on the ground floor of an?
I don't think there's anything fraudulent about those coins. I think that it's almost like it's like a raffle or a cakewalk or something. Except the guy who owns the coin knows when the fucking music stops. You know what I mean? It's like that.
To the best of my knowledge, based on everything I know, Boogie went on steroids that could have caused cancer in the blood years ago and was warned of the dangers. 2 years ago, after he'd lost all his money in crypto, he went to the doctor and had high red blood cells indicating he may have cancer in his blood. Before he got any confirmation, he rushed to make a YouTube video announcing he had cancer. 2 years later, he still doesn't have confirmation he has cancer, but he's been telling everyone he does and used it for sympathy many times. Whether it was promoting his crypto scam or asking people to financially support him lying about the cancer could be considered fraud. He is scheduled to get a confirmation test to see if he 100% has cancer soon. So ironically, even though he lied, he may still have cancer. And he was also, that's the end of the quote, I believe, from Keem. And he also, a number of people offered money to him to show his positive cancer tests. And it added up to like 80,000 then.
Holy shit. Dude, he's like Randy Marsh. He's in the backyard getting sun with a microwave open next to himself, getting a daily fucking x-ray flash at the dentist. He's like, please, Lord, strike me down.
He's just buying red 40 dye off the dark web, guzzling it, trying
he's smoking a pack an hour. Oh my God.
So he's someone who's always, he's an online content guy, so he's going to try and make money in whatever content way he can. And to turn down,
he chose acting.
$70K. Just like if he had cancer, why not take a free $70,000? And apparently, according to Zach, he said that's his last shred of privacy, which is
nonsense.
Very clearly a lie.
We know that he sat in the White House dining room and watched on live television cops brutalized and mutilated, literally mutilated. There were dozens of cops were mutilated that day.
Wait, when?
How are they mutilated?
On January 6th.
How are they mutilated?
They take years?
No.
I'm going to continue what I'm saying. So at 4:17, nearly 3 hours later, is when he finally asked them to go home.
Cops were mutilated.
They were literally mutilated. People stole their batons from them and beat them with their own batons. You had people crushed in a doorway because his Trump supporters were violently.
See that footage?
How did you not see this footage?
It's so everywhere.
I understand information silos. You can laugh all you want. You can laugh all you want. You can laugh all you want.
I don't know.
We know
it's
for
the
a fact.
word, and I'm just.
It's the word mutilated is ridiculous.
Because when we ask, you start freaking out. Like this will undermine your little speech. Like they're
if you back off mutilated and make it attack.
There were lacerations. There were broken bones. A guy named Brian Sicknick had a stroke. He died the next day. The coroner's report, the chief medical
Did Trump
examiner,
cause the stroke with like a stroke gun?
The coroner's report, the chief medical examiner said all the events of what happened that day contributed to his condition. So we know that Donald Trump watched it live and waited 3 hours to ask them to leave. How do you explain that?
Well, first of all, cops
got a stroke because he got too excited, and that's our fault.
Do you know more than a chief medical examiner?
I mean, if he's saying a cop shouldn't have had a stroke for being a cop, I guess. A cop
I'm a
showed up
doctor.
to work
The
and
stroke
it's
was
like
caused
he
by the
gets too
events of that
stressed
day.
out and has a
This is
stroke,
what
and what's his job then? Because you're so
How do you
agitated
explain-
about this narrative that you're trying
How
to
do
get
you
across.
explain?
It's nuts.
Well, just explain it to me. How do you explain Donald Trump watching cops get brutalized for 3 hours and before finally asking them to go home?
The cops?
Trump asked
Oh
them
my gosh.
3
Do you really
hours.
think Stop it, Dick.
Trump said go peacefully, no violence. And then he got banned from Twitter.
And then
So
he
couldn't
watched
say anything.
the violence unfold live on television for 3 hours. His family begged him to ask those protesters to leave. His staff begged him to ask those protesters to leave. And it took 3 hours. So how do you
Like with a
explain this?
bullhorn? What do you mean? He said go peacefully to whatever we're doing next. Don't do any violence.
You're
what,
not
what more do you want to pin
the
on him?
substance
Mutilated
of
police?
my question at all. You're not.
Do you
answering
what you're
my
asking is
question.
insane. What you're
I'm
asking is
telling
why
you.
did Trump wait 3 hours to stop violence? I don't know, man.
Why?
Does he have a magical anti-violence wand that he can wave?
Number one, he could have put out a message as soon as violence broke out, asking his supporters to leave.
They were fighting. They weren't tweeting.
Number two, he could have.
They had cops to mutilate. They're not on their phones.
He could have called in the National Guard immediately. He had complete authority to call in the National Guard immediately. That call had to come from Pence. He never even made that call. So
Hutch,
how
the
do you
reason-
explain that? Questions.
It's
You
the
realize
Trump
that, right?
Hutch, you're asking loaded questions. Like you say
loaded
what happened
question.
and then say,
I'm
well, how do you
asking you for
explain what
innocent
I
explanation.
hallucinated
I'm
happened?
asking
What you're
you
saying is
for
totally
innocent-
insane about cops getting fucking mutilated, dude. Like 3 cops out of natural fucking causes. You can grab your
Bro.
head like you're Jesse Pinkman
Give
over
me
and
the
over. It
innocent
doesn't make it right.
explanation. Give me the innocent explanation. Try.
Trump said go down. Trump said go down, and we're gonna have a big rally about freedom, and we're gonna.
And then he watched cops.
Hey,
get
you fucking
brutalized
interrupting
for 3
jackass! I'm trying to
hours.
fucking explain it
You're
to you.
not answering the question. You are not
Trump
answering the
said
question.
the beneficial.
You're not even trying to answer the question. You
The
understand that,
generous
right?
explanation is that he said, hey, everybody go down peacefully and assemble. And we're going to have another big rally. All we do is rallies. And things got out of hand because you got a bunch of agitators in the crowd. Some guys who are nuts, Antifa guys, and the FBI. And they're all trying to agitate everybody. The FBI tried to kidnap Whitner, you smug fucks. What the fuck are you talking about? They don't do this shit.
Sure. I'm going to ask the question again. He watched it for 3 hours. Why did he wait 3 hours to ask them to leave?
Ask who to leave? Everybody? Hey, everybody!
motherfucker.
Hey, everybody, leave!
You-
Hey, everybody, leave!
It's not that
What do you
you're
want him to
ideologically
do?
entrenched. You're just dumb. You're not answering this question, and I think it's obvious why.
What do you want him to do? What exactly did you want him to do?
Tell them to leave.
Where?
As soon.
Where?
What do you mean where? What kind of
Twitter.
a
Tell
question
them.
is this?
Who the fuck is them, Hutch? You jackass! Where would he?
His
get his fucking tin can phone? How?
dumb
Where? Say it.
motherfucker.
Where? Say where? Where? Tell them where.
He posted at 4:17. He asked them to leave, and they left. Do you realize that?
On Twitter?
Yes.
Yes.
So you think Trump saying on Twitter, "Hey, everybody leave," and they all just go, "Well, we're out of here. See ya."
It literally
we're going.
happened. It literally happened. I
guess if it happened at the same time, then one must have caused the other. How do you get this far without no? I guess that's your whole platform, right? Correlation is causation. It happened at the same time, so it must have caused it. They didn't just get tired and go home. Trump, oh, hey everybody, Trump said to go. We got to go. Let me get this lectern. Let's get out of here. Is that what you think happened? Is that what you think happened?
It literally
and Trump
happened.
caused it. Trump caused it.
Yes. Why did he wait 3 hours? Have you tried to answer that question? Why?
Why did he wait 3 hours to tweet?
Yeah.
I don't know. He's probably figuring it out. What feed was he getting? Did he try to go there himself and stop it?
We know he was watching it live on TV. We know this for a fact.
So you wanted him live tweeting it?
I wanted him the second they started breaching the Capitol and attacking cops to tell them to go home. Yes.
Everybody? He doesn't think like cops have this under control.
Let's leave half of them in the Capitol. Yeah, let's just leave half of them. Of course.
Well, you guys have done that multiple times. You guys go do protests in the fucking Capitol all the time. So it's not really that. It's not that strange for this big of a deal.
Okay.
Do you or do you not protest in the Capitol? Have liberals ever done that?
There's a slight difference between what we've seen in the past and what we saw on
you
January
did it.
6th.
That's the difference. You guys did it, so it's fine. Yeah.
There were people, for example, that protested the Kavanaugh hearings. They got arrested. They engaged in a form of civil disobedience. People take those risks and they break the law and they should be thrown in jail. Yes.
So your big problem with January 6th is that Trump didn't tweet it right away and say, go home. That's it.
He incited a mob to storm the Capitol in an effort to pressure Pence to not certify the results of those elections.
What a story.
It's not a story. It literally happened.
Oh, man. Look at all this stuff that he did. I know because I can read his fucking mind.
And then, I don't know.
Trump, this is Trump's elaborate plan. By the way, he's a jackass and he's an idiot and he doesn't know what he's doing. But here's his elaborate scheme to somehow pressure people into using the legislative systems back in their home states. Wow, what a fucking monster. Thank God he didn't get away with using the system.
You still have not even tried to touch the question of why
he didn't tweet right away. I don't fucking know. Because he thought it would make it worse. Because he thought other people were because he thought the Capitol Police should be there doing their job.
You're saying he thought he would make it worse by asking them to leave?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't pretend to know what's in Trump's head. He said gather peacefully. What more do you want?
Okay. Did that happen?
I mean, for the most part, yeah. Most people, the people staying in the red velvet rope, walking around the Capitol, we're doing it peacefully. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, what?
I'm not, like, you're not answering the question at all.
I said I don't know why Trump didn't immediately tweet, hey, everybody disperse, everybody leave. Don't you think that'd be kind of weird?
Just try to give an innocent explanation. Try.
I just did. He's getting information and he doesn't know what to do. He figured the Capitol Police would take care of it. He figured that the fucking locks on the door would work.
No. You're speculating when we don't need to. We know he was watching it live on TV for 3 hours.
So you're saying why didn't Trump stop Ashley Babbitt from climbing in that window? Is that what you're asking? Like he should have been right there. No, I'm the hand of God. Don't do what you're about to do.
Why did he not ask them to leave?
I don't know. Because he thought the Capitol Police would figure it out. Maybe he was trying to do other things.
Okay.
No. I understand that the only reasonable explanation is that he was trying to stage a fucking coup using Cracker Barrel grandmas, right? That's the only reasonable explanation. All right, everybody, get in there and walk through the velvet ropes and go in Nancy Pelosi's office and kick your feet up. That'll really strike fear into their hearts, right? Maybe the answer's on the floor, Hutch. Okay. Sure. Is that? Oh yeah.
So the
Am I your? Do you see your dad when you answer me like that?
So then, what?
You have this smug, like sarcastic attitude with them.
Listen, I would encourage everybody who's listening to this right now.
Me too.
I would encourage everybody who's listening to this right now. The New York Times compiled a 40-minute compilation of videos that was assembled from footage from hundreds of people that day, and it documents in detail the hours of brutal violence. It was not just
mutilated.
It was not just QAnon grandma walking around the Capitol. You know that it's not true.
I mean, there's tons of people there. I'm sure there's a bunch of assholes too. The FBI's there. I don't like them.
Why would you focus on the grandma who was walking around the Capitol and not the people who were taking American flags and beating cops with them? That you guys are the guys that are the ones that normally say the thin
cops
blue line,
weren't fucking
beaten, et cetera, and now all of you think that these cops were like fucking deep state in on some Fed conspiracy.
Why were the doors open?
No, not the cops. Not the cops for sure. They got their asses whooped.
What about Pat Tillman? Wasn't that hilarious?
You put it in.
I mean, I've been singing songs about Pat Tillman getting killed for like 10 years or 20 years.
He's the NFL player who volunteered and
he got shot by his own guys.
Yeah, that's what happened to Trump.
That was awesome.
Well, are you saying that because he was a leftist that like read Noam Chomsky or whatever, or like what was the joke there?
Well, he was like pro-military, and then he gave up an NFL career, and everybody on the right, everybody who was pro-military supported him, and then he went over there and got killed. It's like, what do you mean? What's the joke?
Okay, I mean,
apparently.
I'm a little it's confusing to me, but like,
so like, Dick, you're encouraging people to go die in war, and then you died in war. Ha ha! Fuck you, idiot.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're not condemning Destiny for his rhetoric, right?
No, I thought what Destiny said was awesome. I wish all liberals would be as honest as Destiny. I know you guys all want us dead. Destiny's saying it. Yes.
Expecting people like me to feel like emotionally like bad for him. No, I mean, obviously not.
See, I think that when a lot of people on the other side like hear you say that, and their belief, what they believe is that the hand of God came down, the God they believe in as much as you
killed
believe
that fireman.
And redirected the bullet to the fireman. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
God hates firemen. I've been telling you guys all this time.
Who do you think's starting the fires?
Job security. That's what they do. Yeah.
So, you got to keep that in mind. That's where the other side is on this. That the hand of God diverted the bullet from a great man who has chosen to do great things. That's where they are right now.
Did you see the video today? And who knows if I got memed, but it was finally the angle of the ear itself and the bullet and you can see the like punch hole in his ear.
That's got to be AI. I think it's the wrong ear because the video is like flipped.
I thought it was flipped because of one of those videos.
What if he puts a gauge in there? What if he puts a gauge in there and like so the bullet hole's always there?
He gets
finally
a gauge.
Comes out. You didn't
he's
like
losing
my
my
when
vote.
It was Destiny, but
American
Trump,
flag
all
gauge.
about it. Getting his right ear pierced.
Everyone's talking about felching. I love it. It's my favorite thing.
Maybe he could make an earring out of the bullet that hit him, and he could just wear it all the time as a reminder. That'd be super political strategy because that thing's gonna heal up and it's gonna be gone. You remember when I had a wound? But if you put a gauge in there, he could pop that gauge out before every time he went on camera. He's like, look at this hole; it's never healed.
I wonder what his ear looks like.
I bet.
I don't know. I don't think
I bet it doesn't look good. Probably doesn't look.
I bet it doesn't look bad.
It's just astonishing that like this man's life is continuing because he made a random decision to look right in a moment.
It's incredible.
A moment later, it would have gone through the back of his head. I mean,
what Hutch is trying to tell you guys: center mass. I get it, Hutch. You're beating that drum.
No,
He's
I'm just
trying.
saying, like,
you got greedy with headshots. We all know that feeling. I got greedy with the headshot. Damn it! I wanted to be cool. I wanted to get that explosion.
It is crazy how just a meaningless decision to look right and you live. That's just nuts.
Yeah, it is
absolutely.
Hutch got famous quit scoping. He knows the deal.
He was hard scoping in that moment.
He was hard.
Apparently, according to the Secret Service, for like fucking 45 minutes on top of the shed. Like, I am so flabbergasted at how that happened. Like, I'm not getting into conspiracy theory. I mean, like, oftentimes you can ascribe incompetence over conspiratorial stuff or nefarious stuff, but it's just inconceivable to me that you had literally reportedly there were people that were like, hey, cops, there's a guy with a fucking, we can see him right there.
Yeah.
And, 2 minutes.
Hey, there's a fella with a gun up there.
Just, Hutch, I've been asking myself this question, so I'll ask you. Let's say you're the sniper on the other roof, right? It's my understanding, I'm not sure I'm right. It's my understanding that sniper was watching the would-be assassin through the scope. Like he was observed and he knew about him. This wasn't a surprise, but he didn't pull the trigger until the assassin did. Do you think you would have taken that guy down on the hunch that, I mean, he's
100,000%.
He's obviously the shooter, right? I'm sorry.
It's what I do.
I guess you're right. I don't know. I'm like, do I ask for clear?
And I just say that, like, I'm glad Hutch touched.
But I've also heard that there was I don't know. We'll obviously get more information when there's an investigation. But I've also heard there was a tree obstructing the view, and that could explain it. I mean, I don't know if that's true.
I'll tell you what explains it. Like here's what the right is going to say if they want to be fucking hard on this. They need to talk about Secret Service details being diverted to Jill Biden and to congressional campaigns. They need to talk about. By the way, this was the heightened security. This wasn't Trump's standard security that he had last week. This was the new heightened badass security because there's an Iranian plot to kill Trump because Trump killed that Iranian General Soleimani back in whenever the hell. So they find out, oh shit, the Iranians are trying to kill Trump. We better beef up his Secret Service detail. Send Shane Gillis's sister in. Send the bulldog. Send the bulldog. Let her get in there.
Yeah, I read
and old cross-eyed Joe, put him on that rooftop over there. How slanted is it though?
There were reports that he was spotted with a what do you call it? A rangefinder? Is that what you call it?
I've read that. I don't know.
There's reports that like they saw a guy with a rangefinder like 25 minutes before, and they still let him get on the stage. It's like
yeah.
There's
somebody
heads are for sure gonna roll. They're already talking about hauling up multiple Secret Service people in front of.
He's in a very small group of presidents who got shot and lived through it.
Yeah, but he did it like a pussy, right? Theodore Roosevelt sat there and did 2 hours of speech.
Yeah.
President Bunker Boy immediately hit the floor. He's like, oh no, they pierced my ear. An operation that 9-year-old girls don't even blink at. And then he grabs his high heels and leaves the stage. That's not impressive.
The drag queen Last Supper. That was, I mean, what was that?
What are we talking about? The drag queen Last Supper?
Oh, in the opening ceremonies, they had a bunch of drag queens do the Last Supper. You know, the Da Vinci painting of Christ and all his disciples around the table. And Christ is played by a gigantic fat woman, and everybody else is a man dressed as a woman, all of the disciples. And this is part of the opening ceremonies.
I saw a still of that. I didn't watch any of it.
This is a pride parade that we have in every major city. This is the opening ceremonies of the Paris Olympics. Well, this isn't even this.
Is that King Neptune there? What are they crossing the equator? And
probably supposed to be Dionysus.
Wait, who is that? Jesus with the blue dress on?
I would guess so because it has like the halo thing around that you see in paintings and whatnot. But yeah, I saw like stills of this. I haven't really watched any of the Olympics at all, other than like a clip of an event on Twitter here and there. But I saw stills of this, and I'm like, who's this for? Like who's like, who's gonna love this? The world. The world's gonna love this. Like, no. Like most people see this, and believe it or not, they find it off-putting.
Is this a like something that's not new in France?
What, being gay? That is what they're good at.
No, like I'm just guessing. Like, do they have some tradition that this makes sense? Where like are we just looking at it through this American lens?
That's not a French thing.
Drag queen.
No,
Zach says I'm right.
What? They have a tradition.
Zach said yes. They submit.
Drag queen Last Suppers. Yeah, they don't have a Last Supper drag queen tradition. Someone was like, "Hey, you know what? The opening ceremony need a drag queen Last Supper." Yeah. Yes, everyone vote. Yeah, everyone's in. Great. Let's start casting some weird motherfuckers. Who was that blue man? Who was the blue man?
So
I don't know. I was kind of vibing with the blue guy. Not really. That's weird. That is so strange. Like you would think, because I saw the stills of that, and I remembered that really cool one from maybe it was 2004, 2008, where China hosted it, and they had 1 billion people playing those drums, being like, "Oh no shit, don't know shit over." Like
the drums were fucking intimidating, dude.
I remember seeing that and being like, "Damn, China does not play. Like China is a real deal country.
They know how to play the drums."
So I'm reading about this thing that Kyle brought up. It has nothing to do with the Last Supper. There weren't 12 people at the table. No one was supposed to be Jesus, etc. It's supposed to have something to do with Mount Olympus. The idea was to create a big pagan party in link with the god of Mount Olympus. And you will never find me or my work or any desire of mocking anyone. So it was some sort of Mount Olympus thing having to do with the Olympics and not.
That sounds so much worse what you said.
I just read it.
The guy's like, we were not mocking the Last Supper. It was about connecting with Lord Cthulhu, who's the demon of pain. Now, we like to pay homage to him, and the more eyes we get to watch, the more power.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, who wants to like shouldn't the ceremonies be like cool? Shouldn't they inspire people and like look neat, not like a bunch of bearded men in dresses frolicking about?
I would like a dog show.
I don't know why they were in drag. Like, does France have some drag tradition that I don't understand?
It's because that's what's in vogue right now for the kind of people who make these decisions.
I don't know where you.
What, you don't know where I did something? What did I do?
No, you didn't do anything. I'm just like, there's definitely not a tradition though of like drag queen Last Supper like displays. This is like just a skit that they put on, like just like the drums in China. There's no like tradition of like 10,000 drummers playing to scare the West. They were like, you know what, fucking scare the U.S. Come on, turn the red lights on.
I did see a clip of like some like normal French people reacting to it. That was funny. Where even they were speaking French, so I didn't exactly know, but you could tell they're being like, you know, even for me as a Frenchman, this is pretty gay.
You said that.
This is pretty embarrassing for the whole nation of France.
The Algerian lady beating the shit out of that other girl, and everyone on Twitter said it was a trans person, but it wasn't. I saw that this morning.
Yeah, I saw that. Where everyone was like, "This is a dude beating her up," and then it's like, I think she has some kind of genetic issue, right? I don't know what it's called.
Unusually high testosterone.
But it's like some sort of androgen issue of absorption, or I don't know. But she's a woman, like
There's a little guy in her.
There's a little man.
That other chick was like, she hit me harder than I've ever been hit in my life.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a nice compliment then.
Yeah.
And I did watch, and call me crazy, but an Italian woman overreacting. Have we ever seen that anywhere? Like that tends to happen sometimes. And I watched the clip of them fighting, and it's like the Italian lady took a couple hits that looked frankly very strong, but like she quit before it really got moving. Like it was only 45 seconds or some shit of the fight.
She said she'd never been hit that hard before in her life, Taylor.
But she wasn't even
was bleeding.
Oh, she was?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I did do enough research. But yeah, that's silly. You can easily be like, yeah, men shouldn't compete against women. But when it's like an actual fucking woman who has a hormonal thing, it's like, what are they supposed to do?
Yeah.
Is there like an easily if she would have taken a pill to get rid of this, unfair advantage, like a week leading up, would that have helped? No, because that's not how the shit works. I wouldn't imagine.
I like it when they have like an exemption. Like I'm thinking of Messi, the soccer player. This guy's the best soccer player to have ever lived on this planet thus far. And he's really short, and his body doesn't produce human growth hormone. So he got a pass to inject human growth hormone. And he just happens to be the best soccer player who's ever lived.
Yeah.
Coincidental.
Good for him.
Huh.
Speaking of guns that look cool but are kind of overrated, Kyle, you remember this bad boy?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is that the one you chopped the tree down with?
Shit. Fuck no! That is the biggest piece of shit.
What is it?
Is it USAS 12 or something or something weird like that?
Yep, it's the USAS. It's the UTAS, or it's the UTS 15.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it is such a piece of shit. I actually was telling people to be careful while we were filming with it, because we were doing a Helldivers 2, like, because it's basically the shotgun from Helldivers 2. And we were telling them to be careful because I was showing them your video. You had like 3 break on you.
3 or 4 maybe. Like they sent me 4 or 5, and they just kept breaking and falling apart. I can remember there were ball bearings. Like I was shucking it and like trying to clear it, and there's like ball bearings and springs popping and jumping around inside the weapon. And we didn't beat these up. These were new in the box, shot some oil on them, and went and started to film. And each segment of my video, it's like, all right, we're going to shoot a toilet now. Let's see what lasts longer, the toilet or this piece of shit. And like, I think the gun might have broken. They kept, those are the shittiest things anybody's ever sent me. That's the shittiest gun I've ever actually.
What'd you do with the video with it, Kyle? That wasn't the one you shot a tree down. You chopped the tree down with a shotgun.
Yeah, that was like a magazine-fed Turkish, like
the Mark 19,
yeah,
something like that.
Mark 19 or Mark 7, something like that. 1919 or maybe it had a stupid name like that, but it was that was like just a mag-fed shotgun.
Oh, I have them mixed up then.
Yeah, that thing beat the shit out of me too. But no, those things are garbage. Why do you have that?
Literally just for the video, and because I didn't have one. Other than that, like I knew in my head while I was buying it, I'm like, oh, this will be great because Helldivers is like the new thing, whatever. So we did a video with that. But I in the back of my head, all I could think of was your video, and I had to rewatch it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure these are fucking trash, right? And
time when Kel-Tec had the KSG or whatever, and then some other companies were coming up with shotguns that held a shitload of bullets, basically in multiple tubes, or maybe they'll even stick 2 barrels on there. They were trying to do funky stuff like that, and that was the cheapest, shittiest iteration of that idea of all time. It's so
also bad. Turkish as it comes out. So yeah,
Brandon, Turkish guns are very affordable and cheap. I could never keep my dad when he goes to a gun show from like coming back with a handful of Turkish semi-automatic shotguns. He's like, they were 3 for $500. What could I do?
You're very affordable.
Yeah, about bad guns. If there's a bad guy that kicks your door down, what gun do you wish was in your hands?
I value my hearing a lot now. So like I like my MP5 SD. That's really quiet.
Okay.
I had a suppressed MP5 on the wall for a while, but now I've got a suppressed Scar 17 and a suppressed AR 15.
Well, that'll do it. Probably. Yeah.
Submachine gun and a whatever black scary rifle.
More.
Did you guys see the video that I made recreating it?
No.
I haven't seen.
So
that,
I did a recreation both of that shot, what it would have looked like from the shooter's angle with the equipment he used, and also we recreated the Secret Service return shot on the shooter, like just blew the fucking ballistic head open. But we genuinely did a Donald Trump like ballistic head and shot the ear at 100,000 frames per second with ballistic high speed, and showed what it would look like with the 5.56 like nicking through the ear like that. The only thing, it looked way more dramatic than it was because it was ballistic gel, obviously. But with cartilage of the ear like that, I don't think there'd be like, you got to remember the 5.56 is like 0.22 inches. Like it's not big and it's not going to have any expansion if it's going through like a tiny flap of cartilage or a tiny little flap of skin. So like, honestly, that's not a hard injury to recover from and have like
it rubbed him though.
Oh, the way you're saying it, you make it sound like a 1/4-inch bullet went through his ear. That's not what happened. He was just barely touched by it.
It's hard to say. Like it really, like it's, unless I would love to have like an actual, like the surgeon, like come out, hey, this is exactly where it hit. Here's a diagram of the ear. Here's the path of the bullet. That would be really helpful.
I'll tell you what I told him. Stuck on Band-Aid, brand, because Band-Aid stuck on me. I think it just rubbed against him. I'm not trying to take his
he was grazed
I'm not trying to lessen what happened to him at all, but like, holy shit, it barely touched him. To me, it speaks more to the evangelical talking points that say the hand of God itself moved Trump's chin to the right a little bit and made him dodge that. He literally dodged it Neo style.
Has there ever been a better bullet dodge? Because you see that graphic of like where the shooter was lined up right before Trump did the herky jerky, and like
he went to go like look at a graph.
It would have like popped him like right, like brain matter on the stage.
Yeah, everyone gave the guy a hard time for being a bad shot, but he was a moving target.
Yeah, Trump dodges bullets.
He dodges
also, you're using a 5.56 with zero magnification. You're using.
I was going to ask, what optic did he have?
It looked like from the shitty resolution photo that we saw, it looked like he had a zero magnification red dot that was mounted too far forward on, get this, it was a DPMS AR-15 that his dad bought a long time ago.
What does that mean?
Like, it's a shitty brand. You're looking at like 3 MOA. So basically that plus the optic, you're at 150 yards, 130 yards. Your best case scenario is like a 4.5-inch, 5-inch variable on your target.
What is MOA?
Like, MOA is minute of angle. So basically that means 1 inch at 100 yards, 2 inches at 200 yards, that sort of thing. So if you're looking at 3 MOA at 150 yards, I think that's 4.5 MOA, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a way of measuring the accuracy of the gun. It means that it's going to shoot a 3-inch group at that. If it's shooting 3 OMA,
a perfect shooter would get a 3-inch group.
The rifle in a vise. So then you've got to add on the optic and how imprecise that is. If it's even set perfectly, and certainly not set for 100, and then a kid on a hot roof.
Yeah.
To add to
who's
what
just
Brandon
been
said,
discovered by
I read about the optic, and the article said the same thing Brandon did, which was an unmagnified red dot.
So it's literally just like looking through a piece of glass that has a red dot on it, like no zoom capability whatsoever. So like that's a
low budget assassin.
Yeah.
The deep state, they could have done better. They went cheap. The Trump brand never goes cheap.
They sent at me the gayest loser in their arsenal, people. Can you believe it? Bunch of losers. He's out there like, try again, pussy.
Why do you send me your hardest battles? You're my gayest loser.
Son,
I'm
you're
glad
my
he didn't
gayest
do that. Like he didn't show like a picture of the kid and like riff on it. Like imagine if that was the next.
I
fight.
would've
Look at
liked
this
that.
kid.
No,
Yeah, look at this fucking loser. Look at
this loser. This is a guy that got no pussy. I know, folks. I know it's embarrassing. No pussy for this. Died with no pussy. Can you
We
imagine?
call him no pussy cook.
Nope, the no pussy shooter. Kyle, imagine if I live on your neck and we're on your body together and you're eating everything you want because you have your own stomach.
You've got
and I'm
heartburn
eating
now.
everything I want because I have my own stomach. And it's not until after that that it comes together. We're going to be nonstop.
No.
Constantly. Because we're going to be disgusting.
Imagine that you give me heartburn with and I'm like really upset about it, and I'm giving you hemorrhoids from my.
Taylor, stop waking up in the middle of the night and dragging our carcass to eat hot salsa.
He's got a bag of them under the mattress. I can't get under the right side of the mattress.
He's making them at night.
Yeah, that would be you're right. That would be a literal hell.
Yeah, it'd be so.
I'm so glad that I don't have another person attached to my goddamn shoulder blade.
Bro, you
so
can't.
funny.
Oh yeah.
Just the still frame of it is so funny.
Turn the volume up.
Oh.
He's laughing.
Bro.
Tell me he walks around with that crown on.
Bro.
The windows, you scare the customers.
Yeah, dude. Suddenly, a hat seems like a pretty good idea.
And you know the worst part is. Hold up, sorry, having some camera problems here, and
We were just saying that
we're
as a
back.
game.
Hey,
Whoa, you're upright.
You're ambulatory. Look at that.
No, you look like in the those old 90s
you guys
shows.
ruined the gag. We had a whole reveal going on here. You pull it back up. Screw with it a little bit. You guys are too smart. Too much production value, man.
Yeah, you weren't close enough to it. It's close though.
Yeah, you should have it show up with a star wipe.
I wanted to kind of lean forward, but I figured that would look weird.
No, you look like in those 90s movies where the character's supposed to be sleeping in a dream and they start floating off the bed.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Kind of looked like. I think
Or
it's
every Disney Plus production, if you look close enough, you can just kind of see the keying.
Cotton Hill. Now you are in bed, and we're not going to be fooled by it.
Yeah. No, this bed is real. I'm doing a lot better, tremendously, but I'm not sit up 3 hours for a podcast level better. I'm still a little limited. Say that again.
We barely are.
By the end, we'll just
collapse like a marionette.
So what? All right, let's do this. How are you feeling? What do you have now?
I don't have anything new. I think I have less things going on, and I feel a lot better. The entirety of the story since last time is I got treated for the tick-borne illnesses, the nasty ones. I was better for about 2 months, and then in the spring, I started feeling super shitty again. Went back, got tested, still positive, went back to the doctor, and the doctor's like, okay, we'll do it again, but more extreme this time. So I took atovaquone, azithromycin, and clindamycin, and about the highest doses that you can take at home for about as long as you can. Anything more, I would have probably need to check into a hospital for.
Cleaned you out.
Yeah. Oh, it did. Yeah. Atovaquone is anti-malarial. It looks like paint thinner, tastes like paint thinner, terrible stuff.
Chlamydia, no more.
Yes. Yeah. Did all that. Pretty rapidly started feeling better. I have made more progress since the treatment ended in June. I've made more progress since then than I have in the last 3 years. Literally Tuesday. So 2 days ago, I graduated PT. They said I was so healthy, it was not necessary for me to be there. I can continue working out, building strength at home. Standing time increased, driving time increased, sitting time. Sitting is slightly relaxing instead of horrible. So if I it used to be I'll go to the grocery store and then I'm fucking cooked and I need to take a 2 hour break.
now I can just sit for like 10 minutes and then go do a different thing. And it's not such a big deal. We're stacking multiple things. And honestly, almost everything is better. I'm a long way from well. I kind of went through hell on this one, but the trend is good. And I'm praying to God and everything holy that every little creepy crawly in my body is dead for good. And I never, ever, ever have to drink Tovaquone ever again. That's the whole thing.
Is that
That's the malaria drug?
It's an anti-malarial drug. It looks like highlighter fluid and tastes pretty similar. You mix it with milk and then drink it, and it absolutely cleans you out. Yeah, because it has to have fatty foods. So I would eat like fatty burgers and pork and drink this gross shit milk. It was terrible. It was not fun. We cut the treatment about 2 weeks short because it was starting to give me some heart troubles. I think the azithromycin or maybe Clinda, I can't remember which one, can cause heart palpitations. I was starting to get those, so we pulled it a little early.
Is that antibiotic, the erythromycin?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're all antibiotics, and it seems to have worked. I'm on 3 months post-treatment, constant progress. Everything feels a lot more normal. It used to be like, I told you stories like I would pour the cereal milk and sprain my wrist and it was just done for like 3 weeks. No more of that bullshit. A lot more resilience. If I sprained something, if I hurt something, I fell down the stairs the other day. It's like normal, like a step or two. It's like normal. It's like you hurt something and you rest it a couple hours, a day or so. It's fine. I'm doing that train now instead of, I hurt something. Well, there goes the month, So it's all very positive. No new diagnoses, no doctor visits, no anything. We're actually minimizing things. I'm going to attempt to return to some version of normal, like a lesser version of normal. I've gone from being like 90 years old to maybe like 60. So
how old are you actually?
37. Felt like 90 for a long time. So it's all very positive.
If all these high tech solutions don't end up working, at some point you need to go to a faith healer or something, right?
Listen, Dr. Disrespect attacked me, my family, my kids at a time I did nothing to him. And now, and at the time he was just jealous. He was trying to be Dr. Disrespect before he was. And then he became Dr. Disrespect. And then he became an aspiring pedophile. So I get to enjoy his downfall because he wanted mine. Fuck Dr. Disrespect. He's an aspiring pedophile, and I don't care what happens to him for the rest of his life. He could go to jail. I'm cool with it. He took shots at me when I never said a word about him. I said supportive shit about him. Fuck that guy. He tries to fuck children. That's all. I hope he goes to prison and gets ass raped.
Jeez.
Well, I tell you where I'm coming from. He's talking about Colin when Colin was like 12. Fuck Dr. Disrespect. And he's never done anything to change that standpoint. So that guy can suck my dick. Maybe
imagine if he was wearing his blue shirt.
Oh damn! We need it. Can you run that back? Can we do? Can you go pop one of those blues on and come back?
Zach, poorly shop a blue scribbled on child done shirt on the Woody for that last. I don't know what I'll call that. Attack,
diatribe,
rant.
I think you gotta go hard.
Mood, so I don't want to.
It is
that's the water.
Joy to watch people like that float down the river years later.
So
you do without your.
We're selling just a blue shirt. That that's the stupidest idea ever. But you can get Woody's blue shirt.
Blue shirt. I like that.
Yeah.
Unlock your inner
Woody
anger.
went into a hateful, rage-fueled diatribe once. You remember what he said about Doc earlier? How mean it was. He went like twice as hard on somebody else while wearing a blue shirt one time, and it was a hushed silence. We were like, wow. He was like, you're like a NASCAR driver that hits the fucking wall every race, and you think that people show up for your driving talent. Crash and burn, you fat loser piece of shit. Like, no one likes you. You're uncomfortable to be around. Like it was just like one mean thing after another. Like it was piercing.
It was ruthless.
Failure to launch was worked in there somewhere.
Yeah. I don't remember what preempted that. Maybe he was talking shit about you or something. I don't remember exactly what happened.
Yeah, I want to say he might have said that if he made paramotor videos, they'd get 100,000 views each, but I have no personality, something like that.
Oh, okay.
And I hit it back.
It's
I
not
do
your
remember. I knew it was
personality,
something
it's-
about what he said because I remember specifically you saying, "Keep your name out of my keep my name out of your fucking mouth, you piece of shit." And I'm like, man, that's Woody's not usually the one to call someone just like you piece of shit, like just that meanly. That was funny.
3, 2, 1, play.
Makes a more professional video. I make a more entertaining video, if I put it that way. For example, like Woody does that para motor crap on his channel. Woody doesn't have a charismatic personality. Like if I went, that'd be 100,000 view video. But on his channel, it's 2,000 view video. Like the one where me, White Boy, and Jive, were playing PUBG. Like that video failed hard. Person, but you paint me out.
Are we listening to a video?
Granted, do I do things that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's probably enough of it anyway.
That's enough. So basically, oh, and by the way, don't write anything in the chat you don't want shared. I mentioned that. So Wings puts it out there that if he made paramotor videos, that he would get how many views did he say? 200,000 views?
100,000, and I agree. Right? That big boy gets on a paramotor and starts flying through the skies. First of all, if that thing fails, he's a weapon of mass destruction. 470 pounds coming down at terminal velocity. That'll destroy a Jeep. That'll destroy a car. I'd fuck a house up.
Oh yeah,
I
right
tune in
through
for that.
roof.
I tune in for that.
I'd tune in for one video of that.
Of course,
I'm not gonna.
Well, he didn't say if I made a video series of me flying through the skies, being an airman, it would be successful. He said if I made a video on a paramotor, it'd get 100,000 views, and I gotta agree. Who wouldn't tune in to see Wings paramotor?
That sounds like a great time. Actually, I don't know if the paramotor will actually lift him up into the air, though.
It would be like you ever see the. There are people that fly paramotors tandem and are still lighter than Wings of Redemption. They're Wings. You're not charismatic. I know you think you are. You think people like you. People don't fucking like you. Nobody likes you. An entire fucking industry has spawned hating on Wings of Redemption. The Wings of Redemption is exactly like a NASCAR driver that crashes every weekend and thinks that people come out because of his driving skills. No, Wings. People aren't watching you because you're good at gaming. People aren't watching you because you're charismatic. People are watching you because it is a new and fascinating thing for them to see a fucking 32-year-old going on 500 pounds, failure to launch man baby, cry about dying in video games and deflecting it as if it was someone else's fault. I don't know anyone else like that. The Wings of Redemption is unique in his loserdom. There is no one else that has achieved this level of failure to launch, but who could fucking launch when they weigh that much anyway? Wings, keep my name out of your mouth, you fat piece of shit. Yeah,
Oh.
I don't know if you're a moron because of a genetic deficiency,
I can't tell if you're
or
reading something
if it's some sort of like emotional retardation. Like maybe if you were adopted, that you wouldn't have turned out like this. It's hard to say. But what is true is you live in a goddamn trailer with your mommy talking about how I'm not charismatic. Rage some more, Wings of Redemption. Show me more about what you say people don't know how wonderful you are. That's right, because you're not wonderful. You are just a man baby who cries on stream. And that's why people watch.
He lives in a trailer
with his mommy.
I thought he had a lot of money from YouTube.
No.
Apparently not. Yeah.
Oh, okay, he's been at it for 10 years and he's fucking living with his mom, dude. That's really odd.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Man, well, that was. Were you reading that, or is this one of those things where like
thinking that
like that's the kind of argument you have like in the shower by yourself, where you're like, and another thing.
Although I gotta say, I would watch a Wings Redemption paramotor video. The physics experiment alone is going to
make sure he's
worth.
not in New York.
And dude, these monkeys are so smart. Like better than most.
They're
But
smart.
they'll be like, she's having it clean its own enclosure with a rag, and he's on the inside cleaning the glass. She's like, you missed a spot. And he's getting that, and then she's giving them Happy Meals, and they don't just rip into it like a dog would if you gave it a boxed Happy Meal.
Mm-hmm.
They're dipping their nuggets in the sauce, bro.
Dude, monkeys are so cool.
They're
Chimps are
dipping their
awesome.
nuggets. They're dipping, and she hands him a Powerade in the bottle. Bitch takes the damn cap off and starts sipping it and not spilling. Like he's like, Sticking his little weird lip. They got those weird lips that like come out like a little
bowl, like prehensile lips. Those big.
And they're like they're sipping these Powerades, and they love them. When she breaks out the Powerades, everybody's like, like, you want a red one?
Yeah, that's so funny. I bet they have favorite flavors.
100%. They did.
Yeah. What's the most upsetting, disgusting person you've ever done an expose on?
I mean, I filmed in person with Chris Chan prior to the arrest. So as I'm working on like a giant 5-hour-long Chris Chan documentary, I don't know how to end it. Like, and then the news came out that fateful day, and me and my team.
Trans associate of Mr. Beast. Am I?
No, this is a different guy. That's Chris from Mr. Beast.
Chris Chan Sonichu.
You be careful with that medallion; it'll curse you.
I just met with Chris Chan again a couple of months ago for a follow-up documentary, and he
pardon my flashness.
And she gave me a custom Chris Chan Sonichu medallion with like a special eye on the back of it. So I haven't worn it.
I don't know anything about Chris Chan.
Chris Chan is the person who got arrested for supposedly his own mother. Chris Chan is there's a great police activity video. I always steer you guys back there.
Yeah,
of Chris Chan.
It was very funny. I watched that one.
and the cops are in his. It's a trans person, but it's like very clearly like a masculine trans person, but. We got some kind of sonic chew, and she keeps talking about invisible people who aren't in the room, who she's married to, like characters. It's like she's like, I don't remember what they were, but she's like, oh yeah, I'm married to like Knuckles and fucking Tails, and they're here in the room.
Charmander, yeah.
Can you feel
This
Charmander?
Chris Chan saying these things?
Yeah. To the cops. The cops in cuffs on a bed in their own motel. They're confirming the warrant, and she's just like, did you feel that? And the cop's like, what? My husband Knuckles just slapped you. He's like, no, I didn't feel that. Hit him harder, baby. And this is, obviously there's an invisible person there, but outside fans have started to gather, and they're yelling like, "Free Chris Chan!"
Yeah, that's Ethan Ralph filmed that.
Is that Chris Chan there?
That's Chris Chan.
Chris Chan grew up as a boy.
Chris Chan. So the story behind Chris Chan is that he was born in the 80s. He was originally named Christopher, but when he was 10 years old, an animatronic bear at the mall called him Christian instead of Christopher. So he started referring to himself as Christian, and his parents were very religious, so they thought it was like a sign from God. So they legally had his name changed from Christopher to Christian because they thought it was like Jesus telling him. So from there, he lived as Christian for many years and grew up, and then found the internet in like 2007 and proceeded to be the most trolled person of all time online, with his own wiki having over 10,000 articles, I believe, at this point. And when he was around 35, I believe, right after his father died, he transitioned to become a woman. Is now Christine.
When did the alleged sexual assault or whatever go down?
So this is what I wonder if. Okay, it was alleged. The charges were dropped mainly because the courts just didn't want to deal with the situation, and it was like a time served almost thing where she was in prison for pretty much 2 years, and then they just let her out because she has a manager in real life that basically was able to find her housing that was not with her mother to get out of prison. So now when they said, okay, we have an apartment for her to be at and a way to make money by selling medallions online, that the courts were like, fine, just as long as she's living on her own, we're gonna just drop this and move on.
Because the mother's like not well, right?
Mother's in their 80s, and she's not in the best mental state. There was actually a sighting of his mother her mother for the first time in a while. Chris Chan made a homemade Kamala Harris for president sign and posted it in his mother's front yard. And in the background, you zoom in really close and you see her mom like looking out one of the windows.
Can you see the disappointment in her eyes, despite the dementia?
Do we know?
All I remember is I hate my son.
Is Chris Chan serving prison time with men or women?
So that was a big thing. Tucker Carlson actually covered the story when it first came out, because I think at some point she was in a female facility, but she was bounced around a lot. And at one point she was in a mental institution before they brought her back to the county jail. So it was all over the place. From my understanding, for the most part, it was more of a solitary confinement sort of thing, where she wasn't in the general population at any facility she was at.
Can I get a look at that medallion once more? Because I didn't know they existed until
So this is not the. I could go and get the real medallion. It's in my other closet. This is like a reproduction one that you could buy.
The one in the closet cannot be that funny. That's hilarious.
You want me to go get the other one?
Get the real one. Get the original cursed one.
I mean, that one looked like a child made it.
Oh, dude.
Oh,
that's the original. Something that's funny about Chris Chan is you'll see like the art style and drawings from like literally 20 years ago, and then ones from now. No progression in no progression. It's the exact same style of art 20 years later.
So this is that you have this. The custom one that I got. This is a real one. It's not like a print of it. And then on the other side, you have the autograph, and then you have like this ball eye thing.
Jesus Christ.
It's like built in.
What does it say on the back?
It's just Jesus Christ Chan, Sonichu. So it's an autograph from.
He's signing himself as Jesus Christ Chan now.
Jesus Christ. I think it's like Jesus Christ Chan or something along those lines. Is the like long title.
Well, that's fucking.
Believing you're Jesus is one of the final steps in being crazy. Like,
Taylor, can I point out a little bit of hypocrisy here? Like, we along the way, we're like, he thinks he's Jesus. Like, that's insane. He thinks that Sonichu's real. That's insane. He thinks he's a woman. Okay, well, that might be completely legitimate. That might be the thing where he's just cogent and he's thinking straight, and we shouldn't question that one bit.
Oh yeah, that's totally a real thing. Yeah.
So there's people such as Rakita Law and who else? I'm drawing a blank, but basically the concept is every single person who has a medallion and wears it, they have a downfall. So it's kind of another angle that I'm playing up with part 5 of my documentary that I'm releasing kind of like 3 years after the first 4 parts, is that Chris Chan isn't really getting involved in much drama anymore, but now people that are wearing the medallion and are obsessed with Chris Chan are now seeing themselves getting a downfall and getting destroyed if they put it on. So
that one looks so much better than yours.
They all look the same to me. Am I crazy? Like, there's not a lot of variety in these.
They're slightly different. Yeah, there's Muda.
How?
These are all clearly very different.
The mouth is
this
different.
Looks like the hamburger. This one to me looks like the hamburger helper glove. Fuck.
Well, here's the thing about the Chris Chan medallions is they're all homemade by Chris Chan, so they all look a little different. There's this guy named Gino Samuel who has the most known Chris Chan documentary that's like 100 hours long. It's just like every single tweet he's ever said is in it. And
you're telling me we haven't seen this one already?
No, they're all a little bit different.
Up, Art.
Each of them is clearly different. Can you really not tell the difference?
I'll hold both of them up.
They're 98% the same.
I mean, they are.
Yeah,
like,
but they're all.
How do you get
noticeably different? Yeah, how do you get past
it's
captions?
a challenge.
So this one's the official one from the Etsy store that's like a reproduction, and this is a custom one that Chris Chan made just for me.
Night and day.
I'm right.
There's no different.
Here's the thing is, you joke. This thing is probably worth over $1,000 if I put it up on eBay right now. Like, people would pay that. Yeah. So that's the thing that I've kind of been intrigued by is what is the value of Chris Chan artwork? If the original copy of Sonichu episode 1 went for sale, how much would it sell for on the open market? I think there's a possibility someone spends $100,000 on it. Art's worth what someone's willing to pay.
Is Chris Chan the kind of like weird person from the internet that you think could get away with like selling bathwater?
Someone
Zach,
would buy
bring that picture back up. There was a mouse pad at the top, and I want to make sure I was seeing that correctly. What the fuck is that? Is that Wojak red mouse pad? What the fuck? What's being sold there?
That was Etsy, right? I assume.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was. Yep, that's exactly what I thought it was. Yep, I like that.
Made one of those.
I'm getting that right now.
Cooking.
I need that. That's gonna help me for Tarkov. I'm gonna give the click on the meds better.
If you're a Democrat, it was a good night to be you. Pretty much universally agreed. She baited him. He took every piece of bait. He looked kind of cuckish. God, you may have seen the thing where he talked about his crowd sizes and how people aren't bored. That was his response to the immigration question. They asked about immigration. 3 of the first 4 questions were like pro-Trump.
and one of these first 4 was immigration, and Kamala made fun of his rallies, and the moderators were like, "Hey, Trump, like, tell me what you think about immigration." He's like, "Before we get to that, my rallies are great. People love them. They're not leaving board. She's lying about that." And it was like, dude, you're fumbling your immigration question. This is your best issue.
Immigration should be the home run one.
There's 5 questions that you're going to get at that presidential debate that matter that you need to prep for. They make it sound like prep for this thing is hard. It's not.
Right.
It's like 5 issues that matter, maybe even 3. You could focus on 3 and be fine. And what she did there, it's simple. It's like, you're right. There aren't as many people at my rallies lately. I don't know if you heard, there was an assassination attempt just a month or 2 ago. Media out there doesn't like talking about it very much, but a madman came and tried to murder me while I was trying to save the American people with my justice and goodness. And I don't know who sent him, but we're going to find out.
Until the end, I love that answer. His was terrible. He just made it sound like his feelings were hurt. He was on defense all night long. She played him like a fiddle, and it made him look like some sort of easily manipulable cuck. And there's almost no one who doesn't. Fox News is echoing the things that I'm saying right now. It's hard to find anyone who didn't think less of Trump after that debate. So exciting time if you're in for Kamala.
It was pretty funny, though, when he started talking about the Haitian migrants eating dogs and cats. I mean,
if there are legitimate complaints of Haitians moving to Springfield, Ohio, they were lost by former President Fuckface saying they're eating your cats and dogs. And now it's become a meme because he can't make articulate points like a normal person. He has to lie and exaggerate. And that's all people heard.
Well, yeah, I was cracking up during that just because he says that. And I know because I'm on Twitter what he's talking about, but like the average Fox News viewer or something probably has no idea what he's rambling on there. He just
Twitter brain was apparent the entire interview. Like the lies that he was telling are only, it's bullshit that you hear on Twitter. And the moderators were fact checking along the way, and it made him look bad. He said that he won the 2020 election, and they fact checked him on 3 things. There was the eating people's cats, winning the 2020 election, and a third one I can't recall off the top of my head. But they were the most egregious.
Was it killing babies 6 months after birth?
It was killing babies after they were born. Was the other one they fact checked? Yeah, and they said that's not legal in any state.
Yeah, the infanticide one. It's like. I want your receipts, dude. Like I can believe what it sounded like he was inferring or suggesting once was that there was a governor in Virginia or somewhere who at one point had said something like set the child aside and will decide after. And I'm sure it's taken out of context. But like I just want those receipts. I want to know what he's misrepresenting to be that. Because there's nowhere where they're birthing babies, putting it in the incubator and being like, oh, you don't want this one? Yeah, we already got him hooked up. Oh, you'll pay? All right.
Right. Like Trump's arguments and case for presidency become less effective when he bases it on lies than if he had based it on something that was true.
Yeah, he shouldn't have done the cat thing. Like at least wait for like a video of a Haitian eating a cat to come out or something before you say that. But like, yeah, the core of it, like that it's destroying that county or that city or whatever, like that seems entirely undeniable. Like
I don't know about ruining. It's affecting certain people that currently live there. But you look at any town.
A lot of the people there are.
You should refer to it as transforming the culture or making Little Haiti in Ohio a democratic voting base. Let me tell you how many people did they bring?
20,000.
The estimates are.
Let me show you the margins in the last few elections, and then you break it down. That's what he should talk about. He should call it voter manipulation. He should have called it importing a democratic votes into a state that, for some reason, has been red for a long time now. Didn't he win it even in 2020? Didn't he win
Ohio? It's been red for a long time.
He just doesn't know how to pivot, and he doesn't know how to do that. It just came out Israel's fucking selling avionics to Russia. Like, you know what I mean?
Dude, Israel is always losing me. They're always losing me.
I'm there for you, Israel, but you keep fucking people with dogs and blowing up hospitals.
So hard to support.
Yeah. Why are both of our parties so beholden to this country?
I swear to God, like Israel,
noggin jogging.
It's like a Warhammer 40K villain. And you're like, they do what? Yeah, they take people and they turn them into furniture, ever suffering furniture, and they laugh about it because it charges their soul energy and allows them to live forever.
Oh man,
oh my God, the Dark Drukari are horrific. Oh no, that's Israel. Israel. they turned this Palestinian man into, they thought it was funny. They turned the Palestinian into an Ottoman. Get it?
Yeah, I saw that clip from the debate where it was them. Clip? The Israel part where he's like, Israel's not going to exist if you don't elect me. And Kamala's like, oh, I love Israel. I'm the most pro-Israel. It's like,
so Kamala's take was actually, I support Israel. They have a right to defend themselves. We need a 2-state solution, and it matters how Israel does it. So she was trying to have it both ways. She was a milder version of Trump, but I'm not sure it makes. She called for but I'm not sure it's going to make a difference in their policy. If
they're going to do exactly what they're.
I think the smartest thing the Republicans could do is if they started taking the Palestinian side and get the Muslim vote just away from the Democrats. I think they could pull it off.
They would lose their biggest donors. Like I think the biggest donor to the Republican Party this election is Miriam Adelson, right?
Are the evangelicals really going to go to the Democrats though?
No, but they won't vote. They'll stay home. Like they're spiteful.
I feel like there's a Muslim population in Pennsylvania and Michigan, a lot of swing states that
I agree with
probably
you.
shift it.
The Muslims aren't going to switch to the red side over the blue side. Like
if they're the ones supporting Palestine, I think they would.
Yeah, you will. Agreed.
But here's the thing: they won't come out in support of Palestine because that's anti-Israel, and many of their top donors and most powerful lobbying organizations are explicitly pro-Israel. So like they're gonna do what the people funding elections tell them to do.
And the way Israel PR twist things, like the U.S. will be like, hey, we're sending you all the money, we're sending you your defense rockets, we're sending you that special shit we don't even need to talk about, the uranium that's on the way. But look, no more 2,000-pound bombs, the dumb bombs that y'all have been lobbing, from 8,000 feet at random buildings. No more of those. We're holding back. And all of a sudden, Israel's on fucking like Twitter. America has abandoned us in the time of our need. It seems like perhaps we should turn elsewhere in these dark hours. Perhaps our friends at the Kremlin could supply us with some fire bombs to deal with the evil which we face. I don't know why I gave Israel a southern accent. It's less anti-Semitic.
No, that's right. That's Jewish.
It's you're 100% right. It's absurd. Absurd.
I don't know the details, but it does seem like both parties have done the calculus that it's more important to have the Jewish people on your side, or whoever supports Israel, evangelicals, than it is the Muslims.
Yeah, scores posted. We spent the last 20 years making sure that Israel's always going to be there, and we're going to destabilize anybody who tries to fuck with the global hegemony. Is that the word? Hegemony?
I only read it.
Regional hegemony. Israel is.
It's not the global one that we're on top of. That any sort of economic, financial system, any sort of military power, any 2 or 3 guys, by guys I mean countries, start getting a little too close. We're destabilizing that. We're from the and not just one. We're not just going to make one policy. There's going to be like boots on the ground, fucking with your economy. There's going to be a weird house fire. Somebody's going to fall off a fucking roof. Your president's going to have a scandal. Like that's our fucking jobs to stay on top.
So but like the idea that we just have to support these endless wars in the Middle East. I
don't know, man. They pay our politicians off really well, apparently. Somehow, I don't know where they got all that goddamn money, but they got it.
I don't know. Taylor says it's money. Sometimes I think it's votes. Like I've tried to make this comparison before. The NRA doesn't contribute a lot of money, but they do direct a lot of votes, and that can be just as important. And I don't know how Israel does it, but they're doing something important that makes politicians fear them.
AIPAC does. They invest huge sums of money.
How much?
I don't think they do. I think that if we looked at how big they were on the list of donors, they'd be in the 30s or.
I mean, all you need of America is number 1 at $28 billion a year. Or something.
I mean, you can also just look at like what the proof is in the pudding, right?
There's a list.
What's the biggest political committee, conference, whatever, every year that almost every major politician goes to? It's the AIPAC conference.
Realtors Association of America. I think they give $28 billion a year, and they're like, AIPAC's not on the list in the top 10.
AIPAC brags that they win like 94% of elections that they put money behind.
Well, that just means they're good at picking candidates, right?
Yeah.
We always pick the guy ahead.
Just like circumstance.
We always pick a feller we think's going to win.
You just have to look at, is there a lobby for this foreign country in America that spends money to elect people that will do more for them?
Yeah,
Yes.
you don't like that, and
I don't like that. If I found out Russia was doing that shit or Italy was doing it, I would equally like it.
I found it on Open Secrets. APAC is the 25th largest donor organization. There's a whole nother list for individuals, but for organizations, they're the 25th largest.
They seem to get whatever they want.
Yeah, right. But it seems like their influence is much bigger than the 25th. I didn't look for NRA, but I bet that's way down on the list also.
Not a lot of those places.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say not a lot of those groups have a country of origin. You know what I mean? Like Israel's kind of unique in that way. I mean, it's not like I'm sure the Haitians send us some bananas and a goat every year or something,
right?
But like, they get what they can. We could go to something more cheerful.
Let's talk about pagers in Lebanon.
Let's talk about pagers in Lebanon. Oh, we're gonna talk about the pagers.
I thought you were gonna cheer me up from the sad documentary.
We don't have to go there right now.
So Kyle is on team. This is fucking cool. Like, what an amazing way to conduct a war. Taylor is on. Look, a lot of these victims could be innocent people. It's indiscriminate
children.
bombing and grocery stores.
Not
and shit
could be
like that.
R at this point. Yeah.
Yes, and well, it could be and R can both be true.
I think I'm on the side of it setting a new precedent of fucking terror.
But wait, I just want to finish my thought.
Yes,
I have moved from Kyle's side to Taylor's side. At first, I was all about like I guess espionage, subterfuge, and just like what a amazing act of sort of intelligence that they pulled off to like get pagers on their way to hopefully bad guys and put explosives in them, and then as they're wearing them later on send a page and 2,000 explosions go off at once. I was like, that's cool. And I still do think that there is an element of cool in it.
Oh,
but
it's soaked in cool.
There's an undeniable bit of cool to it.
The thing is, let's say that these Hamas people were living in Israel, right? And they were shopping at Israeli grocery stores and malls and whatever. Would they have employed that same tactic? No. I think the answer is no. I think they consider those browner lives to be worth a lot less. And if a couple kids lose their vision, you know what? This is the price that we all have to pay. And they definitely employ tactics they wouldn't employ if it was their own people, their own innocents.
I think they're fighting for their own people. So, obviously there's a border there. 100,000 Israelis are displaced. 100,000. The population of St. Louis is what, like 300,000?
Well, that's the city proper. Nobody lives there.
Imagine that 100,000 people are displaced from their homes because Hezbollah keeps rocketing that side of the border. They're in a war with a state-sponsored, by our definition, terrorist organization whose main mission, it's crazy that these people put it in like their charter. Because like I don't know, we've got some words here. It's like, live free and die, for all mankind. Theirs is always death to Israel. They're like mantra, their motto. It's right in, they chant it. And I don't mean like the guys in the street that the CNN might find, like the leadership does. This was 3,000 or 4,000 devices that went straight. It didn't just go to anybody and everybody. It was upper echelon Hezbollah members. These are your black captains who all got a pager so we can stay in contact. And they managed to put a couple ounces of C4 in them bitches and then send them all a little message that says, look at this. And they are all maimed. They're blinded. Their hands are blown off and there's chunks taken out of their sides. And there was definitely some collateral damage along the way.
There are tons of people who are innocent who are hurt from it. Yeah. Tons. They're reporting hundreds of people and
tons
children.
Of them?
One child died. That's
hundreds of people.
A lot of lives.
Yes.
Tons.
And like the idea that all of
4,000 pounds? I bet 4,000.
You need 2,000.
They're children though, Woody. They weigh less. What's a ton of children?
Okay.
I mean, they
that's like
there
kids.
were a lot of the people maimed who weren't Hezbollah affiliated, seemingly were hospital officials because they used pagers.
Yeah.
What do you mean that? No.
Yeah.
Do you know? How did a hospital administrator get a Hezbollah upper echelon for black captains?
Because not all of them were just sent to Hezbollah. Clearly,
that's not
some
true.
people
that's made up stuff.
Dude, that's the part, Kyle. Like, it takes a lot of intelligence to make sure you only get the right pagers. Like,
they had their own order of pagers. They wanted encrypted pagers. It's funny. They're going down the line now trying to find out where the pagers came from. the company whose like brand is on them are like, we don't make pagers, we like license pagers to be made. And so they go to like the street where the manufacturer is listed, and there's somebody outside, and they're like, yeah, nobody works in there. That's an empty building. And they're like, well, shit, where'd they come from? Right? Like they don't even know exactly where the pagers
but no, Woody's point of like
what they didn't do is make every pager in Lebanon a bomb and just scatter them about. There was a shipment of pagers to the bad guys. The bad guys were like, you got the goods? Yeah. 3,000 encrypted pagers, just like you wanted, bad guy. And he went, good, I'll take it back to my bad guy boss, and he'll tell me how to distribute them.
Do you think this is a movie?
Of bad guys. Yet, do you see what just happened with all the bad guys exploding?
Do you notice? Hundreds of innocent people were harmed and children died.
Absolutely not.
I think we have different news feeds.
I think like the idea that you think this went to the Hezbollah hideout like they're fucking Skeletor, and they
exactly what happened.
It all blew up in the hideout as they were wringing their hands.
You think they scattered them about and they just happened to blow up 3,000?
Where do people have pagers? They have them in grocery stores, in line at the mall, in hospitals,
what are you talking
at their
about?
apartment building,
what does
at their hotel.
You got to explain what you're even talking about. What
where
do you have them?
Where do people wear pagers?
I think you're being.
I genuinely don't understand what you're saying right now.
What if someone's standing here and they have a pager on their hip and there's a child beside them?
The kid's fine.
We don't have to ask questions. The video. That just happened.
Yeah, the kid was fine. I watched it happen in the grocery store. The guy blew up. The guy next to him was fine. Then I saw a late
goose.
Actually, Kyle, hold on. I think I've seen the same video, but wait a second. I want to talk about it. I think I've seen the same video, and had that pager gone off like seconds before or after, another person would have been hurt. Someone had walked by right in the blast zone, and just through good luck, the pager only blew up when only the pager's owner was within, I'll say it's like a 3 feet radius.
Sure.
Kyle, you agree with that roughly?
I saw that clip.
Maybe. What about the radios?
But seconds on either side of that, people were right there.
Yeah, blew more up.
Woody is right. Like, and what I was saying is that when you have thousands of people going around with pagers, those people aren't in a bad guy hideout like you so sillily believe that they're just they're sitting there around a big evil table in your mind, like coming up with machinations.
I feel like your audio is cutting out, and the important part is getting left out. But it's actually just you pretending like something's happening when it's not. So again, what happened was
no, he's fucking Ricky, bro.
Your audio was okay, Taylor.
No. Your audio is fine, but the amount of information that's being across is about like your audio is cutting out.
Now I'm losing his audio.
I need you to explain
for real this time. Like he's actually coming out in his videos frozen.
Kyle?
Yeah. Okay, so while you're waiting for that to come back, I'll make my point. So you actually put forth this idea that all of these are going to like a bunch of bad guys sitting around a table in a bad guy hideout, when the reality is people take pagers day to day everywhere. And so even
what does that mean? What are you talking about?
People have pagers on their hip, even if they are all Hezbollah, even if 100% of them were Hezbollah, those people are in cars driving. They're in line at the grocery store. Some of them have kids nearby. They're in hospitals. They could burn down apartment buildings, houses, hotels.
You almost made your point. Let me.
I'm making the point. You just aren't getting it. And so when you indiscriminately, despite where these people are, blow them all up, you get a huge amount of
what you're saying. So what Taylor's trying to say, everybody, is that all people wearing the pagers were terrorists and bad people and evil, and their stated goal was to destroy one of our allies.
Purportedly,
the Gulf Arab nations and every other group in the world that isn't Iran, North Korea, and the evil axis has declared them a terrorist organization. Those guys were wearing bombs that Israel sent them. And whoopsie daisy, innocents might be around them as they go about their day-to-day terror lives.
Yes, so I think I made that clear from the
start. My God, not even close. You didn't want to say it.
I was trying to go through and say that. What about what I said is like controversial that I wouldn't want to say? That strapping bombs to people in public and blowing them up is going to have collateral damage, which
they're used to that over there. First of all, they love doing that shit.
That's why I don't want to be involved in the Middle East, because it's just a bunch of different groups committing terror attacks against each other. Why the fuck do we have to do anything over there?
Let's not get emotional, Taylor. Okay, we're trying to have a civil discussion here about a geopolitical event. You seem to be getting a little emotional about things. I'm just trying to say that the bad guys got bombs sent to them, and your main concern is there might be a not so bad guy near them who gets affected.
No,
and you're also
your
and despite the
incredible
innocent
child. and not just a not bad guy. An innocent child might have their.
How do you know it's an innocent child? They use child soldiers over there. You know that. You know what ISIS does? They'll send a 7-year-old boy into a shoot house with a Kurd tied up in the back as a live kill target.
See, I think the principal difference is
I got a video of it.
I'm ready and willing to say that like Hezbollah are bad guys and I don't like them, but a lot of these people in Lebanon getting the kids getting blown up, innocents in hospitals getting blown up because they were near someone. That's beyond the pale. That's not cool. That's not okay.
Like World War II or Vietnam or Iraq or every war that gets fought ever since beginning of time. Those are the people who pay the price. That's why you don't do war.
One of my favorite YouTubers of all time, Fuzi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you ever see that video where he tattooed hair on his bald head and then the next day he uploaded a video regretting it?
No.
It was one of the best. It's not the best. Actually, I guess he was going through. Now looking back, I guess he was going through something. But I was just like, damn, this guy, anything for the fucking content. He went bald headed to go get his like eyebrows waxed or something. And this one was like, I could tattoo hair on your head. And he was like, okay. So she like tattooed like a GTA San Andreas haircut on his head. He looked like it looked like Lego. And then the next day he's like, I don't like it.
All the coolest people get squared up.
I don't like it.
That's such an okay. Hang on a minute. All right. First of all,
like a Batman logo.
Well, hang on a minute, because this isn't all bad. This could be salvaged so well because I gotta say,
you think
look, it
doesn't look real.
It's no, it doesn't look real because of the way it's like edged up and like his geometry's all off point.
Was the congenital heart condition what got you to slow down the meth over time?
Yeah. Or else I would have been still going full.
Oh, yeah.
So you're going half speed on the meth?
Yeah, I did it like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. So you dabble in meth at this point?
Yeah, once in a while, like special occasions, like I said, Easter.
What
Christmas.
was the special occasion 2 weeks ago?
A buddy of mine who I hadn't seen in a while
September 26th.
Yeah, that was good enough reason.
No, tell us really. What your buddy came up?
Yeah, my buddy came up. He did a show with me, and so we partied on a little bit. Like usually when I'm doing it with my buddies, like we're involved in some kind of project concerning like motorcycles. I remember one time I took the front end of my motorcycle 22 times in one day. Yeah.
So you just kept taking it off and putting it back on.
Take it off, and we would think we were making adjustments to it and put it back on and ride it a little bit and then take it off. And
what were you trying to do? Balance it?
No, we were just trying to get we tried to get like from when we would come down from doing wheelies, like we didn't want the shocks to bottom out.
Right.
So we were like fucking around with the dampening of the springs and the tubes and everything.
Okay.
Are you good at wheelies?
I don't recommend it when you're really high.
Man, are you good at wheelies? I have to know. Are you good at wheelies?
I can do wheelies on my bike, yeah.
Like for how long? How long? Is it good?
I mean, I'm not going for miles and miles and miles, no. But I can get up 12 o'clock, like straight up.
Yeah, okay, you're better than me. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember one time I was looking for a screw. I was at my buddy's house up in Massachusetts in Salem.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in my buddy's driveway, and I lost a screw on what is called like a brake sending switch. So when you hit the brake pedal, when it goes through the master cylinder, it would push this and it would make the brake light come on. So I had taken this little tiny brass screw out, and I dropped it. And I was like, fuck. It was an asphalt driveway. I literally sat in his driveway for 3 days. Nonstop. And just going on my hands and knees, like looking like. And then after the third day, he comes out. He goes, Matt, he goes, what are you looking for? I go, the fucking sending switch screw. And he goes, oh, this one right here. And he bends down. He picks it up.
Oh, my God.
I wanted to kill him.
My wife was like that.
Yeah, that shit the whole time.
But they let me, literally every morning, he would open up his bedroom window out of his house. And he'd look out and he goes, how you doing, Mr. Odell? I go, I'm all right. He goes, you find it? I'm like, nope.
Are you sleeping in the driveway?
No sleep.
Oh, you're just
he's on that.
No sleep.
How are you searching? How are you searching at nighttime? Just a
flashlight.
Flashlight.
Oh yeah.
And this whole time you're just.
Then you would start saying, well, where can I find a brass screw? And then you like look at doorknobs, and you try to like take a door out of a doorknob and see if that screw fits. And
so then you get creative after a while.
Doorknobs apart, looking for
a similar screw.
Yeah.
And then you drop the doorknob screw, and now you got to just another 3 days off.
You think that's my buddy? I swear to God, one time I had to go to California for a meeting, and I fly out to California. I leave my buddy in the house, and I come back a week later, and he's still in the same spot. But the intercom, we lived in an apartment at the time, the intercom was taken out of the wall, and every single stereo component was taken out of the rack and dismantled and laid on the floor. And I look at him, I'm like, "What's up, Joe?" He's like, "Nothing." So I just look around, I go, "How was your week?" He's like, "It was pretty good." I said, "Oh." I go, "What's going on?" I go, "What's all the stuff out for?" He goes, "I was looking for a screw for my knife." He literally took the entire electronics apart, looking for a screw to fit in his knife.
Hardware store might have been the first place to look.
But he's not thinking that way.
No,
that's that. Yeah, that's that week-long meth binge.
Is that man? 3 days looking for a screw is So you're not eating, you're not sleeping,
nothing.
Just and how many?
I've stood in front of a desk in my house, looking on something on my phone, and somebody would be like, "Hey, do you want something to drink?" I'm like, "Yeah, pick me up a Gatorade." And they come and they bring the Gatorade and put it right in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And you could come back 12 hours later, I'd still be standing in the same spot, looking at something on my phone, and the Gatorade would be there untouched.
Because you're just zoned in on what you're doing.
Zoned in on whatever I was looking for on the phone. I had a buddy of mine that was also in the feds. He was in Raybrook, so I got out before him. He had still like 2 more years to do, and he'd call me once a month, and I would send him money, put it on his books and stuff. So I go into my PO, and I go, it's my last day. So he piss tests me. I said, "Fuck you, piss test me on my last day for?" I was like, what could you do? 2:00 in the afternoon on my last day. So I go piss, and he comes up clean. I go to walk to his office, and he goes, no. He goes, "We got to go in the conference room." And I'm like,
"Oh no,
conference." So I said, "Oh shit." So I go in there. I see like the head of the Southern District in New York. He's got he's in there. My PO's partner's there, and he goes, I said, "I know this guy. I know who that is." So who the fuck is this guy? And they go, "This is so special agent." I can't remember the fucking name it was. He goes, "Unfortunately, the FBI provided us some information today that if you want to talk to this guy," I go, "Talk to him." I said, "You do know I went to trial, right?" I said, "The most you can give me is 12 months on a violation." I was looking at 10-year statutory maximum. I go, "You think I'm going to cooperate now because you're scaring me with 12 months?" I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here." I go, "What is it?" So I said, "Am I being charged with a new crime?" And he goes, "No." He goes, "But we've had 27 recorded phone conversations with," and I'm waiting for him to say a friend of mine's name who I was talking to on the street. And he go, "One Mark," and I won't say his last name, my buddy Mark. And I said, "How the fuck is it non-association?" I said, "He's in Raybrook Correctional Facility." I go, "How could I associate with him?" They're like, "Well, he called you." I said, "Well, I don't control who calls you." I said, "I don't control who calls me." He goes, "No, but you got to press 1 to accept the call." So they violated me for 27 phone conversations.
Jesus Christ.
And they
on the last day.
A whole nother year.
You got another year for talking on the phone.
Oh, yep.
Holy shit.
So I went and did that, and I came back. And then when I went back to his office to report after I got out.
Did that. Came back.
So I went and did the whole year.
Yeah, I went and did the whole year. I was in FDC Brooklyn, where P. Diddy is.
That.
Where P. Diddy is? Okay.
You
were where P. Diddy is? That horrible prison?
I used to work for P. Diddy.
Really?
Back in the 90s, late 90s.
Of the baby oil.
Was meth related?
No. I think this was when he ran that marathon. He was dating Jennifer Lopez at the time. And Kim Porter. I would go from the studio to the lounge to his house on 813 and a half Park Avenue, then to his brownstone down on 29th. I would go all over the place. And because we did all the home automation and security systems for him.
Okay.
So yeah, that was pretty funny. But yeah,
wait, you didn't install the hidden cameras in P. Diddy's mansions or anything, did you?
I put cameras in his houses before. Never in the bathrooms or anything like that. But I did do it outside security, yeah.
Oh yeah, I did that.
Oh yeah, I did. Dude, you had a busy fucking life. Just messed up. Talk off to the dude. That must have been the worst feeling ever to be
dude, I had to go to his house one day on Christmas.
You had what?
He calls me up on Christmas morning, and he's like, "My bedroom TV is stuck on Nickelodeon." And I'm like, "Yo, it's Christmas." He goes, "No." He goes, "You got to come down." So I tell him I got to charge him for a service call on a holiday, so he don't care. So I go down there and I fix TV stuff for him. But then I end up having to put Quincy, which is Albie Shore's kid. Quincy and Justin were there, and I got to put their Christmas toy. I'm helping them put their Christmas toys together. I'm like, I got to get out of here, man. This is crazy. But I don't think he was like that freaky yet.
That's insane.
I don't think he crossed over to the dark side.
This
was
was
just after Biggie Smalls died and stuff.
Oh,
I
okay.
think he was doing
Maybe he wasn't doing
It was like the
even
mid
then.
90s, like 96, 97, 98. Because I used to see Jennifer Lopez, and like he had Daddy's house, which was 321 West 44th Street. That's where his recording studio was. And then he had a lounge that we had built for him. So I was always in the lounge, you know, working on something. And she was always in there. And then I'd go to his house to see his wife. Oh, it was crazy. It was
That's
a crazy
pretty cool.
time. Yeah.
So, do you think he's innocent?
I don't know.
People huff all sorts of things.
Oh, have you seen the galaxy gas stuff that like kids are using now?
I googled it. Isn't it just nitrous oxide?
Yeah, bring up a picture of it, Zach. It's like they're just these giant canisters, and it's nitrous oxide, and people are huffing it and like making themselves retarded because like if you like it's the fastest track to becoming an actual retard is huffing this stuff like in your formative years. And like the company that makes it called Galaxy Gas was like, hey, can you bring up a picture that shows the full canister and also the flavors on it? I read an article
It's
that,
flavored, so you're supposed to huff it.
yes. So is like they had a little commercial that was like, this is meant for making premium cocktails and adding a flavor of zest to your martini or whatever the fuck with like our berry flavor. And it's like, no, this is for huffing. You're selling fruit punch flavored nitrous oxide.
Man, I was thinking about making some mixed drinks tonight. How do I get these flavors?
Yeah, and then
sell a
they sell a mouthpiece. Like, what
Is that on shelves now?
Yeah, people.
These people are going to be briefly wealthy.
Show me the whole apparatus, if you will. Like I'm imagining the end, like a vape.
Wow.
Show us a picture.
Okay,
of
it's one of those
someone,
nipples
using
that you fill balloons, essentially, or even do like frosting or whatever.
Maybe they don't call it a mouthpiece.
It's one of the nipples that you like tip to the side and it goes off, whatever you call that.
Yeah,
style.
they don't call it a mouthpiece on your Cool Whip.
It's
Cool
for
Whip,
filling
Ready
balloons.
Whip, whatever
You
it
can
is.
share, right? You could just. I wonder how. It probably says how many balloons it fills. Man, that's crazy. I didn't realize it was. Look how big that canister is.
Yeah, that's so much gas.
Is that how big it is?
Yeah, they're big. I saw like you see it, videos on social media of people hitting it, and then just like they'll be like, "Oh, how's it feel?" And he's like, "Oh, it was very good." And it's like just the size of these canisters, and it's got like a cupcake on it. They're trying to get kids.
Is this from like their marketing material? That would be hilarious.
There's a cupcake on it.
Yeah, there's a fucking cupcake on it. No, this definitely isn't to get kids to huff a dangerous gas.
I'm full boomer on this. I can't believe this is happening.
I know. I was aghast too. Where I'm like, man, is this what getting older's like? Seeing this and being like, we got to shut it down, guys. We can't be having a whole generation of retards.
Look how dystopian that last screenshot was with the sterile Walmart with the LED lighting. These two, like if you saw this thumbnail 40 years ago, you'd be so confused.
Yeah, I'm just going to Target in my I love Latina's hat to get high on Galaxy Gas. Yeah, just my standard Tuesday at 1 p.m. Just gonna go get fucked up. Walmart.
You want to put this behind glass or something, right? Otherwise, people just huff it in the stores, hypothetically.
I see behind the counter for sure.
Yeah, I don't even know where you can buy this.
It doesn't look behind the counter.
They don't sell it at my weed shop, or I would have noticed. They sell all the other like edgy stuff. You know, they sell nicotine vapes and THC vapes, but they also sell like kratom and that other thing that's like green powder or whatever. They sell mushrooms. I think now there are mushrooms that are psychotropic or whatever, but they're legal. At the same time, there's some sort of skirting the legal line with legal mushrooms now. But I'm not into mushrooms at all, so I have no idea.
Speaking of Rogan, so he's got Trump coming on in.
Is that true? I
saw that.
Everything.
I heard that. I think they confirmed it now that
They
Trump's gonna come
confirmed
on.
it. I heard Kamala was going on, then I heard she denied it, and now it's a good source. It just like tweets.
Yeah, I would love it, and it would be so funny if like it was 4 hours of not even tangentially approaching politics, just being like, Joe, I'm not sold on this giant yeti you're saying is living in the mountains. I don't get it. Where's the evidence? And he's just
Gigantoithecus. You've got to understand there's fossil evidence. No, that would be good. I hope.
Donald, have you ever heard of Göbekli Tepe?
You know Randall Carlson,
old Turkish civilization that they say is like
who would be the best guest? Who would be the best guest for Rogan to sort of bring on with Trump and from his universe, like Alex Jones? Like if Alex Jones showed up out of nowhere, he's like, Mr. President, I need to talk to you about a few things. I've run into some financial trouble, some legal tragedies, if you will, have befallen me.
He interrupts too much. I might prefer Eddie Bravo. Like same level of crazy, but a little better at waiting for his turn.
Who's like a funny person that like Trump could play off of? Some like Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis. Throw Shane Gillis in the mix, and that would be hysterical.
He does the impression and everything really well. That would be fun. What I hope he does is what kind of the nerdy part of me has always wanted to people to ask presidents, and it's about like aliens and UFOs and stuff like that. I want to know some stuff about that. I want to know. I want him to ask Trump to his face stuff about that, and Bigfoot too. I don't believe in Bigfoot, but ask him about it. Do you believe in Bigfoot, Mr. President? Do you think it's possible?
Nah, I was joking. Don't waste time on Bigfoot. I'd waste a little time on aliens.
I object to the idea that this is a waste of time. I'm on Kyle's team here. I desperately want. I bet when Trump was elected, like it got power, one of the first things he asked was about aliens.
I bet like if you asked like whatever CIA handler team gets assigned to all the new incoming presidents, and you like got to interview whatever little club that is, they'd be like, oh yeah, aliens first question for all of them. Like every single one, ever since fucking Eisenhower, they're dying to know.
And JFK, like what does he know about JFK?
Yeah, he didn't release all the secrets. I think those documents were scheduled to be released to the public, and Trump like kicked the can down the road when it came time. It may have been Biden, but it was recent when it happened. Because I remember watching Oliver Stone's JFK, tremendous movie about it, by the way, with a crazy good cast, with my dad, my mom, like I don't know, when I was 15, and my dad not thinking he would live this long, being like, when you get in 2024. Y'all look into this. I specifically remember him saying this to us when we were kids. Like maybe not the year, but like they at the end of the movie they say, it's been classified until the year 2023 or something like that. At the end of this movie, I specifically remember my dad being like, y'all look into this whenever they release that information. Good God. And they just kick the can down the road. They won't tell us what happened.
Whatever happened to that dude who he had one of the biggest episodes on Rogan ever, and it was all about aliens and some spaceship that he found or something. Do you remember that guy?
Oh yeah. That's
yes,
the guy who claimed to have worked at Area 51. His name's escaping me right now. He had it was weird. During his appearance, he claimed to have like a migraine or something, and to have a hard time concentrating. And it was like, well, man, maybe we could have done this tomorrow. Like
Bob Lazar. He's like
Bob Lazar,
the highest viewed podcast ever on
That's
the channel.
Awesome. Like a futurist
really?
with the last name Laser.
The Bob Lazar like lore, right, Taylor? He's the guy who he worked at Caltech or MIT or something like that. And
you've told me about this guy. Yes.
Yeah. One of he claims he was recruited to work on captured UFOs and try to reverse engineer them, and that he looked at them, saw multiple kinds of them, and he said he described how they were powered, and the only thing that can really be substantiated is he described their hand scan, like biometric entry at that Air Force base, like years before that was public information. And it's like, well, he worked there, like he kind of knew the layout of the building, like clearly he worked there. And then there is some evidence that some of his documents have been like erased after the fact, because I don't think there's any evidence that he has a degree of any kind. And yet he was definitely recruited by the Air Force to work on something at Area 51. So
yeah, I believe he was working on something.
It's a weird mystery behind that guy. I don't know about the alien spacecraft thing.
His podcast is 5 years old now. There's got to be something since then that's of note, you would think.
Well, Lazar's been talking that game since like the 80s. Like there's old TV footage telling the same story as he's telling now from 30, 40 years ago or something like that. So I don't know. I don't think I believe aliens flew here in a ship and crashed, and then we captured them. I'm not sure if I believe that. Something else might have happened though. I do kind of like that theory that they're time travelers, Taylor. That it's us in those ships, and that we've time traveled back to this time in our like TARDISes. And every now and then somebody fucks up and crashes, and we scoop that shit up.
What are we traveling back in time to do? Just to confuse people in the past?
Do research, do time travel shit. Maybe they need some genetic material from us.
Time travel shit,
bro. What I mean, like how many memes are there about like what dudes would do if they could time travel? You'd go back and you'd give some little nudges here and there. Who knows how awful our reality would be without the help of the time travelers?
I don't know if I like this theory. If I had time travel capabilities, I would go back and immediately take advantage of it. I wouldn't be like, I'm gonna,
That's why you only allow the chrono people. No, only the chrono cops have access to TARDISes. So they're above reproach.
I think you're thinking of Looper, which is a movie with Bruce Willis.
Oh,
R.I.P. or mentally R.I.P.
Yeah, mentally R.I.P.
Do you think we'll know the president next show? The election's Tuesday.
Yeah, we're gonna know
Thursday.
Yeah,
I think we'll know in 2 days. Did we know last time in 2 days?
No,
I don't remember.
So.
But
they better. That's so ridiculous to not have it same day. That's so insane.
There are laws that prevent it, and I see it both ways. Like with not the mail-in ballots, they're not allowed to count them in advance, and I can imagine maybe that's intelligence you don't want to even exist, right? Like how the vote's going so far while the voting's still happening, and I can also be like, yeah, but now we're fucked. Now it's nearly impossible for those votes to get counted on time.
Yeah, like we did this for most of our country's history, where like with lower technology, where like they knew by the end of the night who won. There's exceptions like 2000 where there's a huge amount of
races are tighter than they ever were.
Yeah, they weren't this tight before. We used to know weeks in advance, like who was obviously going to win.
Yeah,
so I think it goes
that's just crazy to be like, oh, we might not know until 5 days later. It's like, well, that's fucking ridiculous. Get it together. Get it done by that night.
I think we're going to know right away. I think there's two outcomes that I foresee.
Okay.
Well, no shit.
But
wait a minute. I also see two outcomes.
No, hold on, Woody. He's got this on lock. Let's sit our asses down and listen.
So I just think the only way Kamala wins is if women show up really disproportionately and vote for her. I think that's the only way, because the polls say she's behind in every single swing state, at least the average of all the polls. There's a couple of outliers, and I keep seeing stuff that he's winning the popular vote somehow. So it seems like it's a Trump slam dunk. So either it is what it looks like, and it's the Trump slam dunk, and right away we're like calling Pennsylvania, for example. Like he wins Pennsylvania, like 56% of Pennsylvania. That's not what's going to happen. But like if he does something like that, we know right away. But if the women show up and right away the swing states are out of play, and we're seeing like Georgia swinging back the wrong way, North Carolina swinging back the wrong way, then we're just going to know. That's what it's going to take. Like if he loses North Carolina, like Jesus, the paths shrink dramatically.
I don't think he's going to lose North Carolina. I saw that the Democrats pulled a lot of advertising out of North Carolina, which is usually an admission that like, our money is not best served here anymore. Like the ROI is not there.
Leave this up for a bit. To me, this looks awfully realistic.
Really? Trump getting Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia?
Yeah.
Every coin flip?
I looked at the polls today. Maybe they're always changing, but I just saw him ahead everywhere.
So if let's say he loses Wisconsin and Michigan here, it looks like he still wins, right?
Yes. Yeah, he needs to lose Wisconsin and Michigan have to go blue, and Kamala's winning in that. I don't know what what Zach found here, but the polls that I see, I look at 538 and something else, and I see Kamala winning. He's moving it around 270 to win. He's winning the two Great Lakes stakes, but Pennsylvania is super tight. Trump is winning. I see with like a 52% chance of winning. And then a little better, like closer to 60 in North Carolina and Georgia. And I don't see anyone saying Trump's winning Nevada. So this isn't in line with the polls.
He's going to rock the whole Sun Belt. He's going right through Nevada, Utah, and Arizona. He's going to clean them up, Woody. It's not even going to be close. It's going to be rough. We're gonna know.
You might be right, and you might be
very soon.
$100 richer, Kyle.
Where are you
exciting.
seeing this 270 to win thing? Because
300.
I went to 270 to win, and it just takes every close state and calls it a toss-up and doesn't make any predictions.
I have no
their
idea. I don't
simulator. I
do
mean, I'm
not
on there
follow
too.
this shit. The polls.
I used to look at 270 to win, and it frustrated me because at least on my screen, it doesn't make any calls. This is the toss-up states: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, all too close to call. I'm like, what the fuck is that? That's just not telling me anything. So I don't know.
Yeah, I saw Trump up like 2 to 5% in Georgia.
Yeah, I think he's looking good in Georgia and Pennsylvania right now, and North Carolina. Or at least that's what I saw
about a
North
week
Carolina.
ago, and it's been tightening in the last 5 days. I don't know how long it's been, but it's hard to tell. Also, all these polls are a look like 10 to 14 days in the past, and what do you make of that? If it's
I like the Trump's doing like little viral clips and shit in the closing days, and Kamala's kind of doing the same thing. I mean, she's doing her job, but like I think Trump and Vance doing Rogan, getting probably I don't know how many millions of views it's at now. And then I genuinely liked his garbage man stunt, and I think that I think if you win the meme war, you might win the presidency.
And of course, the next 4 years brought to you by the 45th and 47th president of these United States, Donald J. Trump, who survived.
I don't like
10
talking
years.
about politics.
I don't like talking about
Well, buckle up.
Congratulations, Red Team. It was a win, a fair win. I was going to say overwhelming, but a decisive win. That's for sure.
Everybody kept wondering where George Bush was. Why isn't he endorsing? He showed up with those ballots just in time. Thank you, George W.
George
Yeah,
W.
that was-
No, he's too busy doing fucking fantasy
Painting.
baseball.
No, he's the
Not
only
imagine.
one. Somebody,
Dude,
had
I
to do
can't
it.
like. Kyle, did you see the clip I sent that you like nailed it?
Like the
Someone
exact
tweeted at
electoral
me.
map?
Someone tweeted at me like the clip from PKN, and you were like looking at exactly what it ended up being, and you were like, I can see this as a real possibility.
Oh, was that the last show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Kyle nailed it.
Leave this up for a bit. This to me, this looks awfully realistic.
Really? Trump getting Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia?
Yeah.
Every coin flip? That moment has been bouncing in my head because so Zach brought up this electoral map and Trump won like every swing state. He had all the blue walls. He won North Carolina. He won Georgia. And I'm like,
And the
what
Sun
is
Belt.
this horse shit? I didn't believe that was possible. I guess I was in a bubble, right? I guess I was in my own little media ecosystem where I thought Kamala was doing better than she was. And, everyone was saying it was tied basically. And I just didn't see him winning every coin flip, but he did. So what he did worked.
It doesn't even look like a coin flip. Like, did you see the numbers he put up in New York and California? Like
Yeah, he's closer
proportions
to-
that haven't been won by a Republican in 40 years.
Yeah, he beat Kamala much more badly than he did Hillary, and he flipped.
Yeah.
He turned New York closer to being red than she did Texas to being blue. Like it's like he won like 40% or 40.
What was
plus
the New
percent.
York percentage?
Like over 40, 44.
44% of New York, which is huge for.
We'll see. I know that's really good, and I don't mean to deny it, but he was trying. He was holding rally after rally in New York. He was pushing New York. Did Kamala even go there?
He won a tremendous amount of California as well. Like if you look, he won the popular vote.
He also campaigned in California a ton.
Mhm.
I think I almost said I think he wasted his time, but what he did works. I think Trump in both of his winning campaigns did a smart thing, which was like get on TV, get seen, get the press. It is much better to go on Joe Rogan and talk to 35 million people than it is to hold a rally and talk to 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
he did
sure.
both,
They
though,
fucked
right?
up
Like
big time, not taking advantage of the Rogan thing. That's clearly the direction
many-
this is going to go in the future.
he said the other day, he's like, that was my last rally. And he said the number of rallies he's done. And it was either 750 or 950. It was something like that. It's like,
It was a ton.
Just crazy.
He's a
So-
performer. He loves doing rallies, but it's like
I stayed
like
up late.
I thought it was going to be a Trump win. Like I said on Tuesday and last week, like if I had to bet, I'd put it on Trump. I did not predict this absolute stomping. Like I was disinterested in it by like 8:30 p.m. It was like this is over. Like this looks horrible for Kamala's camp. Fucking terrible.
The tears by midnight.
Like I really like seeing the amount of people who clearly do not believe our media apparatus anymore. Like trust in our media apparatus is low in legacy mainstream media. Most people have kind of woken up that they're not here to inform us. Their job is to launder narratives on behalf of powerful individuals, entities, intelligence agencies, corporations, what have you. And like people aren't buying it anymore. And that's a huge part of this. Is
so where do you get accurate news?
I mean, like primary sources are the biggest thing. Like and Twitter is the best place for primary videos, like actual videos getting posted.
No, primary as in like straight to the source.
See, I don't agree with that. Like, for example, you were saying that during the Black Lives Matter stuff, the deep state was supplying the protesters with bricks and rocks. And there were tweets showing this.
No,
like,
I
hey,
didn't
here's a
say
stack of bricks, and I don't know how it got there.
I didn't say that. What I told you was that a cop friend of mine who worked in St. Louis City at the time before relocating to the county told me that there were these pallets out there and that he didn't know who put them there or what happened. And I was like, that's crazy. I've never said that was.
It was all over Twitter. That was like a thing that was going kind of viral. Like, I don't know how this pile of bricks got here. I don't know how this pile of rocks got there. And that's what happens when you use Twitter as your news source.
I'm not against that. I don't feel like that's been debunked, though. I don't feel like there was someone who was like, see, this pile of bricks was for this building here and this pile for that. No one went around and explained all the.
I looked it up. I can look it up again. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're really getting like granular here. Like it's an infinitely better place to get news than like Reddit, for example, which is.
Well, yeah, I'm not arguing that Reddit's. I often joke Reddit comments are the least accurate source.
Literally, like there's if I set out with the goal of getting my news from the most highly censored, heavily curated political forum available on Earth, I would end up at reddit.com. Like you get banned for anything there that's even vaguely right wing, and I think that's actually like. A lot of the people I see like freaking out who are like, we never predicted this, like, how did this happen? It's people who get all their news on Reddit and all their news from mainstream sources. And so like, they're getting this, like these shadows on a cave wall of what they want to be.
It's an echo chamber.
Yeah, it's an echo chamber. Exactly. And you have to be wary of that anywhere. But like, I do prefer Twitter in that like just earlier today, like there's posts on there with 100,000 retweets and 1 million likes openly, like talking about how someone needs to assassinate Trump. Like, and so it's not like a right wing circle jerk. Like you're allowed to say pretty much anything on Twitter. And so like,
can't say that
but it also
can't say cisgender.
You can't look at like a news source as though it's always a good or a bad thing. Like you have to look at it and be like, okay, what is this person saying? The motivation for whatever this is happening is why is Jeff Bezos saying that this pandemic is so why is the Washington Post saying that this pandemic is going to kill you, that you're going to die, and that if you want to save grandmas and save America, you're going to order offline. Be a hero, order offline. If I were to just read that uncritically, I'd go, I'm going to save America. I'm going to buy online. But if you think like, all right, well, who really stands to gain from this? Who stands to gain from this message? Maybe the purveyor of the largest e-commerce site on earth and the owner of the Washington Post. And so like, you have to take a step back, weigh out who stands to gain, who stands to lose, and then try and do your best to piece it together there. Because most like big media sources, there's such a risk they're grifting. There's such a risk they're lying.
Are you applying that same critical eye to Elon Musk and Twitter though?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that a big reason that Elon like got in there with Trump is like, and he makes no bones about this. And now Trump, a big one of his policies is like, we're stapling green cards to every diploma from people that come here. And that's something that Elon really wants because he wants that cheap labor in the form of like coders and programmers from India. Like he's a big capital firm guy. He benefits off of that. And so I think most of what it's doing is because he thinks it's beneficial for him long term. Maybe the Twitter buy genuinely was just to try and promote a wider Overton window and more speech. But, you know, other than that, I would think, yeah, he's trying to protect his business interests.
I'm looking forward to seeing the immigration policies actually take place now, because now it's not theoretical anymore. He's the president again. So crazy. So crazy. I saw a guy trolling, obviously, on TikTok or whatever, He had a MAGA hat on. He looked like Nick Fuentes. I don't think it was him though. But he was like, "You're never gonna be a woman president, ever. Glass ceiling? It's made of bricks, you dumb bitch. You're never, ever gonna be president because we make the rules. The men. You hear that, honey? You understand what I'm saying to you? You
dude, I saw
bluesy.
Yeah, I saw that clip was going bananas viral on Twitter and elsewhere, and it was Nick Fuentes, where he's like, "Your body, my choice, forever." He was like, and I was watching that, and I'm like, this is arguably gonna be the most interacted with bait on the globe.
It's a long video.
He's like, I saw the I don't know, maybe it's longer than the clips I saw, but it was
he rants for like a minute.
Your body, my choice, forever. Another one for the boys. Boys rule. Boys win. The glass ceiling, it's made of bricks, and you're just going to keep bashing your head off of it. You will never have a woman president.
The debate
morbidly obese
archetype blows me away. Destiny is so good at it. I watch him go on like Piers Morgan and stuff, and he just wrecks everybody.
What do you think that more people should have heard that about January 6th? Do you think that would have helped the election? How do you feel about all that shit in hindsight? Nobody gave a shit. Latinos did not give a fuck about January 6th. I was right.
I didn't hear your words. Latinos didn't give a fuck about what?
Latinos didn't give a fuck about January 6th.
They were mutilated.
That was not Destiny.
Turns out they were mutilated.
That was old Hutch. Hutch.
It was Hutch who said that.
I don't know what he's up to now.
Cop lost an eye, cop broke a rib. I think mutilated was on target, but it didn't affect the election, it seems.
Nope. And also mutilated is the most the most history on it.
I'm genuinely not one to rub victories in. So
Dick is.
This last week or so has been so
he's all about it.
This last weekend has been hard for me. I've really been watching a lot of the news, watching a lot of the conservative pundits, doing the victory laps and stuff. I'm looking forward to Inauguration Day. Like, not just Inauguration Day, whatever the certification day is. Next, is it January 6th every time? Like I hope so.
I think it bounces around kind of like Thanksgiving, like where it depends on the day, right?
Like Easter. Whatever day it falls on, that day is going to be really tense on the news.
January 6th was the riot. I think the 21st was the inauguration.
The certification of the election, whatever day that falls on.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. All right. He takes power on the 20th. That's what I was going to say, but I looked up the wrong thing.
Yeah, but the certification of the election, that day in particular, I'm looking forward to that day because it's going to be tense as fuck. Like CNN's going to be like, much smoother than last time. Here's some clips from... and they're going to juxtapose like how well it's going this time versus last time, like in a split image. Like, mark my words, you're going to
They should do it again. Bet you didn't see this coming, fuckers.
That would be the absolute funniest possible outcome.
Yeah.
More sunglass wearing boomers storm the Capitol and stage a riot. Like, I went to your page for just see what you're up to, and I saw you antagonizing Hutch. And I was like,
because Hutch, that person, did you see that person that and his wife and stuff? Because Trump won?
Yeah,
that's because of the rhetoric that guys like Hutch have been saying, where like Trump is Hitler. That guy hears Hutch and he's like, Trump's Hitler, I better fucking than my kids, right? So the guys on Hutch and those guys, they gotta cool it down. They gotta really cool it down. They're putting people at risk.
So what did you say to Hutch?
Rhetoric.
Did you say be really understanding and say, Hutch, you must be upset to her this has happened? You probably said something like that, right?
Yeah, I think I said, like, sort of. It was like, fuck you, enjoy prison, you and your. I think I said something about his wife. I don't really know. I was in a state of Trumpomania, running on fumes of patriotism. What are you looking it up?
I'm trying to find it. But you tweet a lot. So
I do tweet a lot. I've been winning a lot.
Pennsylvania natural gas just powered up.
Yeah, I'm fracked. Well, I'm fracked. The first time Trump won, it was like, wow, that's it's kind of unbelievable. okay, so we don't know what to do now, but this time it's like, oh yeah, that's great. We're gonna ruin everything that you guys like. Just rank all the things that you guys like, and we're gonna dismantle them one by one, and we're gonna have a great time doing it. We're gonna have some drinks and some laughs and some
I was
memes.
surprised Hutch didn't block, or maybe he did block you after this. It was literally a story about a guy who has like crazy eyes, who thought that Trump was Hitler, and then he murdered his whole family, his wife and his 2 sons and himself. And Dick quote tweeted this and said, "This happened because of the lies and rhetoric that people like at Hutchinson spread about Trump leading up to the election. All liberal influencers should be prosecuted for murder and given life sentences."
I said executed, but then I deleted it. I'm like, they're gonna get.
You should have done the Dr. Disrespect.
So you went harder than this, and you decided to tamp it down.
Yeah, I said I can't put executed.
But how do you rationalize that with Trump calling Harris a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist?
Trump won, Woody.
I know, but you said he needs to tone it down. But
yeah, I can say whatever I want. My guy won. I get to. We own the government, like all 3 things. So whatever we say is the correct is law.
So yeah, but it still makes you a hypocrite.
What? What a crit?
I think he meant
what are you talking about? I don't give a shit. That guy killed himself, and Hutch said Trump was Hitler, and Trump won. Ipso facto, electric chair for Hutch. Me? Bitcoin to 100,000. Hutch, prison, eating maggot food. Me, big parade. Homeless, kicked into a hole in the middle of the desert. Hutch has to go to therapy to learn about his hateful speech that he's doing. Me, moisturize, flourishing, Mexican. Hutch, white, devil, dry skin. What is that? Does that not make? Is it making sense to you now? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, Mexican, moisturized, flourishing. That's ridiculous.
Hutch, race trader.
You know
me,
what?
Mexican hero, patriot.
Suntan lotion needing whitey.
Don't you get it?
I'm learning slowly.
You get it? It's our rules now. We don't have to do this making sense and being consistent shit that you liberals have been doing, tripping us up.
No, all right, I've learned.
Trump calling their political opponents Nazis for a decade.
Kamala didn't call him a Nazi. But Trump did call her a Marxist, communist, socialist, the whole thing, a fascist. Kamala didn't call him a fascist.
That was a huge part of their campaign, is that he was.
Everybody called him a fascist.
You've quoted General Milley calling Donald Trump a fascist. You yourself have not used that word to describe him. Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Years has just
you
been...
can't deny the resistance that dude's gone against in so many different levels.
That's true.
I can absolutely. He's taken remedial tests. You know, this like you were like, hey, what's the
me, dude?
No, what is the details of Kamala's plan? Has been asked again and again and again. Meanwhile, Trump goes up there and I've got a big, bold, beautiful plan. You're just gonna love it. Trust me. I have concepts of a plan. Right? They do not drill. Trump can say any fucking weird shit. And
they don't
it just
Trump.
gets
listen.
You really do like this. Hold on.
Really do like I
no. I'm serious. Like 2 weeks ago, you were talking about how you live totally inculcated in a left wing kind of biosphere of media.
I didn't.
You said that you thought your media ecosystem was balanced, and it turned out you were woefully misinformed.
Which you have rephrased as you live in a totally inculcated left wing bubble. That's not what I said.
That's what it ended up being, though, because you were espousing all these things from the mainstream
Fox
media.
News is a left-wing bubble?
And Reddit. And you were going to these places, and you were so sure
Twitter.
that these things were going to happen. And they didn't. And you said, I want to kind of expand my media horizons, which is true. And that's fair. Yeah. And I feel the same way in that regard. But this idea that you can look at what Trump's gone through just from a media perspective, and that he hasn't been grilled and had ridiculous things thrown against him all the time by every major network for a decade, is insane. That's just looking at reality and denying
Trump
it.
brings it on himself when he says these people have bad genes. They are vermin poisoning the blood of our country. And then you're like, can you believe they're giving Trump a hard time?
I mean, there's so many other examples.
So let me just say,
Obama 3 weeks ago, or I'm sorry, a month ago,
Trump was in
brought
the
up
debate saying
I'm actually still going right here.
The dogs and cats, they're eating your pets, right? That's what he goes up there and says in the one debate he participated in. And they're like, I can't believe they give Trump a hard time. Yeah, he brings it on himself. If Kamala said that people were eating cats and dogs in the debate, that's all they would talk about.
Kamala said she wanted to give trans surgeries to illegal prisoners, and
She
that wasn't
backed
held
off
against
that
her feet, was
position,
it?
And the fact that you don't know that is
I do know
symptom
that.
of the media not really giving her a fair shake, right? That is not her position
You
anymore.
think the media,
She
dude,
did
the
say it
entire
in
reason that
2019.
Harris went from being the least popular, hidden in a basement vice president of all time to being foisted upon us as though she's brat and a hero with all these ham-handed memes from the media is solely because the media was driving her to popularity. She had no organic popularity. She was a total empty suit that people got to, impose whatever view they wanted on top of her.
This is your bubble, because I saw the organic popularity. I saw the streams with the freaking coconut pilled and how everyone was so
That's
excited.
not
Now, I
organic.
think
If you fell for that, that's on you.
I think these people were excited about her because she wasn't Trump and not because she was Kamala. I mean,
Fair.
I'll grant you that.
Fair.
But the idea that there's some media ecosystem propping her up is not true. They were so much harder on her than they were on him.
completely disagree.
Dude, they were propping her up
Let me get
constantly.
this
I'm
in.
sorry, Richard, go ahead.
Let me just say this. Kamala Harris factually did not do an interview for months after she was given the nod. Every single one of her interviews is heavily fucking scripted, where she gets at least 3 days to prepare. And I know a lot of these things because I was invited on the fireside chat with Joe Biden 12 years ago, and they vetted every single question going into it. And Trump, like, love him or hate him, regardless, the man has done interview after interview after. I personally went to fucking Mar-a-Lago for the Crypto Bro Summit down there, and for 4 hours with people on their phones recording him, what questions you got? I asked him about CBDCs and shit like that. There was no screening of questions. The dude was just talking off the cuff. He did podcast after podcast after podcast. He did so many unscripted conversations with people. You couldn't get one sentence in with Kamala Harris without it being heavily scrutinized beforehand. And that's the problem that I had with it.
I think she went 6 weeks before she did her first interview.
6 weeks.
Well, he said it was months. That's a long time.
Almost 2 months.
Her whole campaign was months. Trump did take interviews, especially in his first term. I would argue less so in the second one. He did fewer rallies and fewer interviews, and the interviews he did were often super friendly. He didn't go on 60 Minutes like she did, where her feet were held to the fire. He would go on Fox News. He would go on Hannity's
pause there
show.
for a second?
He went on CNN and did a town hall. But they mandated that everybody who went to that town hall was a Trump supporter. Those are the kind of stack the deck events that Trump
let's stop it for a second. You just implied that 60 Minutes held Harris's feet to the fire, right?
Okay, yeah, I did.
Okay. Do you know that they selectively edited out questions?
I've heard that. What did they edit out?
They edited out insane, ridiculous, retarded ramblings from a moron in order to put a different answer from a different question into the edit. Yes,
I need to look into this.
This is a good example of the media ecosystem.
You're going to say that I didn't hear it, and I did. I did hear about this.
And you maintain that the media did not prop her up when they're actively editing things in order. The media edited.
Fox News did that for Trump. Did you know that?
Hold on. The media edited.
Did you know that?
Hold on.
Question.
It's Fox versus. There's Fox on one side, which is, I will admit, right-wing propaganda.
Fox, JRE,
actually, it's not the largest.
Right.
ABC, NBC, and CBS are far and away the largest. You know this. Fox is the most right-wing, and it's right-wing propaganda. I know that. The other ones are largely left-wing propaganda. And so when you say, 60 Minutes held her feet to the fire. No, they didn't. They edited a video to make it appear that she answered differently because they knew that releasing it would make her appear foolish. Meanwhile, that same exact program edited Trump to make him seem like he was saying Nazis were good people. Obama brought up 3 weeks ago the good people on both sides farce lie, and there was no fact checking. There was no
rebranded that as it's
it's just you not watching the original video.
What?
Dude, he says.
Say that again.
He
Say I
said,
didn't watch the original video again.
You clearly didn't, because he says he decries white
times.
nationalists and Nazis
See,
in
you're
that
filled
video.
With confidence, but not facts.
My God, dude.
You just said I've never seen the video.
Then were you not listening?
I've seen it, and I've read the transcript, and I've looked into this again and again and again.
He overtly says he's not talking about white nationalists and Nazis, but there were good people on both sides
Trump
protesting.
two-step, and I've laid the Trump.
This is your own little nonsense,
so many
dude.
times.
This is your way of rationalizing everything he says into something you disagree with. The Trump two-step.
The Trump two-step is widely recognized as a natural speech pattern that he does. He will say oh, there are good people on both sides, but I don't like some of the people.
Are the media biases I just laid out untrue, or are they true?
I was still talking.
You've interrupted me 50 times.
You called me out for it.
And you continue to talk. So
I called you out for it.
Am I right in that the media overwhelmingly was bolstering Harris through selectively editing interviews, giving her, okay, well then there's no inroad to this conversation because you're just living in a different reality.
To a standard that they didn't hold him to. And you saw it again and again. It seemed like Trump could say ridiculous, insane things, and the media this time was trying to not take the bait by not calling him out on every little thing he said.
You're so disconnected, man.
If Kamala had said that immigrants were eating our cats and dogs, if Kamala had said that vermin were invading or poisoning the blood of our country, this stuff would get so much more attention. But with Trump,
calling their political opponents Nazis for a decade.
Kamala didn't call him a Nazi. But Trump did call her a Marxist, a communist, socialist, the whole thing, a fascist. Kamala didn't call him a fascist.
That was a huge part of their campaign, is that he was.
Everybody called him a fascist.
Everybody called him a fascist. The people that knew Trump called him a fascist. The people that worked
because
for Trump
an email was sent out that fascist is the vocabulary word this week.
If you can't
that's
admit
one thing
that
I'm always
the mainstream media does have a left-wing bias. If you don't see that, that's on you. Do you really think that these organizations, which are staffed almost entirely by Democrats, their staff donates to Democrats, they vote Democrat? You don't think they have a bias in how they're covering these things?
Why are you saying what I think?
No, I'm asking you. I'm saying you don't think do you think they have a bias? Let me phrase it that way. Do you think the mainstream ABC, NBC, every mainstream
it depends which ones you pick.
CNN seems to have other than Fox.
I think CNN probably has a left bias. That's true, but they were tougher on Kamala than they were on Trump this news cycle. MSNBC, clearly they're biased. They're not going to defend them. ABC and NBC, from what I've seen of them, they try to get it right. Fox News doesn't try to get it right. Jerry doesn't try to get it right. They just say their favorite stuff. Yeah, dude, that's hugely influential.
Yeah, it is. And JRE lets people on, and then they chat for 3 hours. Joe Rogan
will have non-political comedians on there, and he'll turn it into politics.
Joe Rogan is a liberal who got fumbled.
But you don't think Jon Stewart did that?
Of course he did.
You're telling me what I think? What is it I think?
Yeah, but I'm saying, if you think that, Joe Rogan, if Joe Rogan has people on, comedians, and they have, political conversations, and that has a perspective on it, isn't that what Jon Stewart did?
So Jon Stewart called out Kamala far more than Jerry called.
Oh, no, I was talking about 15 years ago, not.
Oh, yeah. Jon Stewart's obviously to the left. I'm not trying to pretend that he's calling it down the middle, balls and strikes. He's not, right? Jon Stewart is an agent of the left, I would say. So there, sort of lie, something that didn't really happen.
Yeah, that happens a lot in politics. I wouldn't say
Twitter complies with more government takedown requests now than they did before Elon took it over. Yet
according to who?
Twitter
came out and said they're doing more.
Fact check me. Google it. Because I heard that and I was like, really? I need to look into this. So I did.
Is that a FISA thing, or is that?
It comes. I don't know. I don't know. Here, I'll Google. Fact check me. Prove me wrong. Because I looked into it just recently and I was like, what do you know?
So Twitter is censoring more now than before, despite.
I said complies with government takedown requests.
So they're complying with government takedown replies.
The company has not refused a single request since Musk took ownership, according to self-reporting data. Since
But what
Musk
does that
took
mean?
ownership, the government has received 971 demands and fully complied with 808 of them. Before Musk, Twitter's compliance rate hovered around 50%. Now it is over 80%.
Yeah. I mean, do you think a lot of that has to do with the fact that there were a lot more requests for information to be banned prior to Elon getting it? Because there was a long time
trying
where
to
it was
rationalize why going from 50%
Well,
to
you'd
over
also
80%
need- you'd
is
need to-
okay.
you
But I
need
get
to-
it, this
you-
context, but this idea that like, oh,
You would need
the
to know
Democrats
the
are all
context.
about censorship.
Democrats are about censorship. Democrats are about censorship.
We
dude.
do it every week.
Both of both Walls and Harris openly talked about how they were in favor of increasing censorship on social media because they have less control and they see it as misinformation and hate speech. They were open about that.
I'm deeply uncomfortable with people celebrating like that kind of barbarism. Like if the dude was corrupt or whatever, then you know
He was mutilated, I hear.
I believe in the process and like going through that. But I just think it like it doesn't portend well if we're descending into a
They'll love
society that celebrates that stuff. I'm gonna be the Debbie Downer
Dude,
on this one and say I don't like it.
Like most people, the majority are in favor of mass deportations. Like we want illegals out of the country.
Do you
and that's
think
something
that
that's
people are going to
shifted.
hold that? Do you think that people are going to hold that opinion if prices go up, for example?
Some will, some won't.
I mean,
I think that you're going to. I
think
you're.
yes.
I
Really?
think
You
you're going to
think
see
so?
a number of. I think there are going to be some short-term hardships, and I think people are okay with that if there's a way out or there's a plan. I felt like with Biden there was no plan, and there was no sort of like it might we're going to get rid of these people and we're going to have to adjust to it. There was no talk like that, and I mean it was Musk, but that's exactly what Musk said. Is like there'd be some short-term hardship throughout this thing. He was talking
I
about
think
tariffs in
he
particular,
called it like shock
but I don't
therapy
care
for the
what it
economy.
costs. I don't care what it costs to secure the border and to make sure that we know who's, coming into this country, and we stop the literal invasion, invasion of
The
millions
border issue is
and
separate
millions
from
of
the,
people.
illegal immigration issue. I mean,
No,
not
they're
to me, it's
very
people that are here.
intertwined. Like illegal immigration is allowed to be a huge thing because
Well,
I mean the Biden
got lost. What's
administration,
intertwined?
the illegal immigration and a lack of border security, like those are inexplicably linked or
Most of the
inextricably
people here,
linked.
though,
Rather.
illegal are here overstaying a visa, and I feel like what Republicans do is conflate the issue at the border with they conflate like our asylum laws with illegal immigration. So when we talk about like the asylum laws, we have laws on the books that if somebody shows up and they request asylum and they meet a certain criteria, they are afforded a court date. And our system is so backlogged now that oftentimes they have to wait 5 to 8 years before they get a court date. And while they're waiting for that, they're allowed into the country. And I feel like a lot of Republicans are calling that like those are illegals flooding into the country.
It is.
But
It's like
those are
you don't want them here. Like the remain in Mexico policy. Like don't like the idea that you let in hundreds of thousands or millions of people and go, we'll get to you in 10 years. Meanwhile,
those are the laws that are
take
on the
WIC,
books.
take Medicaid, take housing vouchers. Like, no, like that's an
wait, hold
absurd
on.
cost for the American public to have to foot.
I have a stat because you said that the overstaying of the visas was a higher number. It was 850,000 overstayed in 2022. There were 2.7 million illegal border crossings the same year. I mean,
yeah,
that's just the border. That's just the border.
Your data here,
That's a huge amount.
Department of Homeland Security.
And this is one of those things that the left
hold on,
loses
real,
on.
Real quick though, like the asylum laws were on the books when Trump was president. Like he talks about catch and release. His administration did the same thing because you're legally obligated to do that. The bipartisan immigration bill that was negotiated actually addressed those asylum laws, tightened them up, hired more border security agents, hired more judges, hired more lawyers to adjudicate these claims, and they ultimately wanted to reduce the time from 5 to 8 years to 3 months. And Trump was the one that spiked that bill. So
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm
Hutch,
glad
I have
he-
a question
I'm
about
glad
that
he did.
bill. So I think that bill would have been good for America. If that same bill comes up during this Republican-controlled government, do you think it passes? Will they just flip because now it's a Trump accomplishment? Exact same
that
bill.
would be hard to defend because they were making a big deal of the fact that it was like, so it was written that you could shut the border down if you averaged at least 4,000 people showing up, not crossing illegally, showing up and applying for asylum. If that was 4,000 for 7 days in a row, then they would shut the border down automatically or gave DHS the authority to do that for 2 weeks, I believe. They made a big stink about that. And so they may do a similar bill and then bring that number like way down. I don't even know.
If he were to try and push that exact same bill as some Trump accomplishment, I would decry that as stupid as well. Like the whole point of that was, most of that was boondoggle spending for Ukraine and foreign countries. Like a huge amount of it.
That part still got
boondoggle
passed.
spending. That part still gets passed. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
The money laundering part gets passed.
The immigration part we couldn't pass. But
the issue, I think,
we're skipping the fun
I think
part.
that Democrats and the left is losing a lot on this immigration issue because it's very popular to deport illegals and to protect our own border. And when you see a lot of like mealy mouthing, no, it's popular among the American public survey wise.
Right, I have numbers on that. I looked it up. I was curious if Taylor was right. Let me just go real quick, Hutch. 54 to 42 in favor. So those are the numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's a winning issue for the right because like, and it I don't even see this as necessarily partisan. It is in our situation, with our current structure, but like the desire to protect your country's borders is the only thing that makes a country a country. Like otherwise you're just an open economic zone. Like you need to take people who are here illegally, many of them benefiting from housing vouchers, Medicaid, free school. They're not a part of the system, so they're not paying in a lot of ways, and they're taking a lot out. And that's a huge negative for America.
Are you saying illegal immigrants are getting Medicaid?
Illegal immigrants do qualify for Medicaid, yes. They qualify for Medicaid, housing vouchers, and WIC, which is like free food at the grocery store.
What's the fun part we're missing, Kyle? You said
they're going to start building the deportation camps in Texas soon. Texas has already offered the land.
No bullshit. No camps. Straight back. Not even.
You got to sort them, Taylor. You got to figure out where to send them. You can't just send a Somali to Nicaragua.
This is
the language,
Kyle. This was my idea that we send them all to our enemies. We send 20 million South Americans.
Go back a little bit because illegal immigrants don't qualify for any federal aid program, including Medicaid. So there are programs like Medi-Cal, like state-run programs, and each state can determine if undocumented migrants can qualify for these programs, but they don't qualify for food stamps. They don't qualify for Medicaid. They don't qualify for Medicare.
They qualified for those free flights that flew that illegal from New York to Georgia. And he's the guy who killed and tried to rape Lake and Riley, right? Like that.
This is where we're talking past each other.
Illegal immigrant like plane voucher program.
So yeah, they have all sorts of vouchers for housing and whatnot. So what you're referring to, what you're referring to is like they don't get full Medicaid coverage, but they qualify for what's called emergency Medicaid, meaning that any sort of emergency service, which is genuine anytime you show up to the hospital or whatever medical service you need, that is covered. Like if you show up and you need a surgery and you're an illegal, that's taken care of, and we foot the bill.
That has to be. Here's why I like that. And I don't like generally giving stuff to non-citizens. Like it's my overall stance.
What side is this from real quick, Zach? I'm sorry.
Hang on, let me hear what Woody likes.
If someone goes to the hospital in dire need of medical care, they should get it, right? Kyle could show up there and his wallet's not in his back pocket. We can't be like, fuck it, let him die. I haven't verified his citizenship. Like people should show up and get care, and then we can sort out the bills afterwards. Because I'm like, how many times have I like been in the water, been in the sky without a wallet? Right. So I hear the joke, but like you can't deny medical care before we've sorted out all that stuff.
I agree.
Sure. Like, who's your insurance provider? Okay.
Right?
Well, but I get what you're saying, Woody. And like, if someone shows up wounded or whatever, you have to take care of them. It's just inhuman to do otherwise. But what we can do is like not subsidize behaviors that incentivize people to come here for the end goal of getting free things. Like this is literally Bernie Sanders' position from the late 80s, where they asked him, is universal healthcare a possibility in the US? And he was like, yes, universal health care is entirely possible in the United States, but we must have a secure border and deport illegals, because otherwise the money put into this fund will be spent on non-Americans and not Americans themselves.
You turned into Daniel Day-Lewis from
I don't like I'm telling you, I agree with like Bernie's position from the late 80s. Yeah, I want universal health care. I want that funded, but you can't have a robust welfare state that doesn't have strong borders.
I don't know where you're getting this idea that illegal immigrants are massively benefiting from our social welfare programs. The Cato Institute, which is like this right-wing libertarian group, did a study on immigration.
Libertarians love illegal immigration. Are you serious?
A few years ago, and they determined that even illegal migrants, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't do anything to enforce our borders. That's not what I mean. But I'm just saying, like,
the debit cards.
The debit cards are no; those are for asylum applicants. So they're
anyone can claim it. Anyone
they
can claim
all
asylum.
say that shit.
Well,
that's our point.
But you have to change the asylum laws to fix that problem. That's not.
And
we're about to.
That's an
all
asylum
right.
law.
So we should change those laws because we're being taken advantage of.
With these asylum seekers /
libertarians like immigration and illegal immigration.
I think that 1% of them are actually real asylum seekers. I think they all are going to get scooped up with a big
I agree with you that our asylum
I hope
laws
we use the military. I hope they send in the goddamn National Guard into communities. I hope they like fence them in the same way that you like flush game from the woods out into the open and then you like scoop them up. I hope that happens.
For asylum applicants?
All of them. Any of them who shouldn't be here.
Those
anyone
people are in the
who
country
shouldn't
legally.
Be here.
How are you going to deport someone that is
scooped,
no. Asylum applicants are not
and
here
mailed
illegally.
away.
They're not here illegally because we have laughable asylum laws.
Yes, that's why they tried to pass the bipartisan immigration bill that reformed our asylum laws.
So if we could, this is just like a thought experiment kind of question, Hutch. Like,
yes,
if you could press a button and every illegal immigrant is immediately deported to their country of origin, would you do it?
No.
Okay, so then we kind of well, hold on. We kind of just solved the whole conversation here, didn't we?
What else can the button do?
But
wait, I want to hear Taylor's answer. Do you think it'd be better?
Do
you think America would be a better place if we instantly lost those members of its population?
100%. Yeah, if we got rid of all illegals, suddenly the cost of housing goes down because the demand is lower. Suddenly the price that you're paid for middle and lower class wages increases because there's not this supply curve of infinite labor coming from the third world.
Size?
Like you want to talk classroom size, the pressure on our medical system, like all of these things would be alleviated immediately. And so the idea that you so you're saying like, Hutch, what I'm hearing is like, oh, we can't deport them because of this these asylum laws, this, that, and the other. But then when push comes to shove, and I say, if you could remove this issue entirely, and not in some cruel way where they're kept in cages or something, just immediately magically deported, you say no.
No, yeah.
Okay, so you have a political vested interest in these people pouring in.
No, I think there's a middle ground here. I feel like when we're talking about violent people who commit violent crimes, I have no problem deporting these people. My heart's not gonna bleed for them. When you talk about the economic consequences of getting rid of what you guys say 10 to 20 million people that are here illegally, that will cause inflation. 100%.
You guys want to rap?
Yeah.
All right. What songs do you know?
What
rap songs do you know?
I was thinking about Trial Time by Mr. Biggs.
Right.
I started selling dope back in 1986. On a Cadillac and put some things on that bitch. The brains blowed out with the white leather seats. They be scheming for that butter, cause that other shit is weak.
All right, Kyle, you killed it. PKA 728. I'm so glad you did that.
Bert, thank you for joining us, the Black Urban Ripped Trainer himself.
Yeah.
So you I wanted to ask first thing, you just won Fish Tank, congratulations, big ups. Did you have any inkling at all in the beginning of what Fish Tank was, who Sam Hyde was, $1 Million Extreme, or did you go in totally blind?
I went in totally blind. Like I repeatedly said during the time I was on Fish Tank, I have no real concept of how reality shows work besides what I've heard through pop culture osmosis. I've heard of things like The Bachelor and Real Lives of whatever, but I never actually watched a full-blown reality show from beginning to end, so I wasn't aware of all the nuances and details that are involved with reality shows. I had assumed what we were on was some type of like documentary series initially, but then it became very clear that this wasn't what it appeared to be.
Yeah. when the show started for Woody and Kyle and people who haven't watched, it started as Famous House, and they said that there was an AI computer voice, which was really text to speech, and that was talking to you. Now, it seemed like, and maybe you were playing it up a bit, did you actually believe it was an AI program for a bit, or did you see through that pretty rapidly?
In the beginning, they said it was an AI program, so I thought, oh, this must be some like new innovative software they're testing out in in this house. But then the responses just seemed a little bit odd. And then when the cameramen started coming in, I think Vance, that was who came in and started filming me while I was asking it a bunch of questions, I started to realize this seems like they're setting me up for something. But I kind of realized that like maybe it's just play into it because maybe I might find out more information on what the hell is actually going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so like you had no idea you were being recorded 24/7 for that first couple weeks.
Yeah, I didn't have a clear idea of what that they were being recorded like every single second of every day live for like God knows how many people were watching me at the time.
Yeah,
I'd assumed that when the filming was when the camera people came in and actually started filming us with the camera in my vision. And acting us to like do scenes over again or do it with different inflections. I assumed that was the film part. And everything we were doing in the house was just like off screen.
Yeah, and that makes sense. What else
Were
could
there
you
any
think?
places in the house where it was safe from cameras?
From what I was told, the restrooms or the toilets were safe from cameras, but I feel like that may not be 100% the truth because I feel like some of the things I was saying was coming out through the restroom. So when I learned that like my voice was being recorded in the restroom, but probably not my face, I brought my backpack in there several times so I could secretly write down some notes in my notebook while keeping my mouth silent. Or sometimes I would just say a bunch of like random noise words like telekinesis, precognition, telepathy, like that, while I was trying to like write down my thoughts. So I could keep that secret away from the camera, from the audience. So I was trying to like plan and strategize when I was in the restroom.
Yeah. So you're getting cover for yourself, getting your true thoughts out. When so those first 2 weeks, computers going and everything, that's also when people noticed that you had an unbelievably powerful sex drive and you had to bird off pretty regularly. And what I loved so much is that you didn't even take like a 4-hour break from birding off on camera from when you learned it was happening to like you seemed alarmed at first. Maybe you shed light on that when they told you you've been on camera and suddenly you're thinking I've been birding in there.
Yeah.
What was your thought?
I was like, oh, they saw that. I was like, you know what? Well, since I did that multiple times, like, might as well continue at this point, lights off, because like,
dude, that's so fun. And your technique, like, I've never seen like a more serendipitous style of birding off for being on camera, because he's laying on his back and he has the comforter like pulled up to his neck, very high level of comfort. And then you're grabbing your penis over the comforter and jacking it against your belly. And then you're just like letting the chips fall where they may, I suppose, right?
Yeah. I find that like birding off with my lying down on my back is the most comfortable way to bird off.
That's true. Yeah. And the immediate adoption of the cast and production of just calling it birding off unironically for the remainder of the show killed me. That was so fucking funny. Yeah. And like that was when that was the first thing that happened in the show where like I like was audibly dying laughing, like at home watching this was like the most brief freak out about being caught birding off leading into just like a in for a penny, in for a pound, time to jack it. So that was hilarious. I loved it. But the walking around and talking to yourself in the first 2 weeks, that was something that was very unique. A lot of the other none of the other characters cast on the show were doing that. So would you say that, and that was pre you knowing you were being recorded all the time, was that more of a real window into Bert, like going around talking to yourself like that at a lower volume? Like
that's usually what I do sometimes if I'm trying to like think, plan, or strategize, but also trying to like get my steps in, because I usually like have a Fitbit on me, so like it's kind of like killing two birds with one stone. I get to like like get some thoughts out, and while walking around repeatedly try to get some steps, also energizing me at the same time. But then when I discovered that like my thoughts, some of the things I was saying under my breath was probably heard by the audience, I was like, oh shit, fuck, okay. So I was like, more like watch some, like to some degree watch what I was saying. But then when I started deliberately fucking with my supplements and meds so that I can be more energetic, like in a more of a hypomanic state, similar to Alex in the beginning.
Yeah.
Sometimes it became hard to control myself from the word vomit, you could call it, when I was just like talking repeatedly to myself. And then it kind of got into this fixation habit where I just started doing it without thinking, which I think also was good for like help me to maintain consistency in the show. But then I realized I had to catch myself from saying something that could be too revealing or too that I didn't want the audience to hear completely. So I would just like kind of like cover with just like random sounds and repeated phrases I would say to try like cover my thought process.
Yeah. And that was very entertaining. And I think that's what led to the audience trying to trick you for a while with the different conspiracies and theories where they would, they'd play some stupid game, that Sam or Jet came up with on the spot, and it would have to do with like the color of different plastic balls, like you would find in a ball pit or whatever. And then the TTS would start telling Bert, like, Bert, why did Alex only pick up the blue balls? Alex has 4 letters in it. Blue has 4 letters. There were 4 blue balls. Put the pieces together, Bert. Like, did you fall for any of those? Because you seem to a little bit at times, but I also was thinking he's hamming it up.
Yeah. In the beginning, it seemed like maybe it was some type of like clue to figure out this unique type of reality show. But then over time, I realized this was nonsense. But it seems like the production and the audience, the TTS audience, seemed to enjoy me buying into it. So I kind of like played it up to an extent, like basically went by production's hinting and also by what the TTS were saying. I realized like with the TTS, when it would say things repeatedly, it's usually things that the audience wants me to do because it seems like it's something that they find engaging or interesting. So I just play into it because I assume that was the name of the game. Like we're all acting in a way. So like if this is something the audience wants me to do, I should like just go along with it, even though it seems nonsensical or ridiculous.
That was smart. That's why you won. You played it the right way.
How do you win?
It is about
Does Sam just chooses the guy that he wants to be the winner? How does it work?
From what I gathered, I assumed it was the person with the highest number of endorsements.
Yeah, it seems a little fly by night sometimes with how they pick it, but clearly a lot of it has to do with who's the most entertaining, who handles the house the best, who provides the most content. And I watched a lot of season 1 and 2 as well, and there was never as big a gap between the top content creating contestant and the second most as there was between Bert and everyone else. Like it wasn't close. There were whole days on Fish Tank where the only thing going on, because it wasn't like a challenge day or something, it was just Bert being funny. Like that was the whole reason, and that's clearly why I won. This reminds me. Do you remember my old punishment idea? Like 10 minutes in the chimp closet.
Oh my god! Was it all right? What was the option A? Option B was the chimp closet, and no matter what we made option A, nobody wanted any part of it. It was like,
nobody wanted the chimp closet.
I'll go fight Ukraine right now before you put me in the chimp closet for 10 minutes.
They're wet. They've been in there a while. They're not happy.
Why are they wet?
Because I want to upset them.
It's vinegar. Every now and then you open the slat and douse them in the face with vinegar.
It would be hilarious. What's your take on the Mario United Healthcare CEO situation?
That is so fun. So I think murder bad, right?
You're simplifying it. Carry on.
I am simplifying a little bit, but running over some details and stuff like that. I understand being upset. I understand fury to that degree. I've had a bunch of family who have had intense problems with healthcare and stuff like that. I get the anger of it. I do not know how much a move like that is actually in any way righteous, because what it feels like to me happens there is you're killing someone because you're angry, right? And what ends up happening is that guy's dead. And obviously, a shooter, anyone who agrees he should die, thinks of it in the larger form of like, well, his family, his personal life didn't matter for the greater good. The same way we would see assassinating a political figure, like forget the soul, forget the people, family, stuff like that. It's hard for me to step over that unless it's really justified. It's got to be like a Hitler level scenario, right? At the same time, I don't think that anything is accomplished by that, because all that happens is a new CEO steps into power and the giant machine of the healthcare industry keeps marching forward. I don't think killing this guy, I would love for healthcare in the United States to become better, but I don't think killing this guy is going to solve any of it. So what I think it will ultimately come down to is a murder because someone was angry, and we have hundreds of those a day. So
I'm on the other side. I just to lay it out from my perspective. I have long maintained that if you could get a superpower of being the world's best surgeon or the world's best assassin, that you could make the world a better place with your assassination skills, right? Assuming you have a heart of gold, you're going after, the future Hitlers and the worst actors on the world, and you somehow have judgment, but it's probably far better than my own. But killing the right people can have a greater impact for good than just being a great surgeon who heals people who are sick at the time. And while I agree, if it's just this killing, this story ends in a few weeks, and no change is really made. But if we start going after people who are genuinely evil, if we have a class war instead of a culture war, right? I don't know why all the guns are aimed at trans people. They have no power. If we aim them at the people who have power and use it to do evil things, could the world be a better place? Is that the change we actually need? Is that the emptying of the swamp? I
don't want to come off as I don't think like any historical violence is, justified, right? Because I think there have been points of violence in history that times that like kings were usurped and revolutions and stuff like that, right? Like, I don't want to. I'm American, right? The whole reason this country.
To me, that's what this is. A king got usurped.
Here'd be my question, right? And I don't know anything about this. The CEO who was shot, what was his name?
NC or something. I'll look it up for you.
Whatever that guy's name is there any history? Do we know of any thing that he has done to make healthcare, harder to get or a more complicated process? Like, has he actually done any wrong? Or was Luigi just upset with the company and decided to shoot someone at the company?
So his name's Brian Thompson. And at this point, I'm a little worried I'm consuming propaganda and that I'm repeating it on my show. Like you hear the thing about how he was using artificial intelligence because the actual humans who were reviewing claims couldn't get over their empathy and they were paying bills. And he knew that the AI had a high error rate that would reject things that shouldn't be rejected, but it was good for profits. Is that even true? I don't know. I mean, it's a little convenient, and I read about shit like that on Reddit, which is a way to get misinformed.
I know United did that, but I don't know if did he implement it? Is that correct?
So what I know about it is that the rejection rate was apparently 36%, which is almost double the normal rejection rate. So AI aside, something was wrong. AI is almost, if the AI was doing it, it's almost better. You know what I mean?
They said the AI increased the rejection rate. They said, right? I don't know how good my sources are. I want really good, reliable sources that have been vetted, and
I want to hear from Wario.
So, but
this is just the beginning.
Dude, I don't know. You want to empty the swamp? I don't think voting in Trump is how you're going to empty the swamp. Maybe I'm biased. Prove me wrong. I hope you do.
But you could do a whole. I'm sorry, I interrupted and cut you off, Woody. But I'm just picturing Taylor as Mario. Dude, you'd make an amazing Mario if you just went with the mustache for a while.
I could. Kind of a slight to Wendigoon right here.
You're like
has a mustache.
What are you talking about?
He's clearly a Luigi, dude.
I'm a main character. And you were saying my idea of kingship was gay and dumb?
I'll be honest. I always played Luigi. I thought Green was just a cooler, slicker, skinnier guy. I wanted to play him.
He's a little more levity in Luigi.
I'm sorry, I
Mario's
cut
a
you
bit
off.
more
I'm
serious.
sorry, Woody.
It's all good. I think I got it. I was probably going to start repeating myself anyway. So yeah,
I mean,
I don't hate it. I think this is a bad person who was. The planet got a little bit sunnier the day that he died, and I don't know who should be next.
Here's
I
my
hope that
question:
whoever takes action has great wisdom.
So I will
that.
If like after this happened, healthcare companies around the world started effectively saving more people, right? Like, I understand that healthcare systems in the US have to exist because things cost money, right? A lot of it more than it should. But doctors, equipment, medicine, all that, it costs money. There has to be some way of doing that. The fact that it is a $1 trillion industry is inexcusable. Like, sure, I understand it'd be big, but the people getting that rich off of it, I understand the upsetness, right? If tomorrow all of the healthcare industries change tone, and if that one, United, right? If United specifically gets better and starts to not be as predatory with their business, then there may be some ground to it, right? However, I think what would probably happen, it would be the same thing if the CEO died of a heart attack or was in a car accident. Someone just replaces them and nothing changes.
Yeah, business
Thinking
as
about
usual.
the heart attack is the next CEO needs to watch his cholesterol, not his back.
I understand
When
what you're
it's
saying.
a
It
gunshot.
establishes
The next
a precedent.
CEO says, "Oh, one downside of the AI double rejection software we're thinking about implementing is someone will try to assassinate me for killing their mom."
Hey, Patel, can we put your name on the shit?
And the next guy,
Absolutely.
maybe it's Ali Khamenei, who's the leader of Iran, something like that. Whoever is doing some
Mother would be
evil
proud.
in the world, I believe in assassinations to make the world better.
Stolen valor is free speech. And I shouldn't have to no longer walk around as Green Beret Taylor because this guy's fibbing.
That's true.
I served honorably. And then I had a quart of whole milk, and then I ate more.
A quart of whole milk. What do you mean a quart? How did you measure out a quart?
Because it came in a quart bottle, idiot.
You took your own bottle of. What kind of feast is this? This is outrageous.
No, these were just random things I was doing later in the evening. Like I was
Your
hungry, and so I ate.
I want to know about the
traditional Taylor Christmas Eve dinner.
It's Christmas Eve, idiot. Come on.
I bet your grandma spends $10,000 a year on food.
I wouldn't be surprised. She makes a ton of it. Yeah, but I know it was a quart because I'm on a 5-day streak right now. I'm drinking a quart of full milk every day because I have a bunch of them, and it's so good. It's fantastic. Kyle's out. Kyle, you are Grinched up, and I'm Jolly Maxing. And it makes you furious. and you hate it. And you absolutely hate it.
You're literally turning into Santa Claus. You're talking about cookies and milk over there. And you're like, order milk a day.
But no, because I am curious about the milk.
Hey,
though.
guess
The
what I'm hitting as soon as the show's over while playing AoE 2. Another quart of milk.
No.
In your fridge right now.
I'm curious about the milk.
Maybe a cookie or two. Who's to say?
You got Christmas cookies? You got gingerbread men? What are you rocking?
A little bits, a little bit of fudge, a little bit of brownies. Maybe.
Fudge isn't a cookie. That's a confectionery. Do you know how much fat is in fudge? It's fat.
Fudge got me this year.
It's chocolate
Christmas.
I had way more fudge this year.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm looking at my cheeks now. My cheeks are way. I'm looking at this. I'm like, this is from fudge.
Yeah,
my face looked different on screen.
In all seriousness, this has got to end because I'm drinking 650 calories of milk a day.
The milk is crazy.
Because you know what would happen? I was driving around the other day, doing errands, and I went to the gas. I went to a gas station, and I was gonna get an energy drink, and I saw the milk section, and I always wondered who the fuck is buying milk at a gas station by the quart. This guy.
Yeah, and
so I bought some, and I was driving around doing errands, and I'm like, I feel rejuvenated. I feel energized. I feel good. I'm gonna keep
like a
doing
man who
this.
just downed 600 creamy calories.
With cake.
I'm just picturing Will Ferrell and Anchorman drinking
too,
that
the whole
carton of
time.
milk, that paper carton of milk they don't even make anymore.
I drank a paper carton of milk last night.
But wait, I see,
By
because
the
when you
cord.
said the milk and everything else you're saying, I was like, oh yeah,
Dude,
hell
that's
yeah.
such a
Seafood
weird
boil. I
thing
was
to
like,
get into
preach,
in the
dude.
middle of your life.
Sweet fucking the sausages. Hell
Well,
yeah, dude.
late
go off.
middle.
And then you were like,
If I keep
they were
eating
like,
like this, it's already passed.
a quart of whole milk.
If you're a
I was
woman,
like,
it'd be a geriatric pregnancy at this point.
Oh dear.
I would have
true.
kept the milk. I would have kept the milk secret. I wouldn't have brought that part up. I would have said everything, and I was like, oh, they don't need to know about the milk.
It's okay. It's the
People
if I'm
never
doing
gonna-
this in March, fine. We've
What do you mean
got
doing
to
this
we've
in
got
March?
to
You're gallon of milk a
Mark,
day.
you're giving yourself 70-day buffer of a quart of milk a day. How many gallons is that?
That's
All
the
right,
Comad,
February.
the Comad diet.
No. You keep going till Easter. That's Jolly Maxing.
You're talking
Thank
about
you,
like
Woody.
28 gallons of milk.
Yeah,
Woody's the only one who
Jolly
fucking
Maxing.
gets it. That I'm jolly maxing, and that's just part drinking a bunch of milk. That's part of it.